trip. Right. Grudges and forgiveness, part 9. We getting somewhere. Oh yeah. That little bonus statement right there about to get to some people, boy. That little bonus statement about to get to some people right there. They gonna probably forget about the whole topic. I see what's going on around this app. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Come and rescue me. Take me out the market. See something real quick. New people come in, tap them likes, hit them likes, all that good stuff, man. Get all that good stuff. Hit them likes, shares. Actually, let me go ahead and share some stuff real quick for this. It's about to be a little sweaty topic. It ain't gonna be sweaty though, but that bone is gonna make it sweaty. Oh my. I've been seeing that word get tossed around this app all day. Trying to hit the tell them it's a right. Tell them it's a come and rescue me. Trying to tell them it's a rap. Right. Go ahead and share to some people real quick. Doom, doom, doom. Trying to see. Do. There's some more people up in here. Tell them it's a rap. Come and rescue me. I feel like I'm missing something. Let's see. See if we can get her. Sending invites right now. People coming in, go and hit them likes and tap and all them shares and that good stuff. I'll be looking at the screen in a second. You know. Mm-hmm. Okay. What's the deal? I see you, Sierra. How you feeling today? I'm gonna do one section today a little early. Then I gotta make a few moves, and then I'll be back later with it. Be back later with it all night, you know. Gotta get these part 9 going. Part 9 of Grudges of Forgiveness. Just a breakfast. I'm good, man. As always. As always, man. Thank God. Thank God he woke me up to see another day, you know. Not everybody can say that, you know. First thing you should be happy for, man. First thing, main thing. It's what you do with your, it's what you do with it, man. Do with your life. A lot of people take bad moments and extend it and say that's a bad life, you know. You know, even just going tying into the topic. You know, a lot of not things you don't forgive and start off with self being disappointed with yourself, you know, and then, you know, I think when people start getting the art of humans are humans, then maybe people can light up a little bit, you know. But people will stay in their feelings over humans all they own life. You know what I'm saying? They in their feelings over somebody else's life because it, you know, hurt their life, you know, but that was a moment that they was hurt. That they extend for the rest of their life. Ain't doing no damage but themselves while the other person is moving. It's doing their own thing. Not worried about them. Imagine spending your whole life worrying about another person. That's crazy. Ain't that something? I wonder if that person got revenged on. Hope they got their karma back. I don't care. I'm living my life hoping karma. I hope the worst happened to them. And even when the worst happened to them, they still gonna be thinking about that. I can't believe that happened to me. I can't believe this. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, you can't be thinking about that all your life, man. You really have life to live. Still gotta live, man. Every day ain't promised to nobody. So why go out not doing nothing with it? It actually feels good to heal. You know what I'm saying? That's something for real. Feels good to better your life or survive a situation and become a better person out of it. You know, it's just a testimony to tell. And it gives faith to others that, you know, you made it at the end of the day. You made it and you become a better person. A lot of people been through super bad things, dang near uh almost unalive type situations, and you know, was thankful that they made it out that situation, but everybody don't. Some people actually probably went through it and it became worse. But it's like gotta be thankful for every moment you survive. It's like being mad at a sickness for the rest of your life. I got sick. I can't believe that happened. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. You survived though. At the end of the day, that's the most thankful thing you can have on living on Earth is surviving. You know, it's what you're doing with being your survival. How you spending it. I think that's what it is, man. Once people start learning, you know, just like I said, I find happiness, peace, all that stuff in the littlest things, man. People's expectations and entitlements is way too high for them their own selves. It's unrealistic too. But it's like this, like when you thankful and happy for the things that don't cost no money or take another person, you know, you start appreciating the other things. Everybody got these entitlements and say they deserve. There we go with that last part. They feel like they deserve everything, and that's gonna be the main people that be hurt. Cause like we got to start switching that stuff around, man. But some people got that mentality. You can't tell them nothing different. And then they continue to be talking out of hurt. It's crazy because I was thinking about this early. Like, it's like, now that I healed in so many different areas, or I've overcome some certain areas in my life, it's like I can see it in other people. And it's like, it gets to a point that nobody can really tell me. It's like a lot to me when you telling me that you ain't heard of a situation, but I just literally, went through that situation, and being observant of just humans and how I've been comparing to all that stuff. And it's like, you can't, like, if you say, and that's why I say I can tell a lot about talking to people if they really so-called claim they healed or they overcame a situation. Like, you wouldn't talk in so much negativity if it was, right? It's the difference between the optimistic mentality and a pessimistic mentality. You know what I'm saying? Most of the time, you still talk a pessimistic, you still hurt, or you fear something, or you scared. Stuff like that. You know, Optimistic is like, though, you looking at the good in every situation, no matter how bad it is. That's why I try to help people adjust their mindset to that, because it's a way better way of living. You know what I'm saying? It's way better. It's less stressful. I know people don't like stressing a lot, but some people starting to get up. But the thing is, when it takes a lot of change and putting your ego to the side, it's a lot. It's just a lot for a person, because they never, like I said, it started off with checking yourself. But people so used to living life checking other people that it hurt them. It's like they don't see it. They never took the time in the mirror to see that I gotta work on this. But they quick to judge everybody else, tell everybody else what they need to do. As soon as it comes personal, that's when they want to get offended and hurt everybody else. Now all of a sudden, your own advice don't work on yourself. That junk is crazy. Everybody want to be a preacher, but don't want to put in that work though. Junk is crazy. People love doing that though. But when it comes to checking yourself, it's a whole nother world. I don't need to be checked. That's the people that think they perfect, man. And anybody that think that calling themselves tens and all this stuff, like, bro, that's nobody on this earth. And I always say that 100 times. Nobody's no 10 on earth at all. How you gonna tell me how I feel or something like that? Well, your feeling is lying to you, because you wouldn't have to say that. And if you gotta go through all that and tell yourself that you perfect just to and you still talking out of hurt, like, you straight just lied to yourself in a matter of seconds. The fact that you gotta defend yourself, it shows. You know what I'm saying? It has got to a point that I'm like, yeah, there's no point of, if a person don't see it for themselves and I can try to help them try to see a situation, is like, you know, there ain't no point though. Some people really just don't want to be saved. Some people got to, live life a little more, maybe hit a hard wall to realize, a lot of stuff I just be saying and stuff, because I'm not saying a lot of stuff for no reason. So CG in the building. How you feeling, my brother? But the part that's about to get people today, out of all these three, questions, was a couple. It's a statement too. But out of these questions, right? The part that's gonna get them, what made me think about this at the last minute, because I see what's going on around this app. It's this bonus statement I get. But I do feel like it got a lot to deal with unforgiving. That's why it ties into my topic. People that like using that word deserve. That junk is something serious. They deserved it. He deserved what they get. She deserved. Everybody deserved this. I deserved it. I swear that come with a lot. It's a lot of hurt behind this situation, man. You ever asked yourself that? Like, people never took the time to realize, like, and people don't realize that nobody don't deserve anything, right? You don't. You gotta be, like I said, you supposed to appreciate. That's, like I said, it's an entitlement behind them situations. You know, that's an entitlement. And when you have that entitlement mentality, you're gonna be living in hurt. You're gonna be living in stress and all that stuff, because you feel like that you belong or you deserve something, right? That even if you put in the work or anything, you still setting yourself up for disappointment. You know what I'm saying? So And then when a person don't get what they deserve, you hurt too. Then it's like, it's weird. Like, dog, stop with this deserve word. This junk is crazy. You need to heal. I think people that be using that word a lot needs to heal. They got to. Because you got to ask yourself, why do you feel this way? What did you do to deserve anything? But let me forgot. Oh my. But yeah, y'all go ahead and hit some of them modem shares, man, and stuff. Get some people up in here, man. I got a few hours before I gotta get off until I get back on later. Then I got all day with y'all. You know what I'm saying? What the heck? But so I don't know what the heck I just said, but yeah, man. People got to realize this, man. It's a lot of stuff that's in people's heart, and that's why I say people be trying to hide they hurt, but you can hear the way people talk. It is so. That's what I'm recognizing. You know what I'm saying? That's a lot of stuff I'm recognizing. It's like it's so many, and that's the reason why rooms like this is so small, because it's too many hurt people. That's why they even look at stuff like this for entertainment, right? Because there's so much toxic stuff on here that's entertaining you. Like, why you don't entertain yourself by reading a book or watch you a movie or something that lighten your mentality up? Because obviously you're just a mean bald head. I mean, I keep saying bald face, right? Mean bald head face person. I said bald head face, but what the heck? I just can't stop saying bald head. The heck I got against bald heads? It's like, look. But a mean bald faced person that's always, your entertainment is out of toxicness, and that says a lot about your character and stuff. Be the most judgmental people. That make it funny too. And as soon as you say that, then they're because they think they're getting judged. Like, what the heck? You were doing all this stuff, and then as soon as you say that about who is you to judge? Like, bro, reverse Uno card now. What the heck? People's funny, man. But yeah, I gotta use this. I gotta put this up because I'm about to, I need people to get this up out their vocab, man, and go ahead and heal whatever you need to heal. Because this deserve word is getting out of control now. It's getting out of control. Because it shows it's a lot of projection, and I've been seeing that all on this app. But that's all people do, and that's how you lose people in the process. Is everybody projecting themselves on situations on how they feel internally and stuff as to why they feel like, they love this drama stuff. They love when they feel like they sad and stuff. All this stuff it's a projection. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of stuff that people haven't healed from or overcame, forgiven. You know what I'm saying? Like the topic and stuff, they still holding grudges while they still got problems with their family members, or they got all this little stuff, right? They still haven't grew from. They haven't. Age don't, you know what I'm saying? Age don't even matter in that situation because that happening to people that's super, super old, people that's super young. It's getting taught to them to not let things go. You know what I'm saying? When stuff happen to you, keep it in your mind and remember this. We don't mess nobody. We don't let people F us over and all this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. That's what's making this stuff worse. You know what I'm saying? That's why it's hurt against hurt nowadays. What's the deal, Henry Guy? Music? How you feeling, my brother? But it's, man. See something real quick. Is my stuff straight? I hope my stuff straight. Cause I know my junk randomly glitchy every now and then. But yeah, so I asked in general, like, that's what I'm gonna have for a lot of people is, what you personally should be forgiven for. That's a question I want to get to know a person. I want to see what people gonna say on that one. And I say, if God forgives, even if people be saying, I'm waiting for that too. I don't believe in God, stuff like that, whatever. If God forgives everyone, what makes you better than God? Right. So, and then the third one is, I feel a lot of you expect others to know better like you claim. And that is what caused you not to forgive. Because a lot of people will be saying, they put themselves in, you should know better and all that. Like, that's another, same people that use the deserve stuff or people that put their mentality on somebody else. At my age, I knew better. That's you. You know what I'm saying? That don't mean that to them that they gonna know better at their age. Everybody literally grew up different and brought up different and got taught different. So it's not no concrete thing to say anybody should know anything at any age because you compare yourself. See, that's why we get messed up at already, because we put ourselves and think that you should know better. Like, no, you shouldn't, because somebody can do the same exact thing to you. You know what I'm saying? Like, how you don't like, but let's right. That's not what I'm saying is like how if that same thing happened to you, you be sitting there super mad. You be mad like, how you gonna tell me and all that stuff? It's like people be literally, putting out stuff that they can't take themselves, or they dish things they can't take. That's what they say. You know what I'm saying? So it's like people just hypocrites, bro. And that's why I be saying a lot of it. And a lot of us is unintentional, and it's just we like that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, even I can admit it because I done did a lot of stuff, but I learned from it and aware of it. People be fighting it. I know I'm not. You can't tell me that. Who you calling that, and all that stuff. It is what it is at the end of the day. Because I could say something one day and end up doing it, but the thing is, I'm not going to make it. That's the big difference with me. I don't make an excuse, or I don't even set to look forward to, doing something that that I know that might be harmful or something like that I might make a mistake and do. I mean, it is what it is, but I try not to. That's what I focus on. Of course, when feelings and stuff happen, all that stuff, I mean, things happen, but the fact that I'm aware of it, I'm trying to change from doing it. You know what I'm saying? From anything. I'm just saying in general. So it's like, but people come with excuses. Well, I made a mistake and you got to deal with it. I'm human and all that stuff. Of course you're human, but what you going to do about that human part, man? Because obviously it's damaging. You can't keep using that same excuse so you can get another getaway free jail card out that situation like that. Because soon as somebody do one thing to you that you do to somebody else, then all of a sudden it's all hell break loose. People be so selfish when it comes to certain situations. That's another reason why, what I'm saying, with the forgiving situation. Like, people be so selfish. And then they think they should be treated like gold when they well, I made a mistake. You grow up and all that stuff. Like, it be so different as soon as it come to them. You know what I'm saying? But when something happen to them, they want people to own up to it. Tell me you apologize. You better do this. You better do that. Like, bro. Like, people is so funny and so entitled and so, man, them is the main things I'm noticing in this world. That's why people are so damaged and hurt and stuff, is that these entitlements and these expectations. Then they get mad when you put them up front and let them know about the situation. They get mad. This is all funny, dog. Well, it ain't funny, it's sad. I say things it's funny because it's like, because you gotta laugh sometimes, man. You gotta laugh when the stuff be so sad. Sometimes you gotta laugh. That's my way I react to certain triggers and stuff, because I laugh. I laugh now because, like, stuff that used to hurt me or whatever, I just laugh at it because it's like, maybe I experienced it before or I went through it, and it's just funny to me. Like, dang, I can't believe this. Stuff like that. That's the only reason why. So it's a good way to transfer, certain triggers and stuff. Like somebody call you a B or something like that, or, saying something not to call you out your name. You just laugh and let it go. Like, shoot, person just don't know no better, or he's just not, they person ain't feeling it today. Something like that. Also an art of forgiving. You know what I'm saying? Just picture yourself, having a bad day and saying something. That's how you forgive. You know what I'm saying? A lot of this stuff can happen with us. All the stuff we be deeming other people for is the same thing we can do the next day. But somehow we think we perfect and everybody else not. I get quiet and let the thought process take place. Exactly. That's the best bet, man. It's some people that it's wild though, because it's like people really be on here thinking that that's what I'm saying. People don't know what humbleness is. That's why I never did. That's one thing I don't like is arrogant people, man. I don't like that behavior. I'm putting it that way. I know that, pretty sure they don't know no better in that situation, but it's just like, I even look at arrogant people got some type of hurt behind them and stuff. They've been through some stuff, so their way of doing it is building themselves up to make it seem like they're above everybody else. And like I said, it's you just gotta feel bad about certain, not even just the people, just bad about certain behaviors and stuff. There's a difference between shaming somebody and then like hoping the best or hoping they overcome certain situations. But it's just like these people nowadays be looking down on people, shaking their nose, lifting their nose up and all that stuff. You shouldn't, stuff like that. That don't make you right. Like you was once that person. You ain't like when somebody treated you that way, so what the heck? These people, that's what I mean by hypocrites. Hypocrites for real, man. But yeah. How y'all feel about the situation, man? There's a few of y'all in there, man. And how many times have you seen this word recently, deserve, on this app? That word, boy. I know this about to make some, this about to, this about to open some doors on this situation. I straight feel that way. That word comes from straight up hurt people or unforgiving people, man, most of the time. Most of the time when it's used, man. They usually come with that. You ever notice, like, when somebody, that's one of my main ones I've noticed, is like, people be getting out of bad relationships, right, or something like that, and get hurt or whatever. And then they come out with, I deserve better than this, or something like, bro, that don't make sense. I ought to say you deserve something when you went through. But that's why I say it's like an automatic reaction type situation to make themselves feel better or somebody to make them feel better. Too close to judgment for me, right? Man. Yeah, you right about that. Well, you was in here when I was talking about that too. And you right about that. I forgot you was the one. And I remember, yeah, you was. And you get it though. Just to say that, right? It is too close. Like, who is you to say that anybody deserve anything? You know what I'm saying? The people the whole point of me putting this part down is because it comes from people and if you ever notice that, that's the people that with the victim mentality, it's sad to say, because it's either like that. It's either you an accountable person or you with the victim mentality. It's just flat out what it is. You know what I'm saying? So it's them the people you're going to run across this app and see. People is not going to own up to it, right? But once people actually know what accountability is, right, and know that you got full control of your situations, even if you feel like you didn't have control of it, that separates you from the victim mentality and the people that hold themselves accountable, right? People got selective accountability, holding accountability, but they still be victim mentality at the same day. Because it's like, and that's what, like I said, that's what separates people. You're gonna be able to know, and I can call it real fast because the reason why, and that's why I be saying that about a lot of people, because like I said, I've done the same thing. Anything I could do to keep stuff away from me and put it on somebody else, that's why I can see, because I literally see it's like a repetitive type thing. It's like, dang, I can see what you're doing, but you don't see what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? That's why I be calling it, so people be observant of what it is. You know what I'm saying? But they ain't gonna see it until later, until they do some more work with self. Then they'll be able to see. A lot of people be swearing that they got it all, but they don't. A lot of people are still damaged. You can hear a lot based on how they talk. You know what I'm saying? Be so much negative out their mouth, right? And you claim to be a positive person, but it's everything that come out most of the time be negative, and then you do a little, and then people do like little laughs and stuff out there, like, I know I'm this type of person. Like, bro, that's sad. That's nothing to laugh at. You know what I'm saying? The fact that you laughing at you being damaged or hurt or something like that, that shows you hiding something. That's what it is. You hiding something. You don't want to admit it. But it's eating at you every day. At the end of the day, even if you like bragging on this app, I'm this way and all that, but at the end of the day, you still going to bed sad and miserable. That's just how it is. You could have a person in your life. You could be in a relationship, married, have good friend and all that stuff. That still don't stop you from being a miserable person. They just making you happy for the moment. You know what I'm saying? And validating your feelings for a couple seconds or whatever, but that don't stop you from you. You can only really stop yourself from feeling that way because you got to figure a way to escape. If you still find yourself still feeling negative towards other people and being unforgiving and all this stuff, it's like, bro, that I was the type that's like, man, me myself, and that's the reason why I'm like this, because I've always been that type to And that's how I use my ego is to prove people wrong. If somebody would say something negative about me, I'm gonna tell them, I'm gonna show them I'm the opposite of what that situation is. You're not about to tell me who I am, and I'm gonna prove it. You know what I'm saying? So I do that with myself. I used to be like, oh, I was not a morning person and all this stuff, and I'm like, I was living with that for so many years, but I never could put my finger on it. Why is that? And I'm just following people because they saying and all that stuff. But I had to realize, because I always, like I said, I always ask why on every last situation. I ask, why is this? Why I'm talking like this? Why this person talking like that? Why this person act like that? I always ask that, and I always try to find an answer to it. Some people just say stuff and just follow it, or just to say it and live with it, stand 20 toes on the situation. Can you get 20 toes? No, I mean, my bad. Oops. 10 toes on the situation. So, but it's just, man. Always be telling people, ask why, man. Yeah, anything. Ask why on every last situation. Like, if you feel offended, ask why. Somebody said something about you, ask why. Because some of the times, most time you get your answer on certain situations, even if you have a grudge against somebody, like, why you put me through this? Why, or some of the times it's up to you to try to figure out and understand for yourself, for peace with yourself. That's what you got to do sometimes, because sometimes you never get your answer. Sometimes you got to find the answer yourself. Anything to keep peace with yourself. People can't say they want peace and then still have a negative type mentality at the same time. I guess it got quiet in here, man. Y'all woke? Y'all woke up in here? I was talking too long, say, but or y'all marinating this situation, man. Go ahead and get that word up out of there. My boy BK in the building. How you feeling, man? How you feeling, man? We woke just watching you cook. Oh, that sounds so funny. I'm good. Yourself? I'm good as always, man. Thankful, man, as always. Every day I wake up. Petty Sam in the building. How you feeling, Miss Petty? How you feeling? I think that's that. On this old phone, I think this one don't show no symbols. It just showing X's and stuff. But I'm gonna go hit it. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, like I said, people is just really. I think I'm literally starting to think, and people it's like they contradict themselves. Really, I think a lot of people just think that they really are gods. They think they are untouchable. They think they can never do wrong, and everything that's done to them, right? It was the other person. It was the reason, because everybody be thinking that they are the perfect person. It's weird. It's like, bro, when have you? And then when you make a mistake, right, or you did something, yeah, I know I did it. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. But it's like, bro, let somebody, yeah, I know I did it to you. You be feeling silly after that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, dude, I don't get how everybody think that their ego can overpower everybody else's. Like the world revolve around them. Like, I think it's gonna be a day. I mean, someday somebody gonna wake. We got to wake up and realize this world don't stop because of us and our feelings. It's just how it is. You said so, little bro. I'm just on here listening. For sure, man. For sure. I need you to update your phones. I don't know what phone this is. I'm just a phone I'm using for I guess the internet or something. It was an extra phone I had because I had some phones when I bought. I do need to. I hope I can update. I don't know if I can update this phone. I'm gonna try it though. You made me think about that. See if it's it might be an update, because that's just crazy. That's a great topic for sure, man. Oh yeah, this gonna be extended today. I'm only got I got a few hours I'm gonna do before I gotta leave, because I'm about to go to church today. I usually go to church on Saturdays with my mama. You know what I'm saying? But and then later I'm gonna get back on and we gonna extend this. It's gonna be a night for real. Cause I gotta keep up with the grudges of forgiveness, man. People don't know what that is, man. And that's why you're gonna stay a mean person, and it's wild. This is wild, man. I think people get a fuel out that situation too. they get a fuel out of getting called mean and stuff. It's like it's funny, bro. This is so funny to me. I swear it is. Cause it's all good. It's all good when you get bigged up that you this and that. But let another person do this. They do the same thing to you and stuff. Now it's the end of the world. You want to tear the house down. Now you want to pull up on people. You know all this stuff. But you was doing the same contradicting thing right before. It makes no sense. When you find another you, then it's a problem. It's junk. It be wild. It's wild. People, I'm telling you, people literally using no key on TikTok. Chill. You ain't supposed to told on me, man. It's actually a Boost Mobile. It's like, no. I don't know what it is, but this phone that I'm on, I can see it though. Let me see. Yeah, what is that? Let me see. Yep, I see it on this phone. I don't know what the heck. And this supposed to be the upgrade version of this phone. It ain't supposed to be that old. That's so weird. Chuck is weird. Take me out the market. Take me in the trunk. Oh yeah, I was looking at that one video you posted earlier, man. That junk was wild. Boy was cussing his son out. What's the deal, Tiziana in the building? What's the deal, man? How you feeling, man? I'm about to. What's the deal, Kenny? Pop in the building. How you feeling? I love saying her name like that. I be spitting all on this camera screen and stuff. But you gotta emphasize it, and I'm accountable for it. You said I am golden. What the? I'm good, man. I'm good. Good as always, man. Better than my yesterday. Oh, shoot. Better than my yesterday. Something better. But yeah, man. People gonna realize that, man. And that's like literally the reason why I talk about it so much. I realize that's the type of mindset that's damaging to a lot of us. The reason why we either think we above people, the reason why we don't get along with a lot of people, the reason why we don't see fairness is a lot of us has this entitlement mentality or a high expectation or I ain't gonna say unrealistic expectation of others that we don't even do for ourselves. And even if we able to do it for ourselves, right? That's unrealistic to expect somebody to treat us the way we treat ourselves. That's another thing. You know what I'm saying? It's like we gotta have a fair type mentality of looking like, hey, maybe this person grew in certain situation and it's gonna take them, just because I grew, that don't mean the next person might grow. Or just because somebody has this point of view, that don't make them wrong because I have this point of view. Everybody got their own point of views, their own opinions, you know what I'm saying? But that don't make them wrong because you feel like you right. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we gotta be fair and think. That's why I always tell everybody that, whatever you believe in, how you feel and all that stuff, as long as it ain't damaging you, stick with it. You know what I'm saying? Like if you wanna, walk outside and look at the stars all your life, you know what I'm saying? If it's making you feel better, do what you gotta do. You know what I'm saying? Do what you gotta do. Like I got the co-host. Oh shoot. I guess I make it like this.
Co-host. I
No,
hope
no, no.
I hope that I'm the beginning of the next 9 requests. But I came on top of because I was reading your first, right? It's like why it's so important, the forgiving part, right?
Yes.
So I'm how you can say I'm an advocate of forgiveness.
Yeah.
Why? Because I had to learn that it was beneficial for me, for most. And for the longest, society, the thing that I was exposing myself, movie, it's like political affiliation. It was a lot based on judgment,
Mm-hmm.
you know? And the tricky thing about judgment, that's why they say abstain from judgment, that it really poison your mind and stop you from growth, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when I start to understand why people act the way they are, I didn't resent them, and it was
Exactly.
easier for me
You said it
to
too.
forgive them.
You said it perfect. That's the thing.
And
People don't want to take the time to understand other people or put themselves in other people's shoes. That's why they don't know the art of forgiving. I love you
it,
said that. The love that you said that. That's exactly the reason why. But people don't want to take the time because everybody's selfish and only think about their feelings and their feelings only. You know what I'm saying? So you said that
it's
perfect.
almost, it's almost like, because let me tell you, it's like I'm here, it's like, and that's one thing I want to make sure. If anybody know me from one thing, I'm imperfect. I don't know it all. I had learning experience. I'm not done learning, so I'm imperfect. With that said, I want to be understood. And if I been caught misguided, because I really believe that I don't do things intentionally with the intention to hurt somebody, but if I'm misguided, tap me in the shoulder and with a smile in your face, show me better. Just don't assume that you need to resent me just because I was never taught. You know what I mean? There are
Mm-hmm.
people that assume that you say what you say because you're there to trigger them. It's not so. I think that people are more. It's better to be triggered than ask yourself, "Why am I triggered?" You know what I mean?
I get you. That makes sense. That's what it is. And
So
then people don't overlook. They never go as far as thinking like, okay, is this trigger? Is it healthy for me or you know what I'm saying? Will it's what could come after this trigger? You know what I'm saying? How this gonna affect my life in the future? Because like everybody like this now feeling. You know what I'm saying? This let me I don't know how to explain how to say it, but it's something I want to say. But I know what I want to say. But people just want that. Whatever it is now. You know what I'm saying? They don't think about the future type situation and stuff. So yeah, that would be the problem. Like they do stuff out of whatever. You hurt me now, so I'm gonna hurt you now. But they don't never think about how what's gonna happen in the future. All they thinking is a justification for now. But then when stuff happen to them in the future off a situation, then now you feel it's silly. But
yeah, it's like what's liberating. It's liberating talk like this, and I hear somebody in the TikTok app, which I love because I can have this conversation with a man from another country. And that just showed to me that when you speak from the heart, when you are an OBS kind of person, we go back again. We need to be humble. We are imperfect. We are here to learn. If we have this basic when we speak with an outsider, then we're gonna be better, because
mm,
we don't come with an attitude. It's like when I'm around an energy person that think that when they go to the bathroom, they're having perfume and it doesn't stink. I'm just out of the room. It's like we're talking from a place of acting. We are not being human and friendly to each other. So I'm out because I used this phrase before and I said, if it doesn't serve me, I'm out. But I don't mean it in a bad way. I've been in situations that they did nothing that pushed me back, make me miserable. So I invest so much in that. I no
mm-hmm,
longer have time for that. So I don't say it in a bad way. It's like if I'm not growing from the experience, I don't belong there. Does that make sense?
mm-hmm, exactly.
And some
Gotta do.
people
Everybody got their own tolerance.
Yeah, they're so, like how long I was living on victim mood? It's
A
like
lot of us.
it was everything that everybody did wrong for me, but I still yet was a grown woman acting a pain that I was a victim as a child, but I wasn't as a grown woman. But
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see it, you know?
It come with
And the,
maturity. Everybody get it at different times and stuff. That's the only reason why I speak on them because I used to be that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna. I think
yeah,
everybody had their victim type. Oh shoot! I forgot. I gotta give me a second, real quick.
for the people listening, I love this kind of conversation. So when he's done with the phone call, because I gotta go by my day also. I need to stop at the bank before they close. So I'm challenging every day to manage my time on this app. Oh, I need the bag. It's a sunny day in my area. How's the weather over there? You
We
down
back,
with it?
baby.
I was trying to entertain the crowd. I was saying it's like lives happen, when you have a call or stuff. You remind me, I have to stop at the bank before they close, and it's almost noon.
Come up, Leona. Let me see something real quick. Let me. Everybody that disagree with Leona, come up in that box now. I'm glad I just seen this while I was off the phone. You said I can't forgive. I cannot forgive lies and betrayal. Let's go ahead. Let's get the talking now. I love it. People
Yeah, because
eventually tell on themselves.
I have a good one about lying, because I used to be at one point in my life, especially in addiction, a compulsive liar. The
I got a
need
couple.
is stronger than the necessity. But to lie, somebody may say that is just trying to find acceptance by somebody that it is not accepting to you. Does that make sense?
Yep. So I got me a few questions now to ask. Nah. So, hello, Leona. Hi.
Hi.
How
Hi,
you feeling?
Leona. How are you?
Hi. Good.
So let's go back to now. Let's go to this. This what you put down, of course, everybody. So why you feel that way? Why can't you forgive lies and betrayal?
Because I think it's once you lie, you're gonna always lie. That's what I got in the back of my head. Once you lie to me, you're gonna always keep lying. One way or the other. Everybody lies, remember that. Everybody
Oh,
lies every
whoa,
day.
whoa, whoa, whoa! No, you can't. You messing up now, because I was just about to hit you with that now. So now it sounds like you about to get contradicting in a minute, because I was just about to get to that too. So you said
But
that's
this
so
is not I'm
funny.
talking about the
You
little
don't even
lies I can
realize what
deal
you
with.
just did.
The little lies I can deal with, but the big ones, I'm talking about the big juicy ones.
Oh, it's juice. It's levels to the lie. Okay.
Oh yeah.
I feel you on that though, but you just said it right there. I was just about to ask you. That was about to be my next question too. I was about to say, so have you ever lied or betrayed somebody?
Oh, I
I was
lie.
just about to.
I lie every day. I tell my kids I'm gonna get up at 8 and wind up getting up at 9. That's a lie. You get it?
Okay, so okay, and let's say this then. Just like you, so you said it's big ones and little ones. Don't you believe that's subjective?
Well, I haven't thought about that yet.
Yeah, because your little lie could be big to somebody else though.
Yeah,
So
that's
would you
true.
want
It could be
somebody to
I
not
have a
forgive you?
question.
You're
I have
right.
a
You're
question
right.
to ask her, though. I have a question. I'm sorry. When you said you lie every day because you say you get up at 8 a.m., right? And you
Uh-huh.
don't, right? And
Right.
I admire that. My question to you is this: why do you lie?
It's just a
Like,
habit. It's a habit.
but why? No,
It's a
there is a
habit.
reason why we do things with the way we do, or we say
Hey,
what we say.
hey, before you go to that, because I ain't trying to go off the thing. I mean, we can go back to that, but I don't think man, I just got mixed. I was getting her somewhere. Dang.
To be aggressive. It's just like, I'm sorry. It's like sometimes we're quicker to answer. And I thought about this question to myself. So I'm trying to analyze with
I
somebody
was
else.
on to something for real.
You
You
know,
know what a big
Leona,
lie is? Yes.
I mean good, if sometimes I come
I mean, it
passionate,
wasn't all the
I
way off
don't
topic,
mean
but it
to.
threw me off. I was trying to get somewhere with that. Uh,
But you know what my big lie is? Like if I had somebody
okay, you
I
mind?
was dating, right? And they tell me they love me and it was all a lie. Now that's a big lie. That's a huge whopper of a lie.
Yeah,
And I did so much for that person.
yeah. So that's what I'm saying. So you say that, right? But to them, it probably was something. And then you don't know the reasons behind that situation or why they felt that way. Because some people, a lot of people, look like you said, people lie every day. Some people tell somebody that they look good and they don't look good. You know what I'm saying? Or people to be saying that,
Oh,
oh, what's about the ones they be talking about babies? Oh, every baby look good or something. That be lying on that. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
Oh,
not
your hair
saying
is
a baby
long when
don't
it's
look
dang
good. I'm
near
not gonna
bald
say
headed.
anything. I would
and
never
You
when
know,
you
say
say
anything.
some
that,
people lie just to say people too. So it's like if you want to say it's big or little, it's like it depends. It's subjective. You know, everybody's stuff. Some people's big could be some people's small. Some people, you know what I'm saying. So
yeah, but I have a
us as human, we
question for
all
you.
lie.
When you say that,
Yeah.
is like is a justification because I think like Leona said, there is a big lie and a little lie, right? There
A
is such
lie
a
is a
thing
lie.
as white lie. I know it is true. But society, it's to me is like it's a lie because you see favoritism, you see for somebody is in this situation and somebody with the same means have a different situation. Life is challenging, right?
So
So even the understanding of what is a lie and it's not, it's questionable at this point, because don't we live in a society where the truth comes as a lie and a lie comes as the truth? You know what I mean?
right. So Hobo, you said I don't forgive malicious intent.
Exactly.
So have my thing is this would be funny though. So you saying you've never been malicious before in your life?
Me?
Anybody have anybody done
Never,
anything out of
never.
maliciousness or
Never.
intentional?
It's like
Or a hard lie before or a big lie.
but this is what I mean when I say I'm not malicious. It's like I then never spend an hour, or it's like, when they say pre intentional, it's like, it's like I realize with therapy that through addiction, through being unhappy, my surrounding also took the unhappiness. And I'm sorry for that. I'm aware of that now. But to just plot against somebody for their downfall, I cannot invest in that. It's not in me. I can't. I'm out.
Mm. Now this for the main two people that's the unforgivers, right? We're just trying to see like have any of these things that you say that you can't be forgiven of, you saying that you've never neither one of y'all done before.
I've done it before. Yes, I have.
Right.
And that just like you said, that other person might think it's a big thing, and I can understand that.
Right.
A big lie to me is a big lie to me and to them too. It could be
But when
small or
you want to
something.
be forgiven for that, especially if you changed,
They can forgive me or forget me. I don't care.
Kevin, it's
wouldn't
no
you
longer
want
my
hold
problem.
up real quick. I'm just saying like wouldn't I'm not asking if this or that. What's your preference? Wouldn't you want them to forgive you or not?
Of course.
Right. I think everybody, that's why I think I mentioned that before. People be lying. Everybody want forgiveness, no matter how you want to say it. To not want forgiveness, that just sounds crazy to me. Who wouldn't want forgiveness? That don't makes no sense. It makes no sense. But I think anybody that say that stuff is just they still got some type of hurt or something they didn't forgive for themselves. And I'm just being about to be real with the situation because it's like, or they're still damaged about a situation because anybody on earth will want to be forgiven for anything, especially when you have the ability to change from your old ways. Everybody want to be forgiven. It just makes no sense
I'm that
unless you
damaged
just
person.
some I don't
I'm
know a
that.
devil or something. I don't know what to call it, but everybody wants it. That's just like saying nobody don't want to grow. Who don't want to grow? You know what I'm saying? Somebody want to be better. Somebody want to like even when people that be I was mentioning about people be saying that they hate their life. It's a reason why they hate their life. You know what I'm saying? Who ain't nobody just sit there and just randomly hate their life. I think everybody loves to live. You know what I'm saying? That's what people do. Even your body is made to live. It's like it's not like it's trying to the heart say I don't hate myself, you know what I'm saying? So now it's gonna stop beating or something like that. It don't go off our emotions like that. But I
Okay.
think a lot of this stuff we be lying to ourselves on, which is another lie. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. You know what? Let me change. Okay, I changed then because God said forgive everybody, right? And I did forgive. I did forgive. So let me
Yeah.
change my
But
minds around. I did forgive for the stuff that went through.
it I'm not saying because God's saying it's for your own better your own betterment. You know what I'm saying? His name you gotta have it don't have to deal with God. God shouldn't have to force you to forgive because you got like I said, it comes with a lot of understanding. That's why I tell
Well, I
people
had to
that that's
pray,
like the
you know.
main
I had to
thing.
pray for God to tell me forgive. I had to actually pray because I was so bitter,
Yeah,
you know.
I feel you. I feel you. Or how to
Hey,
learn how to forgive. You know what I'm saying? You could ask for that though, but it comes from within. You know what I'm saying? It ain't gonna stop. If you just saying it because God, you still haven't forgave it. If you, it's like it's not a genuine. It's not as genuine. It's like we was talking about the loving of God and all that stuff on some lives before. It's not as genuine if you only doing it because God told you to do it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you still holding whatever it is, and I'm just saying it. Just because you're saying it, I don't mean that you actually forgive them because it's gonna get brought up later down the line. You got to really figure out what this word forgive. Like people be saying they slang the word accountability out. They don't really know what that word mean. They're just saying it, right? It's just like you could say it all out your mouth, but your actions can show something different. So it's like that's what, like I said, a lot of times that's what we doing. We lying to ourselves. We be lying to ourselves. We can lie out our mouth, but then, like I said, the action be something else. So it's like we have to figure a way why, I'm going through this pain. Why did I say that I don't want to be forgiven? If I get forgiven or not, I done heard that so many times on here. It is what it is, the person, but everybody want it. Everybody want it. It sounds like it's still some type of hurt behind the situation that just haven't been addressed that you holding in to only say something like that. I don't think nobody should, want to say something like that. It is what it is or something. No, I'm going to flat out admit that, yes, I want to be forgiven because I know I make mistakes. And I know I don't have bad intentions for what I do. Or I try not to have bad intentions. Some stuff I might have back then, but now that I'm working more on myself, I don't try to
exactly.
have bad intentions behind what I do. Some people might do still have bad intentions. That means you still need to grow up. You still need to mature. You know what I'm saying? So it's like,
That's true.
I don't know how to explain that though, but
True. I understand.
yeah. But ain't like, that's not like I can say anything to change your. This thing you got to just probably figure out for yourself. I can only say so much to help everybody, but it's just like we got to realize what we be saying, what we doing, and how our actions is. Like I said, just because we use so much stuff to coat what's internally inside of us, because a lot of times we use people, we use we use a friend to coat how we feel. We use a drink, smoke, we talking to somebody to validate our feelings and stuff, but we still internally got stuff wrong with us to even still speak like that. That's how I be knowing people still be hurt. Like, you can't really lie to me because I done went through this stuff already. So it's like you have to figure a way to look at things through a positive type lens. You got to. You know what I'm saying? That's the only reason why I'm trying to do everything and focus on everything because it's a better way to live. You only got two options to live: in a negative type mentality or a positive. It only works two ways. Some people look, I'm neutral. It is what it is, but that makes no sense. That really don't make no sense either because it's like that means you just floating. You floating in there. I don't know to be mad. It's literally either or. You either positive mentality or you're a negative mentality. That's called either pessimistic or optimistic. That's the only two. That's the only two. What's the deal? Mia Moore? What's the deal? Welcome to the live. But my thing is, if you claim you a positive so-called person, nobody would say this deserving thing, right? You deserve this, all that stuff, whatever, and people wouldn't be talking about they don't forgive, or you know what I'm saying. So it's still, you still looking at some negatives in certain situations. You know what I'm saying? So that's just all how it is. Or you still damaged by something you still need to heal for. Like you literally, like even on this app, right? We're not using it. And I don't know what people use my stuff, my platform for, because I'm trying to better and help people. It ain't really just for entertainment, but some people might come in here for entertainment. But I'm telling you these things to better your life. Everybody. I'm telling about everybody to better all of our life. Like if there's some stuff I have to work on, you gotta talk to me about it because I want to do things to be better at. There's so much stuff I done learned being on this app from that I didn't know before. All these different personalities and all that stuff is helping me grow, right? A lot of people come on here to be more damaged. They go with people that that what's that called? That validate whatever their situation is. And it's like you want to get validated for the negative stuff so you can continue being negative, but you're gonna still be lost and I don't get this and all that stuff. It's like, bro, like you got to find this stuff out for yourself and start investing in something else. Then maybe start looking at some YouTube videos or something like that. But it do take self change. You got to change yourself. But people think like I said, we living in this world where everybody think that they perfect. Everybody think that I'm the only one that deserve to be forgiven. I'm the only one that can be unmalicious and all that stuff. Like, no, every last human is capable of all this stuff. All this stuff we be deeming on other people, we can do ourselves. So
Oh
it's
yeah.
like we gotta wake up. We gotta stop thinking only about our feelings only and realize this whole world is full of so many different emotions and stuff. That's just what it is.
Yeah.
If you are ignoring the negative just to call yourself positive, you're delusional. No, it's called maturity. That's something you probably just don't understand. That's what it's called. It's called a optimistic mentality. Because I can live in this world thinking negative though, but you have a choice to choose. Look at mentality, look at negative or positive. You know what I'm saying? But it's something you probably don't understand yet. It's just take growth. You know what I'm saying? So delusional, that's the wrong word you're using. You just, I mean, but I can understand probably why you're saying that, but it's
You know,
delusional to you.
I
But
think
a person
I
that
think that
grew or that's
I
mature, they know they exactly know what I'm talking about because they put in that work. They actually put in that work to
yeah,
actually understand what it is.
yeah. But Kevin, maybe it's like it is true. It's like, I believe in many things. There is a both side of the story, right? The two people can say two truths and they can be different and truth at the same time, right? So it to me is not about the problem. There are problems in society, in the daily life. Is to acknowledge with the appropriate kind of consideration, not out of emotion. You know what I mean? Is like, do not be fed. Okay, so there is a challenge here. Don't just take it straight negativity. It's like, see how you can evolve. How can you learn from it? You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
That's what it is. That's what optimistic is. With somebody trying to tell me a definition is looking at the positive in a negative situation. Of course, we know the world is full of negative and positive. That's what optimistic is. You know what I'm saying? Instead of always saying this is going to happen. What if this happened? I can't believe this happened. All this stuff. Like I said, you can. It's take work. You know what I'm saying? I used to be that person, right? What if this happened? Being worried, fearful, and all this stuff. But it do take time. You know, this stuff happened within what I started developing this mentality as if like 3 years ago, and it's still working on it. It's trying to better at that situation. Anything I feel because I chose to, look at things in a better type way. Because at the end of the day, we don't have control of neither one of them because it's going to happen negative and positive no matter what. So why not focus on the good stuff? Because everybody in this world, otherwise you just a robot and you just like anybody else. Because everybody else, majority of the time, what they actually said that I looked it up. It actually said it is a good handful of people that actually think. But I guess it depends on where you live at and stuff. Because it's a lot of people that have an optimistic mentality too, more than what we thought. It's pumped in majority. A lot of people that it's a little bit more that have a pessimistic mentality too. So
I have a little story to share to really make the point why I am optimistic. Because how do we learn? We learn from our experience, right? So about 2 months ago, I was in my healing journey, and I really, really firmly believe that my area where I was living, it was not suited for me. Too much low vibration people, yada, 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 yada. So I was ready to move, right?
mhm,
Well, fast forward a month later from the last time that I had this thought process. So I'm already packing. I'm ready to go. That sounds, I'm decided. So I go for a walk, and everything that I believed, a change in that walk. The
mhm.
surrounding, the weather, the people. Is like, where are all these beautiful people been all
That's a
my
deal,
life?
Terre Haute.
You know what I mean? It just dawned me that it was my energy. It
Mhm.
was how I felt that it was projected on the outside. So
Yeah,
that taught me personally a lot. So when we see negative constantly, either we need to stop taking that kind of energy or question why I'm attracted by negativity, why I'm comfortable in negativity.
Right.
right?
I be feeling
It's like,
sad.
yeah.
I be feeling sad because, like I said, you know what I'm saying, I've been that way, you know what I'm saying, and I be seeing it. I see myself in a lot of people too, and it's like I can't get mad at a person that think like that. I just, you know, I can only hope the best and hope that they be able to see this stuff for themselves. That's all I do. Because it's like I can thank God that He gave me the mentality to grow through these situations and stuff and realize, you know, what's most important in this in life in general. And it ain't about happiness or feeling good and all that stuff. It's just about trying to do the right thing, you know. But a lot of people just, like I said, so many people grow up with the mentality of, you know, this is me, this is my life. I'm only, you know, focusing on me and all that stuff, and it can care less of what happened to other people or how they think. But me being a caring person, you know, I had to focus on how, even though I'm living my life the way I wanted to, it's just I don't want to affect others in the process or hurt them, you know, because I could be one of them people that get, you know, that been like that. That's just like these people that get into a toxic relationship, get hurt, and then start, which I think I was, you know, I think I was like that at one point. I was like, you know, probably got hurt and like, all right, now I'm messing with the 3L5s and I forget, then they gonna be my band-aid. But then again, while I'm doing that, I'm probably damaged. Even though I was never like a doing no player type stuff, but I was, you know, I let them know off rip that we just friends or whatever. But it's still, no matter how it is, you want to call it friends, the F buddies and all that stuff, it still affect them. And it's affect both ends, no matter what. That's the only reason why I became, you know, celibate and stuff, because it still affects either way. No matter if we want to put this little lie on our head and say that, you know, I don't have no fellas attached. No, they don't, it comes regardless. You know what I'm saying? It might not be the feelings that you wanted it, but it still affect you in some type of way. The fact that you sleeping with somebody, right, that ain't even that's gonna be there temporary. You're gonna have that mentality of, hey, they ain't nothing. They just something to sleep with. It's like, but it's just making it worse. You know what I'm saying? Just make it worse, and then make it worse on their end because they feel like that I'm only just a person for the night type situation. So it's like it's damaging on both ends. You know what I'm saying? So the heck. What the heck is a freaking ghost in the building? What is up? My boy Hormiga in the building. I had to double check and wipe off the. Is it who I think? Oh man,
Hello,
what
everybody.
is
I
the
didn't want to
deal,
stop you
man?
in the middle of what you were saying, you know?
Yeah, man. Yeah,
I'm chilling over here.
man. How you feeling, man? It's been 20 years, man. It's like, how you feeling?
20
I'll
years? It
tell you
sticks
how I'm
out being
feeling. Hold
around
up.
20 years.
I know. Is my junk
I'll
glitching?
tell you how I'm
Oh,
feeling right now. Look,
oh, there you go.
hold up.
Oh, my boy, a passport, bro. Nah, I think he out. It look like he out of sight, now.
Oh,
But Kev,
all day.
that
Look, this
was
is
a
how I'm
long
feeling right now.
time. The first time I jumped in your life, I met him. I remember
Mm.
having the conversation
Ooh,
also. Wow.
ooh.
Wow.
That boy at the
Well,
top building.
well,
I'll be scared. I'm scared of heights. My eyes can't take it. I
this
be
this
getting
is this
dizzy.
this this is how I'm feeling right now. Just chilling right now. You understand?
Hmm. Living a life like it's golden. Let me play that. Alexa, play "Living a Life Like It's Golden."
I mean, no, I'm chilling, man. I'm having my birthday weekend at Atlantic City. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay. It
It was Wednesday.
was Wednesday. Oh, happy belated, man. Do I got a cake or
Yeah,
something I can
Wednesday was
send up
my
there? Let me see
birthday.
something real quick. I got some money.
I heard what y'all was talking about, man. How y'all doing, ladies? How you doing?
So I have a question.
He
Is it
said, "How y'all
Gemini
doing?"
or is it Cancer?
I'm a
The
Cancer.
birthday.
Got a
Okay, okay,
chocolate cake for him
I'm
right
a
there.
I'm yeah. I am Cancer for sure.
okay. Okie doke.
It's
Thank
such
you
a
for
it's a beautiful life, man. You know, people need to breathe and
it
take it
is.
easy. You know what I'm
Like,
saying?
right, a couple of those.
Some long breaths, man. You know what I've learned of these
Mhm.
last couple of days? There's a difference between sound and noise. Sound is great, but when it becomes noise, it becomes
Mm.
toxic.
Okay, that do sound about.
Don't let noise come into your life. If somebody's venting to you, if somebody's going off at the ham, blah 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 blah, blah, just lower the volume.
Mm.
You
Okay,
see
I
the
see that blue
beautiful
sky over there.
sky?
Nobody wants.
All right, I see that blue sky over there.
Hey, where are you? Where are you?
UP, Michigan,
Oh, you in the Upper Peninsula?
Upper
Oh,
Peninsula.
Michigan. That's
Why you
Yeah,
what's
that
up.
close to me? Get away from me. Why you so close?
but
We
it's a
down here
gorgeous
taking in the
day.
smoke down here, man. The Canadian smoke
Wherever you
on.
are, wherever you are in life, life is beautiful because life is inside of you. It's not where you at,
Yep.
like physically. It's where you at mentally and spiritually. You know what I'm saying?
I like how you said that too. You make right. You make your life how it is. Nobody else. And it start right.
This
Start.
is what. Listen, for everybody that's paying attention and for everybody that's seeing this video.
Sorry, when you said hi, I had my mic off. I mean, hi.
Uh, oh, how you doing, love?
Oh, great.
I'm just saying that a happy place, a peaceful place, a place of love, a place of joy. It's inside of you, and you shouldn't have to rely on nobody or go to a certain place to get it. You're supposed to take that with you wherever you go.
Thank you. Thank
Spiritually, if you have to rely on somebody else, or you have to be in a certain place to be happy, you're off tune. You're not being in.
you. Mm-hmm.
Enjoy the moment. You know, if you're worried about the future, guess what? The future's coming whether you like it or not. That's anxiety. If you're thinking about this, now you're in ego and
Still
pride.
surviving.
Learn how to be conscious. Learn how to be conscious about today, right now, this moment. Breathe the air. Enjoy your blessings. Be appreciative so that the universe can continue to give you blessings. If you don't appreciate the things that you already have, what makes you think that you deserve to get more?
That's what I was taught my Lily earlier. Right. It's the little things first.
People eat 5 times a day. I gotta like eat 5 times a day. You're killing, you're killing yourself. If you don't want to be an old person in bed regretting what you didn't do, then do it right now. What's stopping you from doing your shit right now? I don't get it.
Mm-hmm.
Go outside, man. Go take a walk, man. Go do some sprints, man. You know, do some sit-ups, do something. Get your shit energized. Let's
You know,
go, baby.
Let's
on that
go.
one,
Right.
on that comment alone, I don't like Nike as a company. I'm not for corporate, but the commercial, just do it. That's
Just do it.
simple. When you're overthinking, you're in trouble. Just go for it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Got to.
that's a good place to be. Are you a noun or are you a verb? Do you like titles or do you like action?
I like that.
No, what are
I
you
like that
gonna
one
do?
right
You're
there.
gonna be the world, you keep blaming the world what you don't have. You're gonna keep being a victim of your own circumstances
Mm.
to your own demise. Wake up. Do something. Stop talking. Stop being in other people's pockets. You know what I'm saying? Stop worrying about everybody else. You know why? Because they ain't worried about you. They're not worried about you.
You know they be
Life,
verbs.
the
Verbs.
and you,
That done glitching. I can't tell.
it could be me.
I think it is. Yeah. Yours
It could
just
be me
like.
because I'm walking around. You know.
Oh, that's what.
Well,
All right. Certain
look.
areas you be good.
Well,
Some of
look. Am I good right now?
you should be good. Yeah, you should be good.
Okay. So then, look. I just wanted to say this, Kevin. I miss you. You're a good guy. Ever since I met you, you try to get the clarity that people are afraid of. You can't be afraid of clarity. You can't want clarity and then be afraid to what you're going to face and what you're going to hear. Yes, the truth hurts, but the faster you get in tune with the truth, the faster you can live a truthful life. You
Right.
want to live a life of denial? You want to live a life of unpleasantries? If you want to rely on everybody else so that you could feel good, you're on the wrong path, man. Get in contact with spiritualism, whether it's God, the universe, or nature, whatever you want to call it.
Mm.
Get in contact with the highest spirit. And I must say, and last but not least, if you don't keep your word, the universe is listening. So let the universe leave or believe in you if you don't keep your word. Keep your word. Whatever you say, do it. Otherwise, the universe will just take a step back and be like, this person is not serious. This person really doesn't want it. So bless yourself sometimes. Reward yourself. You know what I'm saying? Pat yourself in the back. Stop waiting for other people to dictate how you should live your life. Be happy. Joy, love, and peace. Speak the language of the universe, which is love. You know, and love is not a spoken language. It is a language of action.
Mm-hmm.
Love is not a title. I love you. Oh yeah, that's fine.
Exactly.
Show me. Show me that you love me. Your
Yep.
words mean nothing unless you show me. So I just wanted to leave you out with that positive thoughts. I think everybody here is going to have a beautiful day today. And if you believe it, guess what? It'll happen.
Optimistic. I like that. We were just talking
Let's
about that.
go. Kevin, we go back, but we go back in the day
For
in the
sure.
TikToks.
For sure. Right, right. Remember back in the day? Like, that's when we got to use that word. Back in the day.
Remember back in the days, like 6 months ago?
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Uh, you don't understand, put it inside. Son? So I'm gonna tap out, man. I love you guys. I'll talk to you guys soon, man.
All right. All right, Cashew. Thanks for coming through, man.
Peace, my brother. No doubt, baby. I got
Yeah, I know I'm muted. Yeah, we back. We back. We back. Dang, people left on me, man. I was just muted for a couple seconds, man. But yeah, yeah. That's them good words y'all heard, man. That's that optimistic mentality, you know, man. You got to look at the good even through the bad situations, man. You know, it's hard to do, but I think when we get to a certain age, sometimes you get to a certain age or so certain moment in your life to realize a lot of stuff just not worth holding on to. You know, so it's like, I mean, because you have a choice. If you want to sit here and look at everything negative in your life and all that, then, you know, that's the type of life you chose to live. But once you see a lot of that stuff just not worth it and that you just supposed to either learn, adapt, or grow from that situation, then you better live life a little better. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, you know, whatever you got caught in that situation or why you don't want to own up to why you feel a certain way towards certain people, certain behaviors and all that stuff, and you just, you know, you ain't grow from, you got an anger towards it. You just gonna be stuck. You're gonna be stuck, and then you just didn't find it within yourself. Sometimes, let me see something real quick. But you don't believe happiness is important. You said happiness is important. Joy more important than happiness, but it depends on the situation. I think happiness nowadays is more damaging than anything because people find happiness in any and everything, and into the wrong things too. So yeah, I wouldn't say it's important. It's not more important than peace. I put it that way. It's not important than love. It's not important than uh it's a lot of stuff is not more important than, you know, all of the feelings and emotions are important, and depending on how it's used and how you learn from it and avoidance of it, and you know, so all of it. So I can finding happiness is everything and being optimistic. No, just finding the, it don't have to be happiness. It's just finding the being understanding of a situation or finding the positive. Positive don't have to mean happiness either. Just because something positive will make it happy. You can get happy out of positive, but just like people be happy out of negative. So I mean that's why I'm saying happiness is that can be in both. So some people be happy for people like saying stuff like people deserve stuff like that thing I just got up there. They be happy off negative stuff. So that's not even concrete or true. Sure, happiness can be in either boat, either or. It's really a preference type thing. So that's the reason why it's not that important. More important. Everybody just dropped on me, man. But like I said, that's what Hormiga was meaning out that situation. It's like we gotta live life as best as we can, man. We gotta let go of whatever chains we got on us. Some comments in this live were filtered. Somebody put down something that was filtered, so I can't see it. Oh, we gotta. That's all I'm saying. We have a choice. That's our choices in life, though. Is to be those. Really, them two, for real. You know, so I could say somebody delusional for thinking negative, but you know what I'm saying, when I know it's positive in this world, you know, I could say, and just like vice versa, but I wouldn't look at it that it's just a way of life and the way of how you adjust your mind. So, you know, that's a subjective type opinion because some people think it's it's weird or something like that to not be like the norm. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you know, it is what it is. I look at it, whatever better your life that's limiting my questions about certain situations. You know, you're always gonna have questions, but my thing is if the questions that we ask, right, just in general, it's not for, if it's just for validation of our behaviors, right, or it ain't something to help me grow from a situation. You know, that's different from a person or asking me a question to grow or look at things from a better way. Like, why do people act like this? I'm not asking that to validate or validate my behavior or the way I feel so I can be vengeful towards a person, or, you know, I'm looking at it for me to overlook it or understand why this person might feel this way or treat another person better because this can be, you know, this could happen to me and all that stuff. Actually, that's how I learned how to forgive myself. Validation is, yeah, that's part of it though. But I said validate in like your behaviors or especially negative behaviors and stuff. It's not a good thing. People want a reason or a justification of their behavior so they continue being them. I keep getting thrown out your live. You must been tapping and swiping. That's what it was. Or it might be could be the app. Could be the app, man. But all they wanna say is that they don't really care about us. Oh, let me send this money to my father. Give me a second, real quick. Give me a second. Bought a Phantom 'cause I always wanted one. As I get older, I love exactly. That's what I think it's gonna take too, because a lot of this stuff. That's why I say and that came with maturity, right? Because when you realize how you find happiness just off of everyday living, right? Because you realize that a lot of people don't get to wake up and live. We spend so much of our lives complaining about situations because things ain't turned out the way we want it to be, right? And that's what it is. We live in that one type life, so stuff don't go. We live in the spoiled type situation. I deserve this, entitlement, all that stuff, and we don't really look at the bigger picture. That's why I be going back to this little deserve thing. I realize people that use that a lot is just, it's hurt or, don't know what forgiveness is and stuff. So that's why they don't see the importance of that. They're entitled to that. I'm supposed to wake up every day and live. I'm entitled that this must happen the way I want it to. And that's why I said this mentality is what's damaging everything. They even, if you look up the word entitlement, it said that is a narcissistic trait, right? And it said it's a toxic trait at the same time too, or it's a something like that, right? But it's like everybody, people got, and it takes it takes a lot to grow out of that. When you feel like you deserve something, or you feel like you must get this, or this supposed to happen away because I feel this work supposed, you know what I'm saying? You only damaging yourself. At the end of the day, and like I said, you set yourself up for disappointment because this world is not meant to revolve around your opinions and your feelings. It's just not. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you gotta let what is gonna be. You know what I'm saying? That's just how it is. That's life. Like really think about it. If we was to got everything we granted or we wanted in life, right? I don't even think the Earth would have even survived that long because everybody want or everything. You know what I'm saying? Everybody want people. I remember people grew up like I want the world and all that stuff. Like we can't get it. So it's obvious that this life ain't just for us. It's people that got unalive for us, right, to even live this type of life we live in today. You know what I'm saying? So some people lived a shorter life. They ain't had time to complain because they was worried about the next person rather than themselves. Some people sacrifice themselves for certain situations for us to sit here and still complain about our life. Like, no, why we got this such an entitled mentality to where and this spoiled, it's mixed with spoiled, and it's just all that stuff to where we not appreciative of what we got in front of us. We always go back to the back in the day that I can't believe we got to treat it like this, and it is what it is. Like, let's live a better new life today. Because how long we gonna keep on looking at the past and we trying to make a better future? Like, it's no way we're gonna ever grow if we still complaining about what happened billions of years ago. I can't believe somebody stepped on my grandpa's toe so long ago. I can't believe that. It's the silliest whatever. You know what I'm saying? Even if it was big or something like that, somebody unalive my in the war, and I can't believe that. And then you living your whole life off that. Like, when have you gonna have time to live your current life you get? Because your little feelings got hurt, or you still, you know what I'm saying? So it's like you would never grow because you stuck in this that my feelings supposed to feel good. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm gonna always stick with that title that I would rather live good than feel good, because it's like everybody be stopping their whole entire life because they felt bad. You deserve to treat me this way. You supposed to do this. We always telling somebody what they supposed to do and don't even tell ourselves what we supposed to do. You know what I'm saying? So it's just, it's crazy. This entitlement mentality is damaging. It's damaging to all of us, right? It's damaging you, and we got to grow from that. We have to. We have to. Because everything ain't gonna work the way we want to. It just don't work, and that's realistic. That's delusional, right? I remember you a whole bunch of used that word earlier. That's delusional, right? To think that thing's supposed to work the way we want it to work. That's what the delusional part is. You know what I'm saying? Let me see. I think it will take people to get more mature. They do that. It's a lot to do with maturity. It ain't even got to do with age. It's just the time that you realize what's most important in life, and the time you start learning to be appreciative of and looking at that, you know, that a lot of people, and that's what should have woke people up, especially 2019. There's so many people that lost their lives and stuff. You still here today and still complaining about the life you live in. It's sad, man. Junk is sad, bro. You should be happy every day of waking up, because you don't have to be here. Nobody have to be here. You know what I'm saying? So who sit here and keep crying about the past? Why are we still crying about the past? Why? None of us have to be here. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to live. And even that, a lot of us it's other people that love us, right? Or care about us. It's like, oh my gosh, we just so selfish. So many people is so freaking selfish, man. We got to grow out this selfish mentality. Why you worried about the next person? Why, you know what I'm saying? All this stuff because I care. You know what I'm saying? It's obvious that everybody only care about themselves, but I grew to realize that, you know, all of us need help. All of us do. Let me see some. Most hostility is built from being forced to forgive. Exactly. So you say that, then you got to learn on your own. Nobody can force anybody. You can only tell somebody something. You got to learn that on your own. And you're going to realize that a lot of stuff that has been forced or told to us was only for the betterment of our life. But if you living in this I need to be free and do what I want mentality, and then you're going to keep continuously taking on that damage and whatever the world got in front of you, because you so want to do what you want to do and stuff. Everybody want to do what they want to do, but that's just, like I said, it just don't work. And then you're going to be back unhappy again, right? Some people don't like being here, Kev. Waking up isn't seeing a blessing to everyone. And it's always a reason why. It's a reason why some people don't want to be here. It got a lot to do with hurt and damage and unhealed. You know what I'm saying? And stuff just happened in people's life. Nobody on earth that wakes up randomly for no reason and say, I don't want to be here. It just don't work like that. It's always a reason behind that situation. It always is. It's something that happened to them. Everybody want to live. Everybody do. But when something negative happened in their life, because if that was the case, because even our body tell us we want to live, you know what I'm saying? Our heart don't just stop beating because we don't feel like living. Or, you know what I'm saying? Something, it takes us, our own mentality of being hurt or taking that hurt and because we don't want to go through that feeling no more, that we take our own self out the game. So, like I said, it's nobody on earth. It's why somebody say that they don't want to live. So that's why I'm saying, like, it's always that's why I said we always got to ask ourselves why in certain situations. Stuff don't just happen for no reason. People don't come with these thoughts. People ain't negative for no reason. You know, if you grew up in an environment where it's people that's like that. When people are realizing to be thankful, more forgiving, and loving and all that stuff, wasn't forced, because it just got taught to them. They don't look at it the same way we look at it and stuff. They really live in that life and appreciative. People that's out on these streets and all that stuff, they can be like, oh man, I'm homeless and all this stuff or whatever. Good looks, my boy Rebel, how you feeling, man? But, you know, they still trying to make it. They still trying to live. They not giving up. They actually got more balls than the people that got more money than them. That's what's the sad part about it. Complaining even less. They complain even less, though. That's what's so sad. Like, we literally, a lot of us doing better than people in these streets and still crying. You need to be thankful you ain't one of them in the streets. But then the people in the streets, they more happier than you. Like, Make it make sense. That's why I'm saying this spoiledness and this entitlement mentality is what's damaging. And people, you probably don't realize it now, but you'll know. People will notice when we get older. You said you hear different voices. I'm going in and out. Is my stuff glitching? Let's see. Let's see. Is my stuff glitching? Let's see. Is my stuff glitching? That's weird. Or is it? So you can hear me? Okay, that's cool. That's cool. It's just about perspective. Perspective of what?
Sorry, I think that I was logged in two different live in the same app.
You was hearing? Oh, I know
That
what
was
you're talking
crazy.
about. With them two lives be
Oh,
playing at the same time. I was hearing that before too.
yeah. I was thinking, are they listening to each other? They deliberately talk
Are they
about each
talking
other?
over each
Like,
other? Right?
wow.
And there ain't nobody even in the box with me. That's what make it funny. That's how you know that junk got mixed in. Yeah, you said it's just about perspective. Yeah, it has a lot to do with perspective and the way you look at things. Exactly. But we have that choice of how we want to look at things. We have that choice. But just because we don't know
But
how
think
to
about
figure
this
it out,
way,
it's
though.
up to us to figure out how to get out of that situation. But that don't make it impossible because a lot of things is possible as long as we put our mind to it. Like that saying ain't
Yeah,
just a saying for no reason. It's like you gotta really want to put in that work. But some of us don't want it bad enough because we ain't been alone, long enough. That's the only reason.
sometimes.
That's the only reason why I got that mentality now because I've been alone enough and I've figured out stuff for myself rather than having somebody rub my back or take up for me, right? Or have to look forward to somebody else to heal me. You know what I'm saying? Once you find a way to heal yourself and figure it out and understand it for yourself, then that's when, what I'm saying, you figure it out. But it really take time to yourself. If you don't ever have time to yourself, then you probably will never figure it out. I ain't gonna say never, but it's gonna take you even longer to figure it out. Like like I said, I always wanted to be out of these chains from all type of negative stuff I had in my life, and I had to try to figure it out. I had to find another perspective or another way of viewing things so I can be out these chains because I believe, like I said, I believe everything happens for a reason, and that's how I look at it. That's the most positive way to looking at certain situations. So,
Exactly. It's the same like we said many times even in this life. It's like until we feel like we're a victim, we will stay in that kind of energy, victim mentality, right?
yeah,
But the time that we stop saying, why me? Why this happened to me? Is when we ask, why not me? What make me so special? Is
I
when
like
we
that.
overcome, right?
I like that. I like that. Exactly. That's where you be more appreciative. It could have been me. That's how I be talking all the time. This could have been me and all that stuff. That's why I got to be more thankful. Oh, that just happened to them. That could have been me. You know what I'm saying? All that stuff is like, it's all about your perspective or your way of looking at things and being more thankful. But I think once you have, and that's why I say all of us, and the only reason why I say about this entitlement and all that stuff, because like I said, I did the same thing. I'm not gonna speak on stuff. A lot of the stuff I either been through it or I've seen it happen with other people, and I realized that's why I realized all of us relate the same way. It's just all of us, we handle our emotions different, and and our mindset is different too. So that's just all it is. But I choose, like I said, I choose to focus on, trying to break out of situation as fast as I can. Even when, like, say this, if I get checked about something, of course I might be in my feelings real quick. You know what I'm saying? That ain't true. That this, and that. But then, believe me, I'm gonna try to think on why did this person say this about me, and am I really this way? You know what I'm saying? And then I'm gonna try to fix it as quick as I can, even if it ain't the same day. Maybe it take the next day or maybe a week or something for me to really figure it out. I take time to myself. I don't think that everything I say is just right and just live with it like, nope, they said this for no reason. There's no way that I have an attitude problem or there's no way that, that I'm stubborn or something like that. No, I sit here and think about why people saying what they saying. A lot of times some people just might say something silly in the comments or a troll be like, hey, your feet stink or something like that. But most of the time you got to think about that yourself is like, this person's just projecting or they just cracking or something like that. So, but I be realizing some people be like, you could tell them something serious like that can't be sick. That can't be true, or it ain't that, people like saying this word, it ain't that serious, or no, it ain't really that. Like, no, nobody's not gonna mention something if it ain't really that serious. It's obvious something somebody was observing of. I'm not really that big. I'm not really that. Why is people saying it? And you got to talk yourself and make it seem like you're gonna talk to yourself like it ain't really true. You know what I'm saying? Some of this stuff you just got to take to yourself like, no, why are they saying this? You got to really figure this out. And maybe
Wow.
some of the stuff true, some of the stuff might be not true, but you got to figure this out yourself.
Yes, and that also with balance, right? Because I spent 50 years of my life really believing in the lies, right? It's like either a person is gonna tell you something to raise you above or drag you down. It's up to you to have the common sense to understand if this is gonna help you or is out to get you, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Because what they say is like the road to hell are all paved with good intentions. You know what I
Mm.
mean? Mm-hmm.
Mm. Let me see. So I'm trying to get on this, order some food. I'm hungry. But yeah, man. Like all this stuff I'm saying, I know it's not easy, but that's the point of what I do, man. I just try to bring awareness to certain situations. I try to motivate. I try to, and that's the only reason why probably I come off harsh and stuff, whatever. Some people say it about me. You know what I'm saying? So all this stuff I go straight forward, and it's up to anybody to try to figure this out themselves of why I'm saying what I'm saying. It's either, and that's what it
Yeah,
is. I've can't. The thing is, I deliver the message and you take it how you take it. I can't.
this is
I
true.
huh?
No, that's true. But
Oh.
Kevin, I want to tell you one thing, really. I really like how you think the topic that you put because I can see for how you speak, how you reflect, you did the work on yourself, right? The point that we need to understand that we need to be our own judge, is like somebody else tell me, even with good intention, how I should be with me will not reside because I have to understand it to a deeper level. So this is how I try to see, and that's how I see you. It's like you are the beam of light for the people that they're looking for light, right? You cannot help somebody that it's comfortable in their darkness because it's gonna fight
Right.
you tooth and nails,
Yeah.
right?
They will. They will though, and that's all of. And like I say, I can understand that too because I've been that way too before. So it's like that's the thing is like that's what it is. I realize that I understand people more than they understand me a lot of the time. Some people might know my intentions, but they just don't want to, own up to it or tell themselves the truth. You know what I'm saying? People like lying to themselves for most of their life until the truth finally hit them in their face, or where they can't turn away from it anyway. So that's just how
Yes.
it is. But, I try to tell people the truth early. So, it's up to you to try to address it. You can, like I said, we can come with so many excuses about the truth. But the truth is the truth no matter what. You could try to sweep it under the rug or something like that, but it's still going to be there no
You know
matter
that there
what.
is a song. There is a song that says exactly those words. Have you ever heard from Katy Perry, rhythm? No, chained to the rhythm, right?
Mm,
And that's what he says. Like, are you feeling good in numbness? That
mm-hmm.
you put the pain, you sweep the pain under the rag, or the mat, whatever. But it's so true. Explain how society is, right?
Yeah.
I am a lover of my house. Never felt this way before I grow from my pain, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because being an empath, Kevin, is like when you do this life, I know that your driven desire is to help people, right? Because that's the empath. They call us that way. To me, humbly speaking, I think we should all be like that. We should all have each other back. We should all
Exactly.
wish the best for each other. I don't want to just be wealthy. I want everybody to be wealthy with me. The point is, and it's very crucial that one to understand, that to become better, you have to put in the work. It's hard. It's no walk in the
Exactly.
park. It's a lot of emotion, Kleenex. Not fun by any means, but it's so worth it. At the end of it, I'm here, and I think that I can include you in this. We're here to say it's hard, but it's possible because we did it. So can you?
So I got a question now, man.
Yeah.
I got a question for Lion. Cause I'm trying to see. It's like, I don't know. I understand what you do and all that stuff. I know you like let people think and all that stuff, but I'm just trying to get like I want to know if I'm just like wasting my breath. I be wanting to know sometimes because it's like I be saying so much, right? I say so much, and it's like it seems like you just wait to pick out the stuff I say that don't resonate with you, and then you just talk about that, right? So it's like I be wasting my breath I be trying to help, right? I try to help, but it's like you rather look at the negative parts of it. Well, I don't think about it in this way, and you should. It's like at the end of the day, like what is the purpose? What be the whole purpose? Is like, do you want to grow, or do you want to better yourself, or anything, or
Do you want to know my answer to that? How I'm happy?
this it's weird. I don't know. It's
Can, can,
confusing now because it's like,
can I say how you help to me? It's
dang, she
like
got me when I rubbed
when
my
I
eye.
hear you, when I hear you state in your mind, sometimes in your life, you have a rebuttal, right? Which means you have no problem with the person, just the thought. It's like whatever you're thinking, I disagree, but I don't resent you for that.
Mm-hmm.
And to have the courage to stand for your truth, even though you are 100 against one, that's so hard.
Yeah.
So
So
I
hold on real
respect
quick.
that of you.
I gotta get this, man. So that's why I said stuff like this, right? It's like, that's so funny. So you said, and that's what I'm saying. You try to. It's like I noticed that. I think you and your husband be doing that sometimes, man. It's like you wait. Yeah, like is that your whole goal is to try to find to see if I'm a contradict myself or something like that? It's just weird. And then the thing is, I'm not trying to say that you got to agree with anything on what I'm saying. You don't have to agree. I'm just saying, are you at least trying to understand what I'm saying rather than sitting here waiting for me to slip up or say something wrong that don't resonate with you, right? And then try to take out of it just to keep your same mentality you got. Because at the end of the day, I'm not saying none of this stuff to hurt anybody or damage them. Like it's like I'm try my best, right? To get people like you telling me. It's like I'm trying to get people to look at positive. You like, no, people gonna be negative. Like, what is the point of that? I understand people gonna be negative. I understand all this stuff. It's like, do you want people to grow? Just because, right? Just because I want to look at stuff positive. Well, optimistic don't mean that. It got to be like, bro, like at the end of the day, like I want the best for people. It's weird. I just want the best for people. So why do I got to get pushback on every last thing? Because like I said, it's fun to me to a certain extent, but it's like then again, it's like what is the purpose? I don't get it. It's like, do you want to better your life? Do you want to feel better? Do you? I mean, I don't get it. It's like then it's
Okay,
just
put
wild,
it
bro.
this way.
It's
Maybe
like,
this
are you
will make
trying to
sense.
understand anything I'm saying? I'm not asking nobody to agree with anything with me. I'm just saying, try to understand. That's all I'm saying. It's not like I'm sitting here trying to look for every little thing that you saying wrong, and that's what I say. Then you came with this, right? Hold up. Now you focusing on the negative, right? So it's like you're purposely trying to say anything to. That's what I noticed. You're trying to do something to try to see if you're gonna find me contradicting myself, or you just want somebody to look stupid or something like that. I guess that's what you trying. That's what you do and stuff or whatever. I don't know. But I do, like I said, it's fun. It's fun to a certain extent to give a difference of opinion, right? But then you still have to. You got to figure a way to try to understand the next person rather than have your own mentality. Like I can say, like the stuff that you say, I can tell you that I understand a lot of your stuff, and I will explain to you how I understand it. But it's like you pick what you want and just be like, let me wait till this person slip. That's why I said I've been noticed it about it. I've been noticed that. You pick one you want to do just so you can stay in your same mentality of whatever you want to be, or negative or whatever. I don't know. But my thing is, I'm a person that been healing in different situations. I want to you. That's the reason why I got this topic. I want everybody to find a way to forgive. I want people to find a way to look at positive inside negative situations. This is my whole goal. To stay in the way you want to do. Then do. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? But you assume, like I said, you said I don't understand you. You assume that because I'm not acknowledging the point of view because it's a negative type point of view. That's just how it is. I'm not about to acknowledge that because I grew out of that situation. I'm trying to give you a positive way of looking at things. That's all it is. That's all it is. None of this stuff I'm saying is going to try to damage anybody. None of it. That's not my intentions. Just because I'm telling some people to look at stuff in a positive lens, how is that damaging somebody? I don't understand it. I don't.
Can I give you? I hear you. I hear you. It's like I'm gonna put you is an example to make you see how much I'm connecting what you say. I have children, grown children, right? And most of the time, I see them that they do things that they're not to their best interest. But then I am trying to be better self, so I try not to be an hypocrite because I need to take responsibility that if my children are the way that they are, part of that, the way that they are, it's almost part of my input, right? So if 20 years ago when I had them, my mind frame and my growth, it was limited. Today is different. How can I say what I taught you 20 years ago, wipe that out and now do it this way? I can't. So the only way that I can try to be the light or guide them is almost by asking them the question and let them answer their own question. Because the point that I come across as I'm trying to make you eat my meal, that's rude. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because people will come defensive. So maybe it's the approach. To me, it's never about the message. It's always in delivering. We can always be better. That's all I'm saying. And that
I,
is in
I
a positive way.
I never said that. I never said that you are a problem. I'm just putting to notice of what you're doing. That's all it is. I'm just saying that what you doing right there, you will never grow. Because if I'm trying to get you to look at things through a positive lens, you want to have backlash every time. That means you want to stick to how you feel. My whole goal on this app is to give people a better way of looking at things, to motivate people, to get the best advice I can, even if I know or not. But I don't, my thing is I'm trying to get people to get out this victim mentality. I want people to, do the best they can. You know what I'm saying? That's all it is. So it's just, why, like, and I mean, it's a lot of people, and you're not the only one that do that. You know what I'm saying? You don't do that. It's just a lot of people that's literally in their whatever. There's something that's holding them back to why they got pushback when something positive is being said. They're gonna come with every excuse to why you shouldn't be there, but this happened. But okay, of course, we know how to life is life at the end of the day. Life gonna be life. She has
Kevin,
grown
I
so
don't
much in
know
the
if you
past
have.
month alone, but hold on real quick. But month alone, but you don't see her on the daily. That has nothing to do with what I'm saying. Like I'm saying, oh my gosh, I never knew it was really
Ke-
this hard, bro.
Kevin,
This has nothing to do with a personal situation. It's what is being said and done, right? If people by now, right, especially y'all two, right, y'all know what I'm on this app to do. It's to better people, right? Why would I keep
yes,
giving out negative messages, even if we know it's like, right? We know it's negative. We know it's bad stuff. We know people got hurt. We know all that stuff, right? So it's
they got
like,
her. Can you hold a second? There is Aku. Do you know Aku? Can you invite her in the box? She's an awesome person. You're gonna like her a lot. Aku. Aku Wellness. About healings and stuff. She has some gems.
and the only reason why I'm like this is just because it's just sad. This junk is sad to me, and I do hope the best for everybody. It's just sad that, like, because it's just because I care, right? It's just sad that people is actually thinking like this, though. It's really sad to me, and it's not to try to belittle nobody or anything, but it's just like we got to grow up. We have to grow up. We got to mature. We have to. What's up, Tiziana?
Last thing I'm gonna say. So I went through a lot of trauma, right? And when you overcome trauma, you remember the forgiveness part. So at one point of my TikTok, I came to an enlightenment moment, right? So I thought this: people that abuse young children, like it happened to me, they probably learned when they were children because they were abused themselves, right? That
Yeah.
was so, like, I want understanding for what I went through. At one point, I have to be sympathetic with even them, that they went through all the lifetime without getting the knowledge that what happened to them is wrong. Do we admit that there are people like that? Just because I dare to say that, I had 157 hate messages calling me that I was a child molester. I wasn't justifying nobody. I was just having a process thought out loud. That it was just true, statistically speaking. But you understand?
Mm.
Like, how does that happen that trying to enlighten people, make understand healing, now I become an abuser? That drove me for a loop. So I got you when you say, I'm here trying to help and they're fighting me like I'm here trying to do wrong. You know what I
That
mean?
was actually a saying I was saying yesterday. I learned that it's people they hate you because you love them. I thought about this like some days ago. I realized that stuff. It's like even when you speak the truth, they feel like you going to. I can't. It's so truth or subject. But I'm saying if you speak something about their life or behavior or something like that need to be corrected, they feel like you're attacking them. The only reason why you saying it or addressing it is because that you're looking out for them, so they don't make the same mistake, or so they don't feel a certain way. Because it's like stuff have to get addressed. You got to address a problem to get a solution out the situation. You know what I'm saying? But people just feel like they are their behaviors. That's what I be saying. People think that they whatever they want to do. You are better than whatever you can be. And that's what that's what I try to tell people, like the signs and all that stuff that people be in and all that stuff, like you bigger than your sign. Whatever your stuff say, you bigger than that. You bigger than all these things though. And it's like people just and this is my thing, and this gave me more, and it's my fault for being right. And this was just happened. I got too passionate because I care about people, right? I did tell myself yesterday, right? It's just gonna be people in general. It's gonna be people in general, right? That I gotta realize that some people just don't want to be helped. You know what I'm saying? Some people don't want to get help, so I will have to. I gotta continue doing what I do, right? It's either people gonna take it or not. So it's like I can't. Just like I said, you can't keep bringing yourself down to help somebody that don't want to be helped themselves. So that's something that I just, I didn't, that I got to focus on, right? Because I mean, it is hard. It is hard when you care about everybody. That's the whole point, this purpose of me being on, because I care and stuff. So
And
it is hard to do that, but the only reason
on
why
that
I
note,
addressed that situation, huh?
No, on that note, when you're done, is like Aku, she can tell you something. She's on the TikTok trying to help people, and she can tell you more about it. So this is perfect because she knows something about people not helping themselves.
Peace, peace, God and Goddess. How are you guys doing?
What's up? What's up?
I see. They're stressing you out, huh? You like, nah, I get
It'd be
it. The
like that.
people that we are fighting for fight us all the time. I get it all the time. All the time, right? You always have at least that one person talking the BS in the comments. But this is why, though. A lot of people still living the victim mindset,
Right.
right? That we have to get, and that's why even with especially our Black community, we have been victimized for so long, and many don't know how to get out of that mindset. But the thing is this: your past is relevant to your present as far as healing your traumas, but your past shouldn't dictate how your present is right now. And a lot of us, we are allowing our past experiences to control the present. And that's where the problem is. So that's what we talk about, getting into your shadow. Tap into that shadow and do the shadow
Right.
work. You know, the shadow work, is it a scary place to be in? Oh yeah, it is. Because the shadow work, you're gonna see a lot of stuff in your shadow that may even make you hate your parents, right? Because you're
Mm-hmm.
gonna remember something that was done to you as a child, and you'll be like, man, how can you, right? But it's necessary. So you're not out here triggered. A lot of people even get triggered when you talk about a good relationship with your dad or a good relationship with your mom, because they didn't have that. They feel attacked. They feel
Yeah.
attacked. You know, that's not my fault. I didn't have my dad till I met my dad one time in my life when I was
Mm-hmm.
22. And that's it. But I'm not sitting here and victimizing everybody because I didn't have a father.
Good
I was
one.
sexually abused, but I'm not sitting here and victimizing everybody just because I was sexually abused. I was physically abused, all of that stuff. Most of us have been through that. But a lot of us that are in the space that we are in right now and pushing positivity and all that stuff, we didn't get here overnight. It took work. It took a lot of nights of crying by yourself. It took a lot of solitude, removing yourself from people. It took a lot of going within yourself. But a lot
Mm-hmm.
of people aren't doing that. A lot of people are not facing. It's easier to point the finger and say, oh,
Mm-hmm.
it's them. Oh, it's the government. Oh, it's the white people. Oh, it's this. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
it's that. You know, what
Yeah.
are you
But
asking yourself? Yes, love.
Aku, let's be honest about the old truth, right? We are facilitated by the system to avoid our feeling and emotion, because you can go on the tablet, you can go drink, you can go get high. I mean, there is plenty of option to stay numb. So it's a struggle for
It's called a
somebody. It
cope.
was a
It's just coping.
struggle for me too, but it's worth it. It's worth it. Sometimes you think I'm doing everything right, and why this happened? Guess what?
Right.
It's how you use, like, is this a challenge, or is this gonna make me better, or I'm
Exactly.
just gonna lay back and just take it?
Mm-hmm.
No, it's like
So
resilience is the
Right.
key,
let
because
me
we all
get
go
this
through
comment
pain.
real quick though, cause y'all got it though. I like, okay, I do like, you do right. I like a cool. I do like her. Yeah, you got some good people. Huh? You be hiring some people for me, man. Say no, I'm talking to you. So let me get on this comment right here though. I just wanna. So, man, now you said that can't we all grow together by analyzing different perspectives? And I heard you say there's a lot though, but it's different. So perspective, that's not the problem. It's really trying to debunk a positive message by putting negative, obvious things that's already been addressed, or that's, you know what I'm saying? A lot of stuff is kind of obvious. Of course, we know it's negatives and positives, like I was mentioning, right? But it's like when you, like somebody trying to bring somebody to a good road or a better way of looking at things, then you throw in there, but what about the people that go through this, right? So it's like what is your whole purpose of throwing the obvious in there? To It's like basically saying, telling the next person, no, don't look that way because bad can happen. Like, that's no type of way to give nobody a jump start or any hope, right? The whole thing is I'm trying to give hope in any situations, if it happened or not. But the whole is, I'd rather do that to give people, let people know that it's possible, right? But you the type like, well, some stuff is just impossible. It's like, bro, that has nothing to do with different perspectives. Stuff is obvious, but it's just a way you view things.
Right. The
I'm trying
thing
to
is this
uplift people. I'm
though.
not trying to. I'm not trying to hurt people or debunk people. Like, nah, I mean, it can happen. You might get the job or not. No, I'm letting them know you work hard enough. You can get it. I'm gonna give them a whole different perspective. I'm not about to give them no doubt. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
you
That's all.
can't you can't give people solution with lying to them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Someone comes to me and they say they want to lose weight and they ask me if they're fat. I'm gonna tell them, yeah, you fat. I'm not gonna be here and say, oh no, you not fat. Right? But that's what people want to hear. Someone
Oh,
will
shoot! I'll be
know.
right back. Hold up, y'all.
Someone will be like, what? 300 pounds. They know they're overweight, but they're gonna ask me if they're fat. And then they expect me to say no. I'm not the type that if you say fat. If you're skinny, you're skinny. We just got to, as a society, we have to stop being so sensitive. Not
Yeah,
everything is to attack you. Some stuff are what? To better you. That's what we talk about, constructive criticism. We don't have that anymore. What happened
exactly.
to that? What happened to
Exactly.
constructive criticism?
Aku, do you know what I say to in my healing journey to my friends? And that I don't see them often, but it was this when they ask me for advice, is like, do you want me to lie or tell you the truth? Because, sometimes by telling them or give them your best advice, they look at you like you just slapped them in the face. So I understand that the truth sometimes is hard to take, but yet it's still the truth, and yet you have to find a way to let it go down with grace. Don't despair. We are all imperfect. We all messed up. I am the first one raising my hand. I'm not perfect. But to be aware of that, that is the building block to start a new beginning.
Right. Like for me, anybody who knows me knows that if you want an honest answer, you come to me because I ain't gonna lie to you. Because I expect the same from people. Like if I ask you something, no, don't lie to me. I already know the truth may hurt sometimes. So I expect honesty. That's the only way you better yourself. Imagine if you're around friends that are always clapping for you when you're wrong, which I learned that in my 20s. Some friends will literally clap for you even when you're wrong. So if you're around those people, you're never gonna grow. Life is about growth. You gotta be around people who are gonna sometimes make you feel uncomfortable, because in that uncomfortableness is where we find growth.
Absolutely. And it's funny to me that it's like I'm an empathetic person. And by that, what I mean is like, it's just me. It's like when I'm in an environment or on a live or even in society, I make sure that I make people feel around me the way that I want to feel around them, right? And that comes respect. We can have difference of opinion, but I will not get off my game just because I'm uncomfortable, right? And my triggers today, I no longer take them with anger or, it's like denial, but I just remove myself from the situation, and then I go in solitude to process. Why was I triggered? What did he say? Was there some truth? Is that process that we all have to do by ourselves in order to become better.
Right, it's a process. You gotta, cause we can lie, we can come online, people come here and lie, people can go to their friends and families and lie and all that stuff. But one person you cannot lie to is you. You can't lie to you. You got to be honest with you, cause that's the person that you face every day. That's the true person. You know, they say, well, we all have three faces, right? One that we show our families, one that we show the world, and the other one that we don't show anybody. That third person is who everybody gotta face. As long as you don't face that third person, oh yeah, you're gonna be working out here mad and triggered and all that stuff. Because a lot of your triggers are not even from you, they're from your past.
That is so true. Another thing that I'm looking the past society and today's society after internet, right? So this is what I believe. We're people of energy, right? Either you're drawn by positive or negative, right? But with the
Right.
internet, people are staying in the home. They no longer have that exchange of energy or see different people from yourself. So by staying between in closed door, if you don't have a basic of good or that building block within yourself, you're going to be messed up, because now you just have the idea that they are based on the information that you're taking. You don't have an association with the exterior. So that balance that you need, it's gone. So that's also is like, that's why when I could say, go outside, put your feet in the ground, is
Right.
like, do it.
Yeah.
Self-care is the first thing that you need to learn to be better.
Yeah. And that's why I tell people like, sure, the thing is we live a life of coding and trying to feel good for the moment and stuff. That's the reason why I'm so big on saying that I rather live good and feel good. Because like everybody like want that with that instant gratification, right? So it's like people will use, and it's the main things that happen. People use other people to make them happy as much as they want to say they're happy, right? People use uh, liquor and drugs, right? Somebody that got to smoke every day. I got to have my blunt and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Even the coffee drinkers. That's how deep I'm about to get right now, right? It's a reason why you drinking coffee. You know what I'm saying? There's no way you should not drink coffee then you stressed out. I always ask myself, if anything I'm stressed out about, I got to ask myself, why am I stressed? You got to go to the source of why, because stuff just don't happen for a reason. So it's like we have to figure a way to where we can find a way to be stress free or stop looking at things negative ways. We got to find that within ourselves. You know, and it shouldn't take another person for that, and it shouldn't cost no money for that. A lot of this time, it takes simple meditations. It take maybe prayers, certain
Eating
stuff like
right.
that.
Eating
Yeah.
right. That's the main thing. Eating right. Because especially the blood, the animal blood. Like, you know, when we eat the animal, we transferring, we think we eating, but no, you eating death, one. And then we transferring the trauma of the animals in us, right? Energy can never be destroyed. It can only be transferred. So when you eating the animal, you transferring the trauma, the sadness, the anger, all that stuff now has been transferred in you, right? Plus then we're dealing with our own childhood trauma. So now that's double trauma. So instead of having a double trauma, you can easily eliminate that animal trauma just by eating better. Like eat better, and food is not just what we put in our mouths. Food is, we're feeding people right now. We're feeding each other right now. This is food right here. Food is what we see, what we hear, the people around us. All that stuff is food. That's why we have to be so intentional with everything we do. Because you were saying it, they give us stuff to escape, right? They give us stuff, even food. Some of us escape to food, not even understanding the concept of food. I say this, and Tiziana knows this. Show me your plate, and I will show you your emotion inside. Because every food that we eat is correlated to our emotion. And I'm going to break down really quick. If you are addicted to sugar, that means you have issues receiving and giving love. If you are addicted to bready foods, that means you have issues with insecurity. If you are addicted to salt, that means we say, why are you so salty, right? If you are addicted to salt, that means you have issues with anger. You redirecting anger with salt. If you are addicted to crunchy foods, that means you have anxiety issues. And if you are addicted to creamy foods, that means you have nurturing issues.
I like that.
So
She's going.
when you have that knowledge now, okay, if I'm craving ice cream all week, where am I locking the love? Am I not loving myself enough? Okay, because sometimes we look for stuff outside of ourselves, but that's not how it happens. You gotta give it to yourself first, and then you're gonna attract it on the outside. You can't. Nobody can give you love if you don't love yourself. How can I
Right.
love you if you don't even love yourself? You can't give anyone anything you don't have. If I ask you for a
Exactly.
cup of water right now, and if you don't have water, you can't give me that. A lot of us, that's the thing. A lot of us, we get in relationships not even understanding what we want or who we are. I'm a perfect example. I'm a divorcee, right? When I was married, shoot. When I was married, I was so traumatized. I didn't even know what healing was, you know? And that played a lot in the marriage. That played a lot. And that's what we do. And I didn't even know myself. I didn't even know what I really liked, what I didn't really like, right? Because I was just operating off of what I knew from my parents, from the school system, from everyone who raised me. Now that I rebirth myself, oh, I know exactly what I want. I know what I don't want. The rebirth part is so imperative. Everybody must rebirth themselves. Because if you don't, you are not going to live a fulfilled life.
I love it. I love it, man. Why you gotta keep being right,
Okay,
Tiziana?
get
Why do
used
you
to
gotta
it.
keep being right?
Go, Kevin. First of all, I wanna take a moment to take this in, because we have 10 people in your life, right? To me, Aku really helped me personally to be a better self. And she has so much knowledge. And what she say to me is true because I lived it. What she said, it didn't cost me an arm and a leg. Now there is a bond that it's there, right? It's been a change in the positive. So just get you guys in the same life because you're thinking alike. It's beautiful to see. And I hope that everybody enjoy listen to my friend Aku as much as I do. But
Yeah.
it's a process of learning. The fact that tomorrow I'm going to be a better self because of today, that's fact. Because I choose to. I choose to learn every day. I want to be humble every day. If I
Right.
don't feel uncomfortable, I'm not leaving.
Yeah. So hold on real
So
quick. So Lion, you said if my perspective and existence is offensive to you, I have no problem removing myself. But if you feel that way, what you talking about? Why you saying that?
we're
Is you
talking
you is
hypothetically.
you with your husband? Take it. I want you to get on his or let y'all. Is y'all in the same house? I want y'all to come in the box, man. Cause
Can
I'm
I
trying
say
to
one
see if
more
I can
thing?
bring some type of understanding. I don't get it. I don't get it.
I want to make one thing very is like this is how I take, and I think that Aku and I think Kevin is like every day is almost is like when I meditate and I said I wonder why that happened. What am I have to learn from this? Guess what? When I'm done with my meditation, either I go online, either I go on the TV, something will come showing my face to make me understand better. And sometimes can be somebody else's story that I found. So let's understand that when we talk here, we're just going like, how you say, free falling. It's like we don't have a plan in the conversation. It just organically goes. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm just trying to get
So
this
the people with the
situation
low
because
frequency have to again eat right so you up your frequency. That way when you are around people who have frequency, you don't feel low of yourself. I see that all the time. You know, the people the ones with the low frequency, they don't even understand what we talk about a lot of times, right? They don't understand it. And instead of asking questions, they get triggered. you know, especially when we go into religion, when we go into food, people be like, "Oh, I need meat for protein." No, you don't. You only say that because you've been used to. They told you in the school system that you need meat for protein. A lot of time when people say, "Oh, I need meat for protein," and you ask them, "What is protein?" They don't even know what protein is, right? Or they say, "Oh, you are a conspiracy theorist." I'm like, okay, do you know what conspiracy theory means? They don't even know what it means. So a lot of us are just picking up stuff off TV and just repeating them. Do your own research. Do your own. TV is there to program your mind. That's what it is. Television, lying to your vision. So you gotta do your own research, and that's the thing too.
hmm
They say, "Why? It's an insult to my people." They say if you wanna hide something from a black person, put it in a book. What? We read. Let's go back to reading, y'all. We read. We love to read. A lot of us love to read. Let's go back to that. And also, don't. I always say, don't take my word for anything. Go do your own research. I can give you the sources. You go look stuff up yourself.
hmm
I don't know about
So
yourself, but myself, I take my decision based on my experience, right? So when I decide to go plant-based, I was like, I love that meat. I used to love goat meat and spices. And then one time I took one of the best steaks, right? I cook it and then I got a piece of pineapple, right? I cut the steak and I put it in my mouth and I just went through the motion. I see my extra saliva I need the extra chewing. It wasn't pleasurable, you know, maybe when I got full, it felt okay. But then here comes the pineapple. When I put a piece of pineapple in my mouth, it was easy to eat. It was like a burst of life, right? My body was accepting this, you know. So that's why I say I no longer eat to just fill myself up or numb myself up. I eat to give good nutrients to my body to function right, to make me clear in my thinking, balancing my emotion. There is so much more in the food that they're not teaching us. They teach us how to write checks, but they don't teach us how to learn about our body. Isn't that crazy?
So, her, I just want to talk to. So, Midnight, is that both of y'all there?
No, she's in the other room. I'm working right now.
I want to talk to both of y'all.
Well, okay, but I'm working, so like,
Oh, I got you. I got you, man. If I didn't know that you was working, I wouldn't have brung you up if you was working.
nah, it's all good, man. I
But
work from home for the most part, so
oh, okay, I got you. I
I'm
got you.
working on some server stuff and doing some important maintenance. But I think one of the problems is that she feels that one of her things is she tries to gain understanding through asking questions and looking at all perspectives and not just a single viewpoint. And so she tries to ask questions about, you're on positive, right? And so a lot of her questions are going to be about negative things because she wants to understand where you're coming from and what you're talking about and what you're doing. But if that's from what it seemed to me, it seemed like you were kind of going off on her about asking those kind of questions. And so I feel like if she feels that um, those kind of questions aren't warranted and the things that like everything that she does isn't warranted, then she doesn't need to be a part of the community.
So, my question about that, right? What is the purpose of those questions? Because it's always an agenda behind everything. Why somebody say what they say or ask
To
what
gain,
they ask.
to gain perspective on your thought process.
Yeah. So I'm gonna put it this way then, right? So if I say, I want y'all to, try your best in the job, try to get you a raise or something like that, or try to do the best you can so you can become a better person. And then the question be like, well, some people it's not meant to do that. Some people might not make it or something like that or something. So, like, what would be the purpose of me saying the obvious, even though I know if some people is not going to do it, if I'm telling other people to do it, right? What would be the
Because
purpose of saying the other perspective?
if you're a positive influence, you can take that question and say, for those people who can't do this, this is another route for you, and then you can give a perspective in a positive light on how that individual can do something better.
What was the
Okay,
question?
and I do that too. I do that too, though. But then
I,
again,
I,
how much
so
pushback do it take? How many perspectives got to be taken, right? So even if I did say that, y'all could, because it's like we're
there's
gonna
an
realize there's
infinite
a
amount
difference
of
between
perspectives.
victim mentality, huh?
There's an infinite amount of perspectives, and we're just trying to understand the where you're coming from and what your perspectives on things are. But we're giving you situations that are outside of the specific narrow field in which you're asking questions.
We have dualities in everything, right? And I say this all the time. We have duality in everything, and we all have different experiences. What may seem normal to me may not seem normal to you. So, and that even comes in questions. Sometimes someone may ask a question, I'm like, man, that's a dumb question, right? But sometimes it's not. They just want to get it. But I want to get like, what was the question though? Like, because when I came, your wife was been writing stuff. So I want to get like, where is this coming from? What
Well,
was
so
your wife question?
is that I don't when I came into it because so I had taken our child to the store real quick and doing something. So whenever I got back to the house and I came back into the live, all I heard was Kev relatively upset at something that my wife had said. So I don't know specifically what started it, but I was just trying to give different perspectives from as far as where I stand.
But let's fix the question now and keep going. Okay, is your wife there for you to ask what the question? Maybe we can answer her now.
It's
So
even
Kev,
that.
what happened? What happened? What was the specific?
It
What was the
wasn't that.
specific
It's
situation that
just the I just don't be getting the. It's like the thing is, it seems like that every time I say something, right? It ain't even just about the question, different perspective. It's like it's trying to debunk what I be saying when I'm trying to get people a better view of looking at things. What is the point of adding negative stuff behind situations when I'm trying to get people out this negative mentality? I mean, if it got to a point that we was talking about, I get pessimistic. You know what I'm saying? It's like, dog. It's like, and then when we got to another point where you saying, oh, to not see that, what she asked me, to not see that is not negative in here. That's delusion. I never said it wasn't no negative. Who said that? You know what I'm saying? This is like, what's the point of pointing out the obvious when I'm trying to give people another message? Like, I don't get how nobody understand what I'm doing, but it's like, but I guess I can't, like I said, that's what I'm learning is that I can't never push my mentality on everybody else because it's obvious that some people want to be saved and some people don't. Some people just talk it like they want to be saved, right? They say that, or or just like she mentioned, I think you just mentioned earlier that how you know if everybody want to be helped. You know what? At this point, right? It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? So whatever. Me myself, I can
Yeah.
care less about a person
I'ma
that don't want
tell
to
you
help
this,
themselves,
bro.
So
right?
can I say one
I'ma
thing though?
What?
One thing can I say? TikTok,
I
he
didn't even
has the
finish.
algorithm, right? It's like I'm drawn by people like you. So I think that if a person come in your life and come in your box, there is an understanding that we're here trying to be better ourselves. It's like I don't excuse myself anymore. I used to a lot. So if I come in your life, I'm accountable for my action. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I got you. So look, eh, yeah, I'm not
I've
about
been
to.
doing this long enough to say this as a wellness coach, okay? Not everybody's going to be saved. We got to understand that, especially that when we get on the journey and we're feeling better and we're doing stuff like sun gazing, tapping outside, grounding your feet, meditating, eating right, and all that stuff, and we start feeling good. Oh, we want to bring our loved ones, right? We want to bring everybody that we care about. But baby, not everybody's going to be saved. All right. I had to learn that. That's a hard lesson
Yeah,
that I had to learn. Was
I
it
know that.
hard to really accept that? Oh, yeah. To know that, man, I'm the only plant based in my family. Right? I see even my mother eating dead stuff all the time. But I had to understand that, look, that's her cross to carry. My mother's cross is not my cross to carry. So we have
So,
to come to an understanding and know that one is not even for us to save people, right? We can only sow seeds, and whatever a person does with the seed, it's on them. So, but not everybody's going to take that seed and water it. No, not
yeah.
everybody's going
Yeah.
to do that.
So I'm
Kevin,
about to
can
mention
I
the
speak
problem
with?
real quick.
Yes.
Let me say something real quick. So you said that's why I say it's the bigger picture. It's not about perspective, different perspectives and different ideas. It's not about that. Like I mentioned before, which probably got overheard, right? Is have got I'm gonna say this over and slower, right? When perspectives come as in when you have a positive perspective and somebody try to rebuttal with a negative perspective, that is not useful at all. And that tells me a lot about you're not trying to or anybody that do that try to deflect or change up a positive message by throwing negative in it. That means that you don't want to grow. That's the whole point, and it don't have nothing to do with the respect. The perspective. It's about what your intentions behind it, or what's the point of even saying stuff when it's obvious and we know that it's realistic that it's both of them exist out here. Not me saying, okay, I think what she mentioned that not acknowledging, what's the point? I still don't get what's the point. The truth isn't negative or positive. But
Well, hang
you
on.
know what,
On
from
that,
this
and
point, I
that,
just
can
thought
I
about it. I
rebuttal?
just thought about it
Can
though.
I?
Yeah,
Yeah, you go
you can go.
first. Sorry,
You can go ahead.
I'm so
I
excited.
think I'm done because I'm just
Let's
done
move
at the end
on.
of the
Yeah,
day.
let's
Here
move
what I want to
on.
say. Can I say something
Go
to
ahead.
Obo Lion? First of all, I want to
It ain't
say
gonna
that
work.
I really like Obo Lion. Number one. Number two, when you are younger, because how she talk, I really sympathize with her when I was in my 30s, 40s, because I was almost like, it's not our job to judge. That is true. But we as well have to be honest to ourselves that sometimes if we don't get out from our past self, like there is still people in addiction. The thing that I was addicted to, there's people that they didn't grow, they didn't get better. So I make sure that during my day, if a week goes by, I stop by and I say, hey, how are you? You know, and to just, is not to say, oh, I'm better. It's just to show, hey, my friend, I was like you. But it just took one day to say, I can do a different day, that make the difference. I want to give hope, even for the one that they find it hard, especially when you're middle age in this country. You're just put to retires, like start to plan on your funeral and the color of the flower. I don't believe that. So I want to say to people, my message on TikTok, to be better self, you can do it. Don't limit yourself.
People
Don't
don't like
believe the
that.
lie. We are all worth happiness, peace, and love. And that's all.
Midnight,
So,
why is your wife not coming up? Because I just said move on, and she was like, oh yeah, people who are
now
not
she
affected.
her stuff is bananas at the moment. That's why. That's
Yeah,
why he
I would like to have a conversation with, like,
it,
because
it
again, I want to know the question. I'm not getting the
then so
question.
the
There,
thing
there wasn't
is
a specific question. Kev already said that, and my wife isn't banana. Her phone's broken.
oh I thought you said oh
Her,
I
her
know.
phone,
I thought it was,
like she doesn't have a phone right now.
oh my bad, I ain't know. I don't know what
But like she
but
couldn't be banana and talking in the live,
You see,
could she?
you see what she wrote? I agree with giving people hope. And that's, I think
so
we all gonna agree on the fact that everybody had the
I
right
didn't even
to
finish.
want better for themselves, right? I do believe in
I
such a
don't think
thing as
so. I
better.
don't believe that. You know, I don't
No?
believe that. And I'm learning this daily that everybody don't. A lot of people want to sit, and that's what I wanted to talk about with the I think I just seen that comment where it's of course it's easy to basically move on when you're not affected by it. All of us is affected by something, right? But I think as we grow in life, it gets to a point if we can't do nothing about it, we got to find a way to move on, right? We can't
Yes.
we shouldn't
Right.
saturate our mentality on whatever affected us or hurt us for the rest of our life because our life is not promised the next day. It's just not. So we do have a choice. So the thing is, like I said, this is why I'm about to move on, right? Because like I can't stay sticking with because it's obvious that other people want help too, right? There's gonna be more people on here, and I told myself this some days ago that I can't if a person is not looking for help, right? Because that's just that's how I be sometimes. If a person not looking for help, I can't do nothing about it. I can't force nobody how to none of that. I just can't force it. It's just you know if it's a seed being planted, it is what it is. So I'm just trying to get people out the victim mentality because that's just what goes on, right? They just go to let me stick to what
Many
happened
are
in 20.
comfortable. Many are comfortable in that. You know
Yeah,
how many people I get tell me, oh, I'm already diabetic. I'm just going to stay diabetic until the day I die. That's
yeah.
a sick mind. A lot of us are very, very sick, y'all. We got to really admit this. A lot of us, especially in the US, many people are on medication, a lot of medication. Medication is getting you sicker, right? But of course, they won't tell you that. It's a lot. It's a lot of, we are in a sick society, especially the mental sickness. And again, for you to heal yourself, or to better yourself, you got to look yourself in the mirror. That person is you. That person that you cannot lie to is you. Now you got to face that person and completely be honest with that person. Why do I get triggered all the time? Why? You got to ask yourself why. And a lot of us are not doing that. We're not asking the whys. That's why we're not getting the answers that we're looking for. Or you want to go read, you want to go do a reading. Yeah, the reader is gonna give you a generic reading. They're not gonna give you a reading about your life because they weren't there when you were growing up. You gotta do the work. Nobody can do the work for you. We can only plant the seed. We can only lead people to the well, but they gotta drink the water on their own. I offer.
Yeah, I really think that everybody in this life, we mean good, so we need to be focused on that. Sometimes it's the delivery. You remember what I said before? Sometimes the message is great, it's just the delivery. We get lost in translation. You know what I mean? So I hope that we want to filter and just take the good info. If it doesn't apply to us, just discharge it. Don't even worry about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and when we come on live, take what resonates with you and leave what doesn't. You know, when we get in spaces, we don't gotta take everything. You take what you wanna take and what will benefit you, and leave the rest. Like I'm deep into Dr. Sebi, for example, but I also got my own brain. Dr. Sebi said don't eat pineapple. I'm here cutting pineapple. You know, so we have choices. We have choices. We just gotta make better ones. And also what? The one that's gonna make you happy. We say alcohol is bad, but if drinking makes you happy, who am I to say don't drink? Right? It's we all have decisions to make at the end of the day.
Kev, so would you like? Because here's one thing: is that I feel like we've had several great conversations in the past, even with giving negative, like the negative views and everything like that. Would you agree to that?
Yeah.
Okay, and so what today has changed your perception on that then?
So what today?
Well, yes,
I
because
guess it was a build. It was a build of a different question. Is and seeing that it was me. I guess it was realization that a lot of stuff I be saying is just really just being said for no reason that I thought that was being understood. So when we ask the same questions we've been asking from a long time ago, it's obvious that uh, I don't know. It's just it's weird to explain it though. But it's like I know what's going on. I be knowing a lot what's going on for real. It's just
well, because my
I guess I decided to address it. Nah, that's all it was. Cause I'm like, I'm trying to be, is anybody trying to understand what I'm saying? Cause none of it, like I said, none of the stuff I'm saying is for no reason. It's not to hurt any or harm anybody. That's the point.
well, my thing is
So telling me that right, telling me that me being optimistic, right, is a problem too, right? I never heard of it. It's like it's an excuse for every last thing of China from keeping away. This crazy. And I'm just more hurt than anything. Like, dog, why are you like, why be like this? I'm not saying that you, okay. The thing is, I'm not about to scroll all the way back of how this started though. So, I mean, no, it is what it is from this point. So I just ain't even know used to, because we seen, I mean, whatever. It is what it is. It is what it is.
I guess my question is, what today has been different than any of our other conversations that we've had that ended up with great debates and people, everybody, at the end of the day, understanding each other and understanding each other's perspectives. What today was different?
I don't know. I don't even know now. I told you it was so far back, I
I
can't
know
even
what it
give the
was.
straight answer now.
I know what it
This
was.
stuff happened so
The
long. I don't even
debate.
actually low key. I don't even want to bring it back up because from this point, right? It's not even if you get the answer can be cared less for. Because like I said, what I learned is people got their mindsets and it is what it is. Some people just don't want to move, right? Some people rather stay where they at. Some people act like they want the answer, but you really don't. And this what I notice. And this what I notice both of y'all do this though. Like as long as you can, just like you did, just like earlier. There you go. That was a negative way of doing it. It's like you look for some flaw in somebody so you can address that part. It's like I'll be like, dog, is you really trying to look for the real message? Or are you just waiting on somebody to slip up, right? So you can either humiliate them or make them look stupid or something like that. Because at the end of the day, it's like it's a message that most of the people, is trying to give at the end of the day. So it's like I don't get what's the point, right? Is this a projection? This is a
I don't think
projection of how
either
you.
one of us are trying to humiliate or.
No, I'm just saying in general, because I'm like, it's like you wait for somebody to like you. I think you did that a while ago too, like that. Go your emotional control. I'm like, I don't know the purpose of it. I never said I was perfect either. You know what I'm saying? It's like you really look for somebody to
I
fail
see
at
this a
something that
lot.
somebody
I
preaching on.
know what's going on. I think I get what's going on. I think when people come on live sometime, we just expect us to be on the same page all the time. That's not going to always happen. right? People will have some differences sometimes, but we had to learn how to accept those differences and move on. We have been on this for like what, like she said, more than since I've been here. Like as soon as I came in, all I've been seeing from Hobo, is it Lion, was it's like she was triggered by something, or I don't know, but it hasn't been so positive. Let's sow good seeds. And again, it's every life ain't gonna be apples and ice cream. We gotta understand that. And as adults, we have to learn how to agree and disagree and keep it moving.
You know, honestly, I think that this is a problem that we all experience. That again, it's like we mean good, and then when we voice our opinion, and somebody says something that is not what you meant to say, it makes you wonder, right? So it makes you understand about yourself, which when I'm misunderstood, I try to find a better way to explain myself. Like I used to say last week, always, it's like, if it doesn't serve me, I'm out. Somebody took to my attention that I sounds like somebody that is just out to get what belongs to them and they don't care about everybody else. That's not what I meant. All I was trying to mean, if it doesn't serve me, is like, I already been in the drama. I already been in addiction. I recognize trouble that I cannot help. I remove myself because my goal is to become a better self. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah, but
And
see,
that's
okay, we typically, whenever we come into these rooms and we have these conversations, if we're misunderstood, I mean, we go to great lengths, going 5 or 6 examples or different scenarios in which we mean to try and allow other people to gain understanding of where we're coming from. And so I feel like we try to do a lot to be understood, and then we also try and ask a lot of questions to understand. And so that's where I'm kind of lost, is what's happened is because we try to have these conversations and debates and go back and forth and have good dialogue, so that way people can understand.
Yeah,
Everybody's
but can I tell
perspective
you
can be
one thing? One thing that I believe is like I put a lot of effort sometimes in helping others. Like other people went out of their way to help me. So sometimes when I trying to make different example, it's trying to find that key to connect with the person that I am interacting with and understand each other so we can grow together. Does that make sense? Sometimes you try a key and it doesn't work, but you try another key and it does open. So that connection, so if people misjudge me because I try so hard to go out of my way to help others, then be it. That's me.
that's
And
the
I'm not
point
gonna
and
stop.
that's what I'm getting to more and more. More especially as I get on this app. It's about to start getting on there. So be it. Because it's like I said, and I know I done told myself plenty of times. It's something I got to work on. Is that everybody do not want help, no matter what. They just don't want it. You know what I'm saying? And I can't force it. And I like I said, I be and be hurt myself in the process just because. So that is something I got to focus on. I got to let it be as so be, because some situations people just don't. It's probably not ready for it. That's all it is. They not ready to find a way, or it's I'm learning. I actually learning a lot today. That's what it is. That's what's happening, man. That's what it is. But it has nothing. Like I said, it has nothing to do with what's this. Like I said, the perspective, the question, and I have nothing against nobody for real. It's just I feel bad that I can see and hear the pain. I can see it, because every time I try to come with a healing type advice or something like that, it sounds like so much pain. It sounds like it. That's just what it sounds like. Like I said, even if the perspective sound like pain behind it, that's just. I mean, I'm just. I've got to put it out. And got like the thing is, we have to address the pains to fix it. We have to. We got to. Because it's like we can ask 100 questions, but what are we getting out the questions? You know, is these questions helping us move forward, or is just trying to set us back?
And
and
this is
just
why
sit
we're
as
not moving forward as society. This is a perfect example why we're not moving forward as a people. We sit on the
That's
problems for
collective.
too long. We sit on the problems for too long instead of finding solution. How many times did I ask, what was your question? Ask the question again. If it's on point that we are
But
taking this
really,
long to talk
really,
about it, we type the question in the chat. I just got here. I got here after the question, and I've been asking, what is your question? I could have answered your question,
but
but
Kevin's already
instead,
addressed that there was no question.
no, but your wife been saying there was a question. She's been saying that, and you even said it. You said that she was asking so she can understand her perspective. So
Yeah.
clearly there was a
No.
question.
And I
We're
would
talking
like to
about.
address another thing, please, if I can. So, Aku, as well as I, we come from another country, right? So, when I moved here, I had to learn that my expression with gesture with my hands in Italy, I'm very expressive in my wording and I move my hands. I used to have people from this country that they will look me like I was about to hit them or something, and it wasn't the case. It's just how I talk, right? So subconsciously now I realize that I watch my hands when I talk to somebody, especially if they never met me before. So sometimes we're very passionate in our thinking and we come strong, but it's not a form of aggression. So I hope that if you're gonna get to know Aku a little bit better, she's talk like that all the time. She's very passionate in what she does, and I'm sorry that you felt that she was yelling at you, because I'm sure she didn't mean it.
They said I'm yelling.
I don't think
no,
she's
I think
saying.
she was talking about me, and that
Yeah, she's
wasn't.
talking
It
about Kev
wasn't
yelling.
no.
I was
But
like, what?
really
It
I'm
quickly,
yelling.
wasn't.
really quickly, so there, Kev has already addressed the fact that today there was no specific question that set us on this path that we're on right now. It is in general over the course of us being in these lives, the questions that my wife asks or the question that I ask, that's the issue. So it's not a specific question today. It wasn't anything about specifically today. We're talking about a whole of our time being a part of his community.
I got you. Okay.
No. All right. So, and then like I'm gonna go back to the. It wasn't. It had nothing to do with the yelling at you, right? It's the statements, right? It's what I'm observing of what I don't know how to explain it though. It's like, mm, well, I don't know. I guess at the end of the day, right? I guess we take it how it is at the end of the day, because like I mean, I can't make nobody understand the way I understand, especially if they choose not to understand, right? I can't, or maybe I don't understand. So it is what it is. Yeah, that's what it is, a frustration. Because when I'm trying my best out of all this time to, help people, I'm not might not be the person. That's all it is. Thanks. So, all right. All right.
I think that maybe you are the person,
So
and to be a better
no, it's
person, you
not
keep
because
on
like
questioning yourself. But it's okay to question yourself. That's when you become better. Don't think that, well, this didn't work as planned, so maybe I'm not the person for it. Life is a constant challenge. Until you question yourself, you're in a good path. You know what I mean? In a positive way.
so I'm gonna put it this way. It's some people in like what I notice just in general on this app. It's some people that look for stuff um to validate their behaviors, right? So it's like you got okay, it's like the rooms, like you got panda rooms, then you got the rooms um that in the real empowerment is supposed to be something that you well, I ain't gonna say that. So we got that, and we have the rooms that's going to hold you accountable, right? Which is my room, right? When you enter the room, it says we hold each other accountable, right? So, um, and like I said, a lot of us want to go where we feel good at, right? I feel good in this room. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So that's why I be saying is feeling and living is two different things. Um, I don't even know what I said. My brain is toe up right now. I gotta get my jump back refreshed.
Y'all stressing my brother out, yo.
Nah, I mean it is what it is though, because it's like my thing is it's just it. Oh man,
Let's
it's
sow
like
some
I don't get.
seeds,
I
y'all.
guess I
Let's
guess
sow some
you know what I
seeds.
learned is I think it's just some people is just not meant to be understood. That's just all it is. That's something I learned. And I'm not the person. That's just all it is. I'm not the person. Maybe it's somebody else in the library group, right? Now I'm about to go ahead. I'm gonna probably let y'all talk and smash this food, and so I can breathe again. Yeah, I mean, ain't nothing got to breathe because at the end of the day, that's just my fault for caring too much about situations. So that's been my problem. Always been saying I got to realize that everybody not looking for the same thing I'm looking for. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying? So I can't.
if you don't want the end alive, we can hold you down while you go, breathe it out or do a quick meditation or say,
Say
yeah,
about.
go breathe it out, y'all. Go
No,
transmute
I'm
that
good though.
energy.
I'm
But
good.
You
I'm
it's
just
know
not
getting
what I
even that
think?
bread.
serious, y'all. It ain't that serious. It was just
It
a,
ain't. It's not. It's
A
not.
girlfriend, a girlfriend of mine, she always call me when she find herself stuck, like she have a duty to complete or understand, and she cannot get to the bottom of it, right? So when she call me, it's like just get her minds away, from the issue, because if you come with a refreshed mind, you will see it in a different way than from a stressful kind of energy. You know what I mean? There are many subjects. We can change it if we're now coming to a
yeah,
resolution.
please let's change it. I'm
Yeah.
over
So
Yeah.
hold up, real quick. So you said it is. So what's the serious part? I'm trying to understand.
Exactly. You and your husband, like it's going around the bush. Go straight to the point and let's keep going. Like we've been talking about this for 30, 45 minutes now. Like go straight to the point so we can, if there's any advice that we can give you, you keep talking in codes. You say, is that serious to me? What is it?
What is? Yeah. What is? I'm trying to see what is serious, so I can, so we could just, um, so I can know, so I can understand, right? I just want to know. So I'm trying to.
Go. Let's go. Let's
Understanding.
move on to something else respectfully. Or we can't feed this for the whole life. Or I will have to go. I'm here to sow seeds, not
So all right, go ahead. How y'all feel about the topic, man? Grudges and forgiveness, part 9.
You got to forgive. They say, well, forgiveness is not the person you are forgiving, but it's for yourself. You have to forgive so, whatever wound a person left you doesn't bleed to the point where you bleeding on other people. And I said that earlier, right? I could have sat here and be like, you know what? I've been sexually abused. I'm just going to be here and bleed on other people. No, I had to forgive even my abusers, right? Because a lot of time people abuse you and there's someone not even thinking about you. Okay, people they catch you and then they move on with their lives. So you gotta ask yourself, okay, this person caught me, but it's now my choice to what? To heal that wound so I can move on with my life. Forgive y'all, it's imperative.
I'm gonna share a little story with Hobo, right? So here's the deal. I was really, really physically abused and psychologically abused by my mother, right? As a child, he gave me so many problems. And one of the things that I realized in therapy, that I was still deep within myself. I was the child that were looking to somebody, the Prince Charming, to come to save her, right? Little did I know, the one that could save Tiziana, it was within me. Simple story. Point that I'm saying is that when I took all my energy in judging my mother, in being a victim, it's like, why would she do that to me? I was rejecting the person I become out of those experience. So I no longer want to see my past as a negative or positive, but is an assemble of what it took to become me. as right now as I speak to you. Is that simple? I don't know if I could have said it any better. That's all.
So what you gonna learn is, look, what you gonna learn is that's the reason why I talk about forgiveness, right? Because we sometimes when that's why I try not to get in my feelings or deep in my feelings, because you can get so deep into your feelings where anything or the next word that's said will never, you won't resonate to it because you only care about your feelings only. So I had to realize that some of the times I do have to take a break, right? I have to take a time to realize that, hey, this stuff ain't worth it. That me holding on to certain situations, and even if I feel like I got disrespected or something like that, I gotta move on. Like I said, ego plays a major part, right? When you're driven off ego, you feel like, hey, no, I'm not moving on until this person do what they supposed to do, or address that they disrespected me, or address that, you know what I'm saying? But I have to get the mentality that, that's the entitlement, right? Because nobody don't have to do anything, right? So if I hold my breath on waiting on somebody to, do what I want them to do, I'll be sitting here, straight up, with mad for the rest of my life, because nobody have to do anything. We got to realize that every human, right, can do what they want. They got choices. They got they got their own mentality and stuff. So I had to realize, why do I feel this way, right? So once I figure out why I feel this way, that means that's me. I got to work more on me so I don't feel this way again, or I just got to let it go. You know what I'm saying? So we got to always realize that some stuff just ain't worth it. Sometimes stuff is not. Maybe sometimes it be misunderstandings in certain situations, right? Sometimes it's just, and a lot of times it's just the other person projecting themselves on us, right? That's just all it is majority of the time. And we got to understand, why is this person acting like this, or why did this happen to me, or you know what I'm saying? That's just all it is. But if we already don't know how to forgive, then we would never get along with nobody, right? We would never. It just, because we're gonna be keep on, like somebody mentioned earlier about the bleeding thing. We're gonna bleed on the next person because we so entitled to everybody supposed to work the way we want them to work. You know what I'm saying? So that's why forgiveness is so important. If people don't see the importance of forgiveness, that's already a problem. It says a lot about your character, and that's something you got to work on. It's up to you to choose or not.
It's a constant challenge, it's a constant, like I am evolving every day, because as you live, you find yourself in different situation, and you don't know how to act, right? So I had to learn so many things, like what is boundary. Would you have boundary just with the people that you know, or with even your family? Because when I grow and I become better self, it comes almost, I want to be addressed with respect. If you're not talking to me with respect, I'm out, So, but that doesn't mean that if I don't choose not to associate with you, I'm not judging you. I'm just protecting my peace.
Hey everybody, how's everybody doing?
Peace, welcome. We good. How are you?
Doing
I'm
good.
good, I'm good, I'm good. This is a topic that's near and dear to my heart. After the life that I've lived, doing drugs and not really caring about anything, or not even acknowledging what was going on with me. I had to get to a point of forgiveness for myself first. And then in forgiving myself, I was able to forgive a lot of other things. And I'm not even going to say people. I'm just going to say a lot of other things in my life. I was a foster child for 11 years. I went back to my real family, found out, thinking I was one of 4 kids, found out I was one of 10 kids. So there was a whole lot of things that went on in my life and stuff like that. And you know what? None of that really bothers me. Because I know my mother did the best that she could. My mother was an alcoholic, and I say that because she said that. And there were a lot of things that was caused because of that. But in forgiving her, and not really blaming, not really looking for anybody to blame, just realizing that life happens. Things are going to happen, and people can only give you what they were given. And you have, and listen, and a lot of then there comes evolution with what you learn along the way. You know what I'm saying? And if you and I, one of the things that I found out for myself, when I'm angry and I don't forgive, it it hits the fact of my life, my friends, my job, relationships with anybody that I'm trying, my personal relationship. So it's just easier. It's just easier for me to, forgive, and one thing that I know for me, and it's just for me, God forgave me for the way that I live my life. And trust me, I was very reckless with the way that I lived my life, you know, and he forgave me and he gave me a second chance. So I cannot say that I can never forgive or don't want to forgive after I've been forgiven. So, and that's just for me.
And
Thank
that
you
is
Really
for
quick,
that
sharing. That was
really quick,
beautiful.
guys.
decision.
That was really
Uh,
beautiful.
really quickly, guys. I'm like I said, I was working. So I'm finishing up some stuff. I'm gonna go ahead and drop. Just so I don't hold up a box just while I'm sitting here focused on my stuff. So thank you guys for the conversation. Y'all have a great day.
All
All
right,
right.
too.
Take
You
care.
too. Have a great day too.
And Keith, to touch on that one, it just came to me. It's like it blew my mind when I was very judgmental to my mother, right? Guess what? Although I felt that I didn't physically abuse my children, I work hard to make sure they don't miss nothing. I still was getting judgment. And then I sit back, is like, why you're getting upset that your children are judging you? What have you done? Have you ever tried to understand your mother? So those are truths that we need to be very, very, honest to ourselves. So
Yeah.
if we want forgiveness for our learning lesson, we need to be well ready to give it out also. Is that
You know
Yeah.
the funny
beautiful?
thing is that we gon' we gon' we got it ain't home until our kids do us the same way. That's what it is. I think sometimes it might take our kids to realize that we should be more forgiving, because once our kids get mad at us, right, we might do something to them, and we know we've been their parent all this time or whatever. We know we want forgiveness, right? We do, because there's no way we want our, especially when we trying our best. But even if we trying our best, right, to look out and look for the best for them, right? No matter if I had to be harsh to my kid one day with a message, or I had to whoop them or so, something like that, right? That's like a kid sitting there taking that for the rest of their life and never be forgiven of you, and they don't really realize that you had your intentions behind it was to better their life. So it's like, that we want our kids to forgive us, even though, because we know what we doing. Like we trying our best to give the best we can. So it's like sometimes it maybe it's not, maybe they don't do it, because sometimes if you don't even forgive your own parents for what they did, right, or don't see that. Sometimes, I mean, we probably wouldn't know what that is, though, and it's just misery. You're gonna be living in a miserable life because everybody on earth gonna make a mistake. Everybody on earth is flawed. A lot of people do stuff intentional and stuff. So if you don't know how to forgive yourself, you ain't gonna know how to forgive nobody else, because we don't. It's like we think we above everybody else, and everything we do is any better than them. I mean, better than the
Right.
next.
Yeah.
And that's the problem.
Right.
And can I
And
go even deeper? It's like when I was on my way to ruin my life, right, in addiction. Do you know how many times I took the excuse to do wrong just because I didn't get the apologies that I deserve from the people that hurt me? Do you know what I mean? It's like, what kind of
Tiziana,
lies you have to say to yourself to 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 excuse your indiscretion or addiction. You know what I mean? Is
yeah,
bottom line is like, stop looking for excuses outside for change. Look within and get that as a propelling effect to become better self. It take
right.
a leap of faith. I mean, you've been serving how many years? Been in low vibrations, sick. I was sick of being sick, and that's when I changed.
And you remember in the detox, we do this exercise called what? How to forgive them even when they're not sorry. Not everybody who offends you is going to say sorry off bat, right? Some people offend you sometimes without even knowing they have offended you. So again, it's up to you to say, hey, just like the girl was saying earlier, He had to forgive his parent, right? A lot of us, we have to understand that many of our parents were just operating off of what they knew. They were raising us just off of what they knew, and many of them didn't know much as far as, especially stuff that are going on in the matrix. It's a lot of our parents that are blinded to the truth, you know. So a lot
Mm-mm.
of them were very traumatized. A lot of them, yeah, they had us off of trauma, right? So it's a lot of carrying on generational stuff that we gotta break.
Yes. And you know, sometimes it's sad to say so because I remember my poor mother saying like, I give you more than I ever got, right? And to me, the first thought as a young person is like, you mean to tell me you created pain, physical, mental with me, and that's the best you got? The point is this, the day that my mom sit down and told me her life existence as a child, I was petrified. And it was true that she gave me more than she ever got. Was I willing to see it at that age, at that time, at that vibration? No. Am I willing to do that now and recognize her struggle? And I'm here to be a better self even for her. I really believe that there is a purpose for all of us to be in here. And sorry if I feel included. I apologize in advance. I think that we are here to stop generational trauma. This way of thinking is being poison to our brain. It did not make us happy, and we need to start to question why. And when we start to ask the question and we get our answer, that is when you have the solution to be better self. You know?
We go. There we go. I got a couple more bites and I'm almost done.
You have no idea how hard it is to be truthful to yourself. And I realize I'm no longer see my therapist, but this is also to me therapy because to say out loud what is my truth, what is my belief in public, it really enforced me to stay in the path of healing. You know, this isn't easy to do this, you know, to admit or you know, mistakes or
Believe
but
me,
it
I
has to
know.
be done. It has to be done because nobody's better than nobody. We need to get that point across. Nobody deserves a pass and the other one doesn't. We all are here for a reason.
Hmm.
Exactly. It is not hard, I know, but it's not impossible either.
Ego.
What you got for us, BK?
And I was just listening to, what people were saying. If we have to all learn how to forgive until we get right. It's impossible to try to go fix someone else when we're not, when self is not right. You know what I mean? You have to go down there on your knees or wherever you pray to or wherever you go, you have to go to God and ask him to show you how to forgive. You know what I mean? As far as with
What do you
me,
say to people that don't believe in God, though?
I can't, nothing.
He said nothing.
I can't, because
I got the answer for that. Then I do it real quick, and I'm gonna get right back to you. For the people that don't believe, just pay attention how damaging it is to your life, right? Realize if can you keep a friend because you're not forgiving and stuff, or realize that if you want to pass the same energy on to your child, all right, or your significant other, right? You got times where you forgive your significant other sometimes, right?
Mhm.
So, little stuff like that for people that don't believe in God, right? They believe in something, right? They at least believe in themselves, so do it for yourself.
Yeah. I mean, and that's why I can't, nowadays you can't fight with people that don't believe
You
because
right.
I always had a rebuttal to everything that you say. So my thing is, okay, at the end of this life, we all gonna see. We all gonna have to bow our knees. All our tongue gonna have to confess to that one true living God. You know what I'm saying? No matter who your God is, you're gonna have to confess some shape, form, or fashion. So for me, I don't say anything. I listen. Hey, you got a good point there. Okay. I listen to what you say. And I'm not going to sit here and try to make someone believe something they don't want to believe, because it's like beating a rug outside on the thing. That rug ain't gonna say nothing until you move it. So it's the same thing with people. People's not gonna move. They're gonna believe what they believe. Period. Point blank. So with that, we have to learn how to forgive. And I know a lot of people hold grudges right in your face. Hold a grudge, talking just like we're everyday thing, but all the while they're holding grudges. Instead, we have to be grown. We have to be mature enough to say, "Hey, Kev, what you said to me, man, I ain't appreciate that." You know what I'm saying? And if anything, pull you to the side. We don't have to do it on social media. We could say, "Hey, Kev, I need to get your number, bro. We got to talk." Or hit your DM. I'm just using that example. If Tiziana say something to me, hey, I got her. If we're friends, I can find her on TikTok. Hey, Tiziana, hey, listen, what you said to me, I ain't appreciate. For me, I'm standing 10 toes down for me, because I ain't, I'm not afraid of that man. If I got an issue with you, I'm not going to bring it on social media. I'm going to take you straight to, hey, bro, here go my number. We need to talk. When you don't call me, that means I already know I already know what to expect then. When you ain't call me, you ain't never talk to me or whatever, I know it's a problem.
But you
So
know why
I
people
got.
don't
Yeah,
do that?
Kevin, can I say
Ego.
Oh,
something?
The
everybody
ego
has something
is
on mine. We
leading.
all.
Yeah, but BK, can I say something about this? This is my personal experience, right? So I go on lives, right? And the lives that I go is almost like I trust, because speaking with a cool, one of the big thing for me is to know who to trust, because one day a person is good. I've been mistreated or talk in a way that I didn't appreciate it in many lives. And when I'm in the situation, I will say what I feel and then I remove myself. And I know it's a trigger, but remember this, I'm almost the person that always voices her uncomfortability or say to one person, hey, you're rude. Hey, call me by my name. Don't call me baby. And then I got the bad rap because I've been called difficult. I've been called who I think I am. So understand that part also, it's like there's always both sides of the coin. Many times I stick up and I try to resolve the issue. But like you said, some people don't want to resolve the issue. They just want to be angry and miserable. So it's the fear, to be let down one more time. So sometimes I just
Right.
remove myself and let
Oh, you
time goes
said it.
by.
That's it. That's it. That's the answer. I like that. I didn't even think about that. It's the fear of being let down again. That's why people. Okay,
Right.
now we got the answer now. I don't know. I ain't think about it. I've been talking about this for the ninth time now. I never thought about that.
that's all it is.
That's what it is.
It's fear. You know what I
Yep.
mean? And, with me, what I mean, and Tatiana, sometimes it's a way to do everything in this life that we're learning. You know what I mean? Because for one, this is social media. Social media has this perception of us as of been having a perception about us. So we have to learn how to handle it like an adult. If I got some issue with anybody, I'm not gonna come on social media and put the business out there like that, because it ain't for everybody. Everybody
People
No,
have to
don't
you're
think
right.
learn.
like that. People
But
don't think
Kevin,
like that
BK,
because they're being led by the ego. And
yeah, but
also the
BK,
not only the ego but also the trauma. And we have to
yeah,
understand that look, not everybody's gonna like you, okay? Like point blank
yeah.
period. Not everybody's gonna fuck with you with what you're doing, and that's something that's hard for people to accept. Like I don't give a damn who likes me or who don't. Cause I know the ones that are for me are gonna rock with me. The ones that are not for me are not going to. So we gotta what we, especially like you said, brother, in the world of social media, where everybody, just shows good stuff out here, and everybody wants to be liked. First of all, like you're not gonna be liked by everybody. That's one. Can nobody? If everybody likes you, that means you fake. There's no such thing. Someone is always gonna find fault in what. Like I am a wellness coach. I get people healthy. Y'all know how many negative DMs I get. It's like dang. But I don't let that rule me at all, right? Because I know that your negative stuff toward me got nothing to do with me, but everything to do with you. So I'm not even gonna
Mm-hmm.
feed that. And especially we gotta understand this too. There are a lot of spirits and a lot of energies on these platforms. The thing about all spirituality and all these things, people are like playing with it. Not because someone says I'm spiritual means oh they just good. You gotta ask what type of spirit are you? You know, and but in conclusion with that, for me, like know that not everybody's gonna like you. That's the number one thing. And
Right.
don't even try to be liked by everybody. Like
Right.
gold, not everybody goes and buy gold, right? So
Yep.
you gotta value yourself that much to say I am not for everybody. No, I'm not.
Of course. I mean, we all should have that notion. You know what I mean? I go on live. I mean, I know I'm not gonna have 4 point some million followers. I care less for that.
Right.
You know what I
Yeah.
mean? I can come up here to make, I come up here to enjoy TikTok. I didn't come up here to make friends. If I make friends along the way, I'm fine with that. If I don't,
Right.
hey, when I go to sleep at night, I thank God for whatever happened during that day. I go to sleep peacefully. I don't lose sleep over people. I'm not
Mm-hmm.
going to lose sleep over people. So
Exactly.
the ones that rock with me is going to rock with me. The ones that don't, hey, it is what it is. I didn't. If
Perfect.
it don't bother me
And
because I didn't know you then, I don't know you now. So it's
I
not going
know.
to affect me. So we have to
Let me
know
get
as
next real quick.
people. Yeah, you know what I mean. We have to know as people. Hey, people, just like you said. I think wellness. Just like you said,
Cool.
who will rock with you and who won't rock with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
At
can I
the end of
say
the day.
one more thing though? Is like one thing that I'm appalled, and sometimes I'm thinking, wow, is this the end of time? Because I see women is like to me, the quality and the power in a woman lies in the wisdom, right? In how they experience life, in how they overcome challenges, right? So when I see a woman my same age acting like a bully, I can see it's like they're stuck to age 16. So at that point, I don't try to be dismissive, but all I know is like, I'm here. I cannot help her because I don't even know how it happened that at this age she's here acting like a teenager. I just remove
Right.
myself because I cannot help. So I learned one thing. If I'm not here to elevate you, I'm not going to be the one that help to drag you down. I just
Mm-hmm.
remove myself.
Yeah. So I wanted to add to, we so far down, and when we get passionate, we get passionate. We be talking about some stuff for sure, but all that stuff we needed for sure. They got to hear that though. But I feel like I'm going all the way back. So I was all the way back when I think BK you said something about that you gonna talk to somebody, or about if you feel a certain way and get somebody and y'all should talk face to face or something like that, right?
Hmm.
So yeah, I do feel that too though, but I would say you should rely more on trying to understand the person because a lot of the time you might not get the answer you wanted. Somebody might say something that make it worse, right? Some people might say something that make it better, but I'm saying like I ain't feel like I'm about to. What the hell? But what I'm saying is like I think it's best for us to try to figure out or understand the person or why they said what they said or something like that, or why they offend me or why they disrespect me or something like that. And you know what I'm saying? So do that first before like looking forward to validation because validation is not always or from somebody else is not going to always be secure or it's not going to be the way you want it to be sometimes too. I gotta drink some water. I don't know what's
Right.
going on.
And also knowing when to pick your fight. Not everybody is worth fighting. Not everybody is even worth your breath. Like not
Hmm.
everybody is worth your breath. Knowing that is imperative too. If someone pisses you off on the platform, you now gotta ask yourself, is this person even worth me reaching out to? Because sometimes again the frequency and the vibration may not be at the same level. So you trying to reach out to that person can even make things worse. So you gotta even ask the question first. But I get what brother was saying earlier. Like we especially black people with us, we have been looked down on society for so long. We are the majority, but then we are the minority. Like they say, that's because what we put all our business out here. Look at us, like even the court system. We go to the court system because of the relationship didn't work. right? A baby mother's using baby daddy or vice versa in court. Go out there, you give all your business to a judge who don't even care about you and your family. So it's a lot. It's a man. Like we're
I
not.
never understand it. Aku, I never understand it. I've been through 3 divorces, right? And I never ever understood. It's like at one point I love you enough to want it to be lead by you and it stayed true to tango. It's like, and now from all these bond of love, indifference. And it's like, to me, it's like from hot to cold without any balance. I never understood that part. Why is because I choose to grow in a different house than you need to see something bad in me. Just because I just have one life. So if I think that we're not good for each other, it's okay. We have beautiful children. Let's love the child the better way, right? So every time that is in the court system, my heart, it's so sad. You know what I mean? Does that make
A lot
sense what
of
I'm
time
telling you?
though, the people who end up in court is the bitter baby mothers or bitter baby daddies, like I feel like there's nothing that should happen so bad that you guys cannot resolve it among yourselves. When you were making a baby, did you have to call a judge to come like look upon that for y'all to make a baby?
Nope. Nope.
So why go even when you getting married? Why go to those people for solution? And it's not for solution. We gotta understand that the court system is not there to look out for us,
Yeah.
and where
I
did
just
they
want to
get
take
even
Leona.
where did they get like the court system from? They got that from us. Like in the olden days, that's why the traditional marriage was really the way everywhere on the planet, right? We used to go like the families. The families know each other for a reason. That way, when there's a problem, the elders in the family come and resolve the problem. We don't go to court. We don't go to court. We never went to court. They brought that shit. We like that's not part of us. So it's a lot of stuff that they brought us that are not part of us that we have to like get away from if we really
Yeah.
want to get to where we need to be. But how many
Yeah.
people are really comfortable to talk about
I
this, to
don't
have
know.
this type of conversation? Not many.
But Aku, nobody knows, for example, right? Although, my mother and later in life my father, they become both Muslim. It's like I'm spiritual. I don't like to be
There you
told
go.
how I have to behave or dress, right? With that said, there are part of the religion and the culture that I really love. It's like nobody in the Muslim religion spend money for a divorce attorney unless they're loaded, because all you have to go, first of all, you do a contract before marriage that you say, in case that we get apart, what am I gonna get out of this? And what are you gonna get? So you have a contract. Then when you decide that you no longer want to live together, all you have to go to a spiritual authority, right? And just say I divorce you 3 times. By the third time, the spiritual authority asks you, like, are you sure? Because the third time, that's it. You cannot go back. So I like that, philosophy. I would like to have, it's like save some money and just be very grown up about your decision, because it should not cost money to be adults.
Well,
Exactly. Or it shouldn't take another person either.
right. Well, for that matter, for child support and for marriage, I'm gonna speak on the child support because I deal with child support and what I had to understand and what I've learned over the years. When a woman does that or a man is hurt, they trying to find something to solidify their hurt. So they
Right.
take you to court to solidify that, okay, if I'm hurting, you're gonna hurt. No
Mm-hmm.
matter what it has to be, financially, emotionally, and so we they do that to try to embarrass you. 'Cause what you show me one person that wants to go to court and who's out
And you
here
know what
bluntly
Not me.
and who's out here
it
bluntly out here saying, hey man, yeah man, I'm going to my boys, yeah man, I'm going to child support. Ain't no man doing that. Not no real man. because he's embarrassed.
Right.
Because
Right.
what the thing about it is, okay, this supposed to be my wife, my girlfriend, blah 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 blah. So there it's a lot of hurt. Same thing with marriage, and with marriage
Absolutely.
thing, and with marriage, now it's a law. Before you even think about divorce, you have to go to counseling for a year. So they do have that in place. So
Where?
before you
Where?
get, excuse me,
This is new to me. It depends from state, right?
no,
The,
it's
the,
everywhere. No, it's everywhere.
no, no. I went
The
in
law.
2018 through a divorce. I mean, I'm talking about my experience. I'm not saying that what
No
you say is not
canceling,
true.
but you had to be separated for a year. No
Right.
canceling, but you had to be separated for a year
But
Oh,
before,
before they
separated?
can
Oh, yeah.
grant you the
Okay.
divorce.
Okay. I agree on that. But the counseling part, because that's what I requested to the judge, but it didn't happen. Both parties have to be willing to go to counseling.
I really gets on my nerves though, man. What really gets on my nerves is when someone is paying child support and they can't even see the child. That's devil right there, y'all. That's not right. You taking somebody's money, but then you're preventing them for seeing the child, right?
right,
Or we say, oh yeah, that's because the person is crazy. You should have known that before you lay with them.
no, you
You
have to know
know,
your rights. You have to know
you
your
should
rights
have lived with. You should have known. No, it's a lot. I'm in DC. I don't know where you guys at, but I'm in DC. I see it all the time.
because the
Okay.
men, you know why you see that? Because the men don't want to fight that. The men don't want to go through that process. But know your law, know your rights as a man that wants to see their children.
So,
You are
eh,
entitled to go see your children
yeah,
at any given time because
yeah.
you have a court say not, and you don't have a cut. Now, if you get custody, joint custody, then obligated to that custody. Okay, if I got a set time, that's a set time. Now, if I'm not having no custody or whatever, I can go to get my children at any given time. How I know? I had
BK,
to learn the law. I had to
yeah.
learn from state to state. If I live in Wyoming, I could come from Wyoming and bring my children to wherever I'm present. That's not kidnapping. Now, when I do have a court order, I cannot do that. Now that they could set you up and put you in jail for that.
BK, you know, I think that you speak from experience. Am I assuming, or is like you're
No,
very
you are experiencing. You are saying it correctly. I had to
okay?
learn.
So here it is. Yeah, here it is. Your experience, I believe it. You know why? Because I've been in your life long enough to see your character. So if you know the law, and first of all, I hope that your situation is better, right? That
Of
you were
course.
talking about this a past situation that you overcome this. But also, I would like to tell you that sometimes it's like, do you think I really mean good, even with my past partner? Just because I divorce a man doesn't mean I don't love them. I'm honest enough to myself that unless we're not here to help each other, I'm not gonna here to make it any worse than it already is, right? The point is this, is like when a person is resentful because they don't understand you, sometimes they use children. And I'm gonna make this is very short. Because I wanted to divorce the father of my children, I was messed with my immigration. He tried to deport me to have easy access to the kids and kidnap them. Thank you to a good attorney and the law system in this country, I was able to raise my kids, and I can talk about this in the past. Okay? What is funny to me that when we decided to separate, we were all good. The problem started when he find another woman that she had no good intention, that she start to ask him why you're paying this much for our children. Do you understand? So sometimes we want to see is like why the child support. I wish that my ex-husband, he would have thought that even if we were separated, he still had to be a father and children are expensive. But sometimes you need a system that make people do what's right. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
So sometimes the system is needed because some people just are
No, no, no,
so.
no, 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 no. The
Oh,
system is not
let
needed
me
for
say
everything.
why. Some
Okay.
people, and I do see this too. I speak from experience too. Some people mental capacity is just not there to raise a child. It's real. Okay. Some people mental capacity, it's like they don't have that mental, they're sick, mentally sick to where they can't raise a child. Again, they only go to the system because we have lost the family structure, right? We have lost our family structure. If you have like an aunt or a grandmother or a grandfather or someone who can step in, then you have that. But many of us don't even have that. We have lost a lot of structures to where now we think, oh, we gotta go to them. I am like, true, when it comes to the court system, I hate it with my soul. Like, I don't feel like I need to go to them for anything, not including my kids. Because to me, I didn't call a judge to come before we made the baby. I made this baby with you. I'm going to make the decisions with you. But a lot of cases, though, again, mental illness is really, really real out here, yo. We gotta be honest with that. And
Yeah.
some families don't have anybody to step in. They just don't.
And to that rebuttal, I'm a rebuttal of this one. I'm playing the devil's advocate because I've seen it too. And and we always got to talk from the beginning. Let's talk at the beginning of this intertwining between two people. Know who the person that you're laying with. Get
Mm,
to know the person you're laying with.
mm,
That's why, I know everybody is not going to be oh holy and thou. Know this part. You know what I mean? But some point, you have to get to know that person. Take some time to know who you're dealing with. Okay. When you're dealing with that person, get to know the family, not just the man, because we as men and some as women as well will tell you anything to make it sound good. So we have to say, you know what? Hey, I want to get to know you first.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The
We,
Well, and
we
then
really
you
have
have
traumatized
to
to
take
mind.
that
not
time.
date out of your race because language barrier, is gonna sound stupid, but this is what I experienced. When you meet a person for the first time, it's like if I will speak with a native of my language, I will understand the level of education, the level of understanding by just an hour conversation, right? With a person from another country, you're already learning the language, so you put all your focus in just communicating. So a lot of things, especially if the person is attractive or they give you the right vibe, it take a long time to understand the culture different than your culture. So there is a lot of to process. That's all I'm saying. You know what I
So,
mean?
so
Sometimes it's
Tatiana,
so
not as easy.
so
Can I
go
say
basically,
ahead,
what
something?
BK. I'm gonna go after you.
Tatiana basically you're saying is that we should keep race separate. We should separate. Black should be with black, white should be with whites, French should be with French. Period.
No,
Is that what you're saying?
no, no,
Maybe
no,
I misunderstood
absolutely.
you.
Thank you for saying that because if that's how I
Yeah,
came
I see
across,
that.
I was totally missing
Yeah,
the point. What I'm trying to
yeah,
say is this, is like when you're born and raised in a country, right? There is a
uh huh,
culture, there is a way
yeah,
of behaving, there is some things like, for example, if you go topless in Italy, it's okay, it's normal. People don't go out of
I'm
their
going to
mind.
Italy, dude.
But it's true.
Where's
But if you
Italy?
do that in this country for purpose of sunbathing, that you're gonna get ticket, they're gonna think that you lost your mind. So do you understand? It is
Okay,
perspective that you
okay,
don't think when you just meet a person and you're all excited by
So you reap what you
youthfulness.
okay.
sow.
Yeah, I get what you're
Exactly.
saying. I
I
get what
know.
you're saying. I get what you're saying now. Okay,
And
I
I
misinterpreted that.
wanted to
I'm sorry. I apologize for that.
I want to mention about what both of y'all saying is right though, but it's like
Yeah, right.
we. The thing is like how would somebody even if we was to do that like that way? Of course, people mentality is there, but their mentality was good enough to sleep with that person though, right? So it's
Right.
like
I
we
was
still
feminist. I
we
was a
can't,
feminist, you see. At the
huh?
time when I met my American husband,
I
right?
said two
He was in
words.
the Air Force.
Right.
He was in the Air Force. And guess what? So I come from the Italian culture that the woman have to clean, cook, work, raise the kid, right? And me as a person, I always thought that it was an unfair deal. So the time that I met the father of my kids, I'm gonna be very conscious to don't say names because I can blabber. But anyhow, when I met him, he was attractive, that he can cook and clean his house. And to me was like, wow, I hit jackpot. Little did I know. Sometimes when you're young, you're very naive. You really don't think it over very well. I did this a lot in my life, so.
Yeah. So
I get where both of you are
hold on
coming.
real quick.
Like,
Hold up, man. Cause she did only gave me 2 words and I didn't even get to finish and she just came in. I'm trying to finish what I was saying.
go ahead, my bad.
I'll be able to. No, you good. You good. You good. You good. You good. I was just trying to make sure I don't forget because I always let y'all talk and stuff. But I was saying basically, no, I was talking about that I said both of y'all are right though, but it's like then again you don't want to, and I get why BK saying what he's saying though is because it's like at the end of the day, right? Like I said, and a lot of times, and what I figured out, a lot of our traumas is coming from our own decisions most of the time. You said I can't talk. Yeah, what the heck happened to you? Why you
Absolutely.
just dropped too? Dang, that was serious.
Absolutely.
It's like
Because that's the difference between living in victim mentality, which I was before therapy, and to take responsibility. That's the difference.
yeah, yeah, you're right. I don't even know what happened, but I was.
Now you
I
forgot,
gotta be
then
getting the finish. That's so funny. So, cause I be on the road, I be trying to get it going, flowing.
yeah, yeah.
So, this is so funny. So what I'm saying is that what I'm saying is both of y'all is right, okay? But I'm saying that the reason why I get what BK is saying is yeah. So just like you said, it's the victim attack because like a lot of times we cause our own traumas and then we want somebody else to save us from our own traumas from our decisions and stuff. But then again, it do start off with the parents and all that stuff or something like that. How you got taught up and what you got influenced by. But then again, if it like you got to look at it as in what if you didn't have this stuff to help you, right? Because a lot of people is relying on the system. It's like because they want you to be messed up anyway. That's why they don't enforce that you should marry before you carry. They don't want to enforce, all this stuff that they got out here. They want you just to live your life. You know what I'm saying? But notice that when we live our own life, we cause our own trauma, we cause our own problems. We get mad. This where this unforgiveness come from. All this stuff or whatever. It's because, what I'm saying, because we're not trying to make the right decisions. That's all it is. So it's like, even like with us trying to rely on the system to better our life or whatever, that's just, it is like kind of giving an open door for the next person. Like, well, you got somebody to back you up as soon as you make a mistake and all that stuff. And it shouldn't be like that. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, we do got to start teaching more that like, hey, some situations you ain't gonna have a second chance. You know what I'm saying? You got to pick right at the beginning. You gotta teach right, you gotta pick right, you gotta, but I'm not saying it's easy, but I'm just saying that we can't always have something or think because it's a backup. I mean, just because we got a backup, we can make any decision or whatever. Because we gonna end up, like I said, reap what you sow is real. You know what I'm saying? If it was a
Hey,
Bible verse or not, that junk is real. Like, because some of the stuff we ain't gonna have to save us.
right.
Can we
Mhm.
allow Roy to talk? That way, no. Just
Go ahead.
Roy.
Yo, what's up?
What up, Roy?
So welcome.
Hello? Oh, what's up? My bad, I'm at work, so y'all probably can't hear me that well.
We can hear you.
Alright, cool.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, you
saying
had
from
to,
this, well, from listening from what y'all saying, I'm young, so really I can't get that much input on this. When I say young, like 23. So,
You got it, man.
just because you're young, you
mm,
probably experienced some things that, you know what I'm saying, that some people your age haven't experienced. You know what I'm saying? So you do have an input.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
For future reference,
Like with
right?
the, I get with the,
Hey, Roy, real quick, 1 second. For future reference, like you don't want to use that because people going. If you say that, right? Say if you say about your age. That's why I'm like. I mean, that's why I be trying to get people to not use your age or something like that.
Right.
Because you got people out here that will automatically
yeah.
debunk your answer as soon as you say it or something like that. As soon as you say, so you got to get people to guess what you are. That's why I
Right.
don't like using age or anything, because people will just invalidate what you say as soon as as soon as you say that.
Yeah, cause age don't mean nothing. Cause you got some 60-year-olds, 50-year-olds, 40-year-olds that
Drinking
cannot
cow milk.
that cannot
Drinking
say
cow
They
milk
act
anything.
like,
still.
and I work.
You know what I mean? So you
Nah,
got to
you're
say
right
your
about that.
part.
I work with grown folks and they act like kids. So
Yeah.
now,
So
with the whole child support thing, like, sadly, my parents did split up when I was like in middle school, elementary, going to middle school and stuff. But my mom knew my dad was trying to do better himself in the long run. She didn't choose to put him on child support. She just said, "Hey, still be a father to your kids. Do what you can. Be a father. Do what you can. Send me money and stuff. Because at the end of the day, down here in Louisiana, like if you're on child support and you don't pay it, you take your Ocean Twit card, license, and all that good stuff. Cause all that good stuff. I don't know why the state does that." And that's how he made his money. He
Exactly.
worked offshore. So if you lose your ocean twig, you ain't got no money coming in.
that
And
part.
like,
That is so
I'm
true.
glad
You know what
glad
is
my mom was
funny?
Hold on,
understanding
Tatiana. Hold on, hold
of
on, hold
that
on.
fact.
Go ahead, Roy. Go ahead, Roy.
Yeah. And like, I'm glad my mom's understanding. My mom's understanding. Like, hey, he still gotta make his money and stuff. Cause put him on child support, he can't make his money. He gonna get in the day. So like, why hurt him in the long run? Just and
Your mom
to
is an awesome
me, it's
woman.
like
Your
I feel
I
like it
just
should
want
be
to
like a
say
more
your
of
mom
an
is an
understanding
awesome.
issue. Cause oh yeah, she's a handful at times, but yeah, she's awesome. But I see the same situation with my buddies that got kids. If it's more of a, if they talk stuff out more and just do this stuff out of spite, it would be a lot of things would be handled differently.
And that's the biggest thing.
That's what I see
You
on
know,
certain situations.
you're right. Your mom had her emotions in check. You know what I mean? I wish most people would have their emotions in check. You know what I
Like,
mean? Then we can come to a better solution other than just running to the man to handle our situation. You know what I mean? When just like what Wellness said, Aku said, you know, we didn't lay down with the law to have this baby. So we shouldn't bring the law in between it. You know what I'm saying? We should be
mm,
well more mature to handle, okay, we know we both laid down and had this baby. You know what I mean? And then that's where it goes on both parts, men and women, not just women and not just men. Know who you laying down with. Know the situation before you go putting seeds inside of a person.
mm-hmm.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? Take the time. Yeah, are we in a perfect world? Yeah, it'd be like that. When you going laying down with this person, 9 times out of 10, there will be something coming at the end of the 9 months. You know what I mean? So, and when
Yeah.
we don't sit there and talk to each other, communicate with each other, get to know each other as people, we all in this lifetime has been through so many things that we take the time to learn. Just like in school. You're not
Right.
going to go from kindergarten to 12th grade all in one year. You know what I'm saying? All in 6 months. It's gonna take time. You're gonna go through school. You can go K through 5, and then 8 through 9, and 9 to 12. So we have to take our time to learn people. If I want to lay down with a coup, or I want a coup to be in a relationship with her, I'm gonna take the time to get to know her. Vice versa, and that's where communication is very, very, very important, and also
Yeah.
understanding.
Well, a lot of us
Yeah.
didn't do that. This is why many of us, we didn't even, many of us till today, we don't even understand what love means, right? We think
Uh-huh.
love is just going under the bed sheets and bang, bang, yeah, I love you. No, that's not
Yep.
what
Yep.
love is. So many of us is that we see a beautiful woman on the outside or a tall, handsome man. It's like, oh yeah, he's cute. I want him to be
Mm-hmm.
mine. But it's way deeper than that. And then what? We make kids off of trauma again, right? Because even sex is a
Hmm.
weapon that they use against us too. So a lot of us, we just here using sex to escape, right? We use a lot of
Hmm.
Right.
stuff to
Yep.
escape, and sex is one of them. But we have to
Yep.
understand that sex comes with adults' responsibility.
There
Hmm.
you go.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah. And another thing,
It,
BK, about everything that you said in the last comment, I agree 100%. But I want you to all to be aware that when you are in the situation the first time, like my first divorce, you don't know what you're doing, right? So you go to the elderly or the people that went through before. So when you go to get advice, that's the first thing that every like 90% of the people will say, oh, protect yourself, go to an attorney, like you gotta watch out. You know, they don't tell you, like you said, listen, baby, when you lay in bed with a person, did you ask the judge to see if he agrees or not, or if it's a bad idea? Of course, but let's understand that most of people out there, they're not even aware that they're being programmed to fail. You know what I mean?
Hmm. And Miss
Go
Davis, you
ahead,
can go.
Leona.
Yeah.
Okay, and I got two things to say. Okay, so you saying that people should think before they lay down with people. But don't you know these kids are younger and younger, like 14, 12 now, and they don't think? They don't
But
think like we do. Remember
That
that.
that'll be the
that
parents then.
true. That's the
Right.
parents'
They
job.
don't think like we do. So they still bring these kids in. And with this with the money thing about child support in Cleveland, if you're on welfare, you have to bring that father in to pay child support. You have
True.
to,
That's true.
if
That's
you
like
know
that
who
in
the
my
father
town.
is. If you don't do that, you will not be able to get on welfare at all. No food stamps, no income.
Well,
So let me
that's
ask you some questions then. So say if, according to the two things you just said, right?
Uh-huh.
Would you um would you teach your kids that yeah, I'm pretty sure you're gonna be on their head so they don't be no. Well, I don't know. You already got grown kids already, right?
Yes, I do.
So I'm pretty sure you told your kids about sex and how that operates, right?
Yes, I did.
Right. So we can't come with this that they don't know, they might not know. So you know that it gotta have to do with parenting, right? So that's what it is. And
Right.
that's the whole point of us saying what we saying in general, that yes, you got to get on that situation. Of course things gonna happen. You know, it is what it is. And then say about that the what you said about the child support, something like that,
The
right?
welfare won't give you the welfare won't give you money because you have to
Right.
put the kid on child support. So in my case, I couldn't do it when I first had my first child because of what had happened to me. So I didn't know the father. So I
Mm,
got to get put on that at that first time until I got my regular income coming in.
mm,
So if you don't know the father or some a trauma happened to you, they'll let you pass. You know.
mm.
yeah. I mean,
You not knowing the father is your responsibility. That's what we're trying to say. We're trying to say that we have to what? We have to take accountability for our own decisions, right? Because
But you
again, a
Understand what
understand,
I'm
lot
but
of
talking
us,
about. No, no,
let
no,
me,
no, no.
Rebecca.
You
hold
don't
on, hold on.
understand what I'm
Everybody pay
talking
talk.
about. And my response, it
Yeah.
wasn't my responsibility what had happened to me as a child.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What
what
I'm
do you
talking about,
mean?
you know
Get,
what I'm
let me
talking about. Everybody know
understand.
what I'm talking about.
That's different. That's different.
If
Yeah,
she
No,
I
talking
I
about
don't.
understand.
if
I
she talking
don't.
about
That's what I'm
essay, so
trying to
that's different.
understand.
If she talking about essay, that's different.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
because you don't know the situation or the scenario. You don't know the story. So maybe ask the question so you understand her deeper than just come
yeah.
out with what you think.
No,
That's
I
well,
all.
mean,
okay, here, let me rephrase it, right? So I will give my example. That way, people don't think I'm coming for them. For me, for example, right? I had my first child at 21. At 21, I told you guys I was married. But when I was married at 21, was I asking my ex, what, like, what do you eat? How are we going to raise our kids? Are you about the school system or do we homeschool? Like how do you resolve issues? Where did you like how were you raised? Those are like very important questions that we
Yeah.
don't ask. And again, that's because what? That's because of our traumas. Now
Mm-hmm.
will I go and say, you know what? Because nobody taught me to ask those questions, I'm gonna blame people. No,
Yeah.
I put it on me. I was a grown woman who was already, even if I was 21, that's grown enough to make a baby, right? So again, we have to also, yeah, we have all this stuff that gets us, but we have to also take accountability is where I was going. Many of us are not taking accountability for the decisions that we have made. Now, if you were a child, then okay, that's different. Maybe you didn't know. A lot of us, we weren't taught. What sense is it even like growing up? They told me, man, you look at a boy, you get pregnant. That's all I knew. right? So I didn't even know like someone has to come in you for you to get pregnant. So again, it's all about circumstances. And everybody, Leona, I didn't mean to come at you if that's how you took it. But my perspective was we have to take accountability for our own actions.
So let me, before you get too far, because I think you missed the point of what that
Yeah,
was, though, because
yeah,
you
yeah.
don't know. So the thing is that everything you said is 100% right, but it's different when it comes to SA, right? So that's her situation. You can't be accountable for SA. You know what I'm saying? So it's nothing really you can do because it's out of her control. You know what I'm saying on that
I didn't
situation.
even
So
know
I
that.
do.
That's what
I
I'm
know you
saying. I
probably,
didn't
huh?
even know that. I don't know her.
Yeah, I know.
This is
That's
my
why
first
I
time
was throwing
seeing
that in
her.
before
I don't
you.
know that.
And I, yeah,
That's
I'm
what
just
she's
saying that.
saying.
That's all I was just saying.
Yeah,
So
her situation is different. That's why we
yeah,
said her
it's just
situation is
different.
different
Yeah, it's
because
just
when she
different.
said she didn't know who the father was, you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? But right
yeah.
there, it should have been okay. Question. Hey, how do you didn't know? You know what I'm saying? You have to ask those questions. For us
Oh, okay,
being
I
here,
get you. Yeah, she
you
did
know what I'm
say that
saying?
too.
Yeah, she did
Yeah,
say.
yeah.
So I already knew when she said that she didn't know. I knew what she was going at. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because you hear it so much from so many different women, black, white. It don't matter the race. You hear it so much.
Mm-hmm.
So Leona, I understand, and I'm sorry that you had to go through that, endure that, because we talked on a previous live about this. You know what I mean? Everyone, every situation is different.
Thank you.
You know?
Right, you guys knew her, right? And
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Leona,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
my apologies that you even went through that. No, nobody deserved that.
No.
Yeah,
My case though,
different.
I knew my dad, and I told you guys that earlier. The people were here. I knew my dad, my father, when I was 22. My mom was not raped. She slept with two men. So there are cases like that out here where,
Yeah.
and she was conflicted on who my dad was. It's not that she didn't go through anything. It's the decisions that she made. And my mom had me at 17. So at 17, she didn't even know what sex meant. She didn't even know what precaution, like what consequences came out of sex, because nobody taught her that. My mom was 4 months pregnant and she didn't even know that I was in her stomach. So again, every case is different. It's my
Right.
first time with
Just
Leona, so I wasn't coming at her at all. I,
You
I
know,
yeah.
think that's how you
Just a
guys took it.
misunderstanding.
And
That's
yeah,
all.
it's
Yeah,
yeah.
we had
But yeah,
Aku,
being
we had this
raped and having a baby
conversation.
is completely
That's
different.
just something we both got to learn on both ends. It's just something. That's all it
exactly.
is.
Yeah, but Kevin,
That's what I
didn't we
did.
We
had this
hold each other
conversation
accountable in
before?
this room. That's all it is.
Kevin, do you remember that we had this conversation before? That sometimes you will say something and somebody that just come the first time in the live, you start to attack you because
Oh,
they don't know
that.
your
Oh
character,
yeah, yeah. I
right?
think we did that
So,
with Gigi in here for a couple seconds. She ain't no king like
yeah,
that.
but
She talks about to tear him up, but then eventually, you know what I'm
yeah,
saying. But it's something. That's why I said. That's why we hold each other accountable because a lot of times we don't. We be doing stuff or we have like automatic reaction. We just didn't realize. You know what I'm saying. So that's just how it is, and it's all to just better each other. That's all it
yeah,
is. It's nothing to even take personal. It's just
absolutely.
all of us got
Oh
something
no,
that we
I
got
would
to
never
work on.
take that personal. No,
No, no.
no, no, I would
I
never.
was saying
Yeah, I would never take that.
room. I'm just
I,
saying that
yeah, which I
my
explained it
new
to her,
friend.
and I like that I explained it to her,
Yeah, 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 yeah. And I already know you probably
It's
ain't take it
nothing to
that
get
way.
into
I was
an
just,
argument about.
yeah,
Yeah, and it's all about when you come into a live or into somebody else's live, you have to listen before you make an assumption. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Listen to
That's
the
just,
whole conversation. Because I don't, just like a while ago, I came in, I was in here for a minute, just listening,
yeah.
understanding the conversation, where we're going at, where people are at with certain conversation. Then I have to listen to people when they talk. I'm one of those people, I listen to you first before I even speak. So I get to know the person that is speaking, understanding their point of view. Everybody's not gonna have the same point of view. We may say it the same way, it may mean
Mhm.
different. It may be the same thing and may say it different. So we all got
Yeah.
to take accountability of each other. Say, okay, well,
Hmm.
that person is hurt, so I can't come at them like that. This person is
Hmm.
okay, I can't come at them like that. So until we
Yeah.
get that understanding about learning each other as a culture, I believe we'll be okay. You know what I mean? I'm optimistic that our culture would be all right. It's just the
Hmm.
fact that we have to put back or dial back and face our traumas, our past hurt, our indifferences, and everything, I think we'll be okay. But that's just me,
Yeah,
you
most
know.
definitely.
And
Like I said,
Kev,
it's all stuff we
don't
gotta.
stop
gonna
me. Go
I'm
ahead.
gonna
Huh?
say one thing on that word that you said, BK, is like if we just invest and get together in the positivity, in like what can we do as a collective together? The things that I see are unlimited, and so if we focus in our diversity and our difference on each other, that's the problem.
That is
So
most
let's just
definitely.
invest in positivity
Yeah,
and go forward from that.
gotta look
It's
at
like
similarities.
Aku, for example, I would like to share one thing and then I'm out because I know I'm a lot to take and I appreciate the effort, guys, truly. But here is the thing. I cannot wait for September 22nd to meet this beautiful soul in person because she's gonna have a retreat in the state of Virginia,
Hmm.
and I'm excited on that. So
Hmm.
with that said, it's all about to find the connection to better ourselves, right? And to
Hmm.
want better, just not for us, but even our neighbor, even our children, even our environment, you know? It is about positivity. With that said, thank you to all to listen. I'm gonna step down and listen for a while.
Okay.
I gotta
All
get that
right.
energy back.
Appreciate you and thank you for showing me another good person I like now. I love it. Keep bringing all your people in here, man. I love it. And talking that good talk.
Yes, Tiziana.
Yeah, because
Uh,
it's all about us learning each other.
exactly. That's
You know
all.
what I mean?
That's all it is,
Because
man.
I feel like that if 1,000 of us come together as one, it'll trickle. It not trickle. It will affect the rest because they see
That's
1,000 people communicating effectively and togetherness. Man, imagine how 1,000 people can affect millions. You know what I
exactly.
mean?
That's what I believe.
Because yeah, I believe that too. You know what I mean? And just like I look at, and I go right back to the Black Panther Party. It took 5 people to impact millions.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So if we can do it, I know we can do it. You know what I mean? It's just about us understanding each other. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
And getting to listen because everybody gonna have their own different point of views. Everybody's gonna have their
Exactly.
own opinion. And it's
Yep.
okay to have your own opinion. It's okay to see things a little different. But I guarantee
Hmm.
you, out of those 1,000 people, everybody ain't gonna see things a different way. Some people are gonna see it the same way. You might have 500 see it this way, 500 see it that way. But at the end of the day, can we all come together and see one common goal?
That's
Is to be
exactly.
together as one,
Shay.
as a community.
Ashe, and that's the goal. We're not always gonna see eye to eye on everything, right? We all have different experiences, we all have different upbringings, but when it comes to one main goal that we're all trying to reach, which is what? Live a happier, abundant, fulfilling life. That's the goal of every human, and that's what we get into. Even like when it comes to being sexual abused, right? I feel like in our community that's a taboo. I was a victim of sexual abuse too, and I remember like I couldn't really tell any family member because what they shame you, especially I'm African, so in our community especially, it's shame upon when a girl's like, yeah, I've been sexually abused. So and I realized that here too. Like people don't really talk about it. It's a lot of men that come to my detox and they say, hey, I've been or my one-on-ones, and they say I've been sexually abused, but I've never talked about it. This is the first time I'm ever talking about it. So it is a very sensitive topic that needs a safe space,
Hmm.
for people who have been victimized to feel safe to talk about and not feel like they've
Hmm.
been attacked.
Hmm. I feel you on that. And that's how it gotta be, man. All of us gotta voice ourselves. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said sometimes you gotta address a problem to overcome it or find resolution in it. We can't keep hiding behind everything that's chained to us or everything that's we can't hide. I'm gonna just say put it that way. So we gotta face once we face it, then it's easier to overcome it. Xander, don't you why they ain't letting you come up? That's weird.
No,
You know
why
you
did
can
he
come
drop
up.
out? I would leave him down in the comment. Leave him down in the comment.
Is it letting you up or do I gotta send him? He said leave him in
Leave him in the comment. Nah, this ain't my live, man. But yeah, man,
there.
we I feel like we can do this. You know what I'm saying? I'm
Most
just so
definitely.
because it's too many of us on on TikTok that have the same ideas, but everybody have their different point of views about it. We on the
Uh-huh.
same page. We on the same wavelength, but can we all just be understanding to everybody has their own opinion?
Yeah.
But I see. You know what? Thank you. Oh, thank you for letting me up, baby Kevin Hart. I appreciate that. Um, what's up, Kev?
What's the deal,
Yeah.
man?
But you know what? The one thing that, and this is one of the things that I stress in my life, respect. You
Right.
know, you don't have to have the same opinion, but we have to respect each other's opinion. And hopefully in dialogue and communication, we can get to understand theirs and they can get to understand ours and come to a common ground of where we can move forward. You know,
Hmm.
it's I don't, I've been on so many TikToks. Well, I mean, I got kicked off of TikTok the other day and told I was worthless to the man.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And this was supposed to be a man of God. You
Oh
know,
wow.
I was shocked. I was totally shocked. But I understand this is why there's still so much dissension because people wanted to express. They wanted to make sure that their opinion is heard and understood,
Hmm.
but they don't want to understand yours. You
Right.
know. So yeah, yeah, and you know what? A lot of things. It goes back to what Kevin says. To what Kev says. Accountability.
Yeah.
You've got to start checking yourself,
Got
searching
to.
yourself. Why do you feel this way about what somebody says? Why do you feel this way about this person? Why do you feel this way about yourself? You know what I'm saying? Accountability. I'm telling you, when people start taking accountability, and that goes for relationships in every facet of your life. When you start taking accountability, things become so much easier.
Uh, yeah.
Yes, it
And,
do. They don't understand it.
and let
I
me
wish
let
people
me
really understood it. It's not a bad thing. Like once you check yourself right, like somebody checking you don't even hurt that bad because you already did it to yourself. And
Uh-huh.
exactly,
you
and you
realize that it's easy to overcome because you already did the worst part was checking yourself.
You have it.
Like
all,
once you
all
get over that, like life really becomes it becomes easier. I'm gonna put it just
Come on,
flat out.
easy.
It is.
You're right.
also when you check yourself and somebody else checks you, you know where it's coming from.
Yep.
You know if it's coming
Oh,
from a place of concern or it's coming from a place of jealousy because you've
Hmm.
already checked
yep,
yourself. So
yep,
you know if somebody's telling you the truth or they're not.
yep.
That's true.
Exactly. That's why I can
Yeah.
tell when a person is hurting. They be thinking I'm judging or something like, but I'm like, dog, I already like the thing is I've been through that stuff. But
Hmm.
I stopped playing victim, right? I stopped doing that stuff. So that's why I can see it in others. I mean, it's not and now I don't understand what I mean maybe later down the line though, but it's like I can't my thing is I can't be entitled or I can't be expecting somebody like, oh, they're gonna get it because I said that or something like that. No, I just put it off in the air and then if they understand it later, they will understand me later though. So but I just gotta speak on what I speak. I got like I say, you gotta address it first before you can find a solution to it. You got to. There's no way around it.
Yeah.
Right.
You got to be
I'm
a
gonna say
kid.
one more thing. I'm gonna say one more thing and then I'm gonna shut up. I'm HIV positive. I'm HIV positive, and I've been HIV positive since 1995. I know where I got it. I know who I got it. I know at the exact moment that I contracted it.
Hmm.
Do you know? I have never cried. I have never been mad about it. I've just taken care of myself to the best of my ability because I knew it was out there and I didn't protect myself. It's not on anybody else to protect me. It was on me. And that's what I'm talking
Mm,
about as far as accountability.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, you could be disappointed. You could be mad. But at the
For,
end of
for
the
what?
day, you search yourself and realize that it's not the next person's fault. You know what I
Right,
mean?
right, exactly,
And
exactly,
that and that's
Ashay,
exactly.
where and that's
that's
where the
powerful.
community and that's where the community have to come in at. You know what I mean? Individually, we all have to do our own self work. We all got to work on ourselves to understand ourselves. We can't work on somebody else and understand somebody else first. No, we have to work on ourselves in the beginning. You know what I mean? That's
Gotcha.
where I
Gotcha.
feel like a lot of people still got that Willie Lynch mentality.
Mm.
You know what I'm
I
saying?
am I am proud of you, brother, for even like, coming here and admitting that. That's something deep, for you. But that just means that you have reached your healing, right? You have reached your healing session.
Exactly.
Because only a healed person will say, you know what? Yeah, I have to take responsibility for that. I have to be accountable for that. I was the one who went out there and got this. Now I
Exactly.
have to live with the consequences. And now you have a decision to make. You have a decision to beat yourself up every day, all day about it. Or you have a decision to say, you know what? Yeah, I made this mistake. This is what happened. And I choose to be happy regardless of it. And
Right.
that's the beauty of it. Once we accept, and that's what I was even getting at when I was mentioning the sexual abuse. Even with my mom, right? With my mom, I had to talk to her so much before she was finally like, you know what, yeah, I take responsibility. Cause it was just so much on, like, I talk to my dad, he tells me something else. I come to my mom, she tells me something else. So it did take those deep talk. And now that she took responsibility for it, guess what? We are all at a better place. And that's what a lot of us got to do. We can lie to everybody else, but that person that we look at in the mirror every day, we cannot lie to that person. And once you are honest with that person, that's when your healing really starts. I have to go. Thank you so much for having me. This was
Oh
really
yeah.
enlightening.
Oh yeah, for
Appreciate
sure,
you.
man. I appreciate you for coming, man.
Yes, sir. I did. Matter of fact, I was reading it night before last, and I finished reading it today. I was reading it earlier. You know, I mean, and it's powerful. That that Litch letter is very powerful, and it's true even to this day. This was written back in 1817 something, 18 something. I can't remember the exact date, but it was written way back then, and it still stands firm today because you can see it in our community. You know what I mean? And he says, you take the mind and keep the body. Our
Mm-hmm.
bodies are strong, but our minds are weak
Mm.
because a lot of times we fall for anything. We hear it. Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. Do the research for yourself to find out if it's true. You know what I mean? You look at the statistics of, I'm not a very statistic person, but when I started looking at the numbers of black men and black women, it's astoundingly huge gap between men and women. And we have to get back to that point where now women are becoming, how do I say, I can't even say the word, but women are very independent now, very independent. You know what I mean? They don't want us. But as men, we have to get back to us. We
Right.
I
have to
don't, I
find
don't,
our ground. We
I don't
lost
agree with
footing
that.
somewhere. What?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish.
No,
I'll
no, go
finish.
ahead.
I'll wait. No,
No,
I
go
don't
ahead.
agree with that. I don't agree with the fact that you say they don't want us. No, I
No,
don't.
no,
I don't think they want us in the state that we are in,
that's what I
whereas
mean.
we are being very unresponsible,
Right, right.
not fair. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, and I think
That
that
matters.
comes from an emotional blockage that we have, that we're taught as young men not to show our emotions, not to, not to cry in front of women, not to be, not to act like we're wussies, so supposedly, you know what I'm saying? And we're getting to, I think men are elevating to a different status of where they're realizing that it's okay. But we still got to get past that. Still got to get past a lot of our teachings that basically we grew up most of our life with.
Right, right.
So,
That's what thank you, Keith, for correcting that.
and
You're right.
women on the other hand, they need to realize that just because they're independent, when they do get a man, then you have to start relying on them. You need to start leaning on them instead of always wanting to still be independent.
Yeah,
Hmm.
Because if you're still independent in your relationship, then y'all are two separate entities not working together.
Exactly.
yeah,
Exactly.
You're not working together.
Right.
yeah.
It's a
You know?
time and place. You
Yes.
know.
Yeah.
That's why. That's
So
why.
I
You
want to
know, we.
get juicy now for this last hour, right?
Uh-oh.
Because I'm
Uh-oh.
gonna get back to so this. I'm going back to this topic again later on tonight. I just got to go somewhere, so I'm gonna get back on
Uh-huh.
later tonight and then really
Yeah.
get into this. But I want to see how you feel about this. I had the bonus statement. From my point of view, majority of the people that use the word deserve comes from an unforgiving and hurt people. How
Say
y'all
that
feel
again.
about that?
It's that bonus statement from his point of view. Hold on, y'all.
No,
So
I got
major.
exactly what you mean by that, but don't you think, based on what the brother was saying earlier, don't you think that men are taking these tools, we're adding it to our repertoire, and we're now using it as an addition to what we already got? So
Mm,
I think that we shouldn't be scared about what our future is about to do. So my child, my 5-year-old daughter, your 5-year-old son, whatever, we're using that fact as far as like, I do deserve this, but I'm gonna work to deserve it. We're not afraid to work to deserve it, right? The thing is that people that say I should get it for free, that's where I kind of have the issue with. And I'm
right,
not talking about like no reparation shit. I'm talking about like if I deserve this, then I better show my proof, right? Like I better show that the reason why I deserve this. There's no sitting back and being lazy to deserve it.
right,
It's showing proof as well. So
right.
I think what we're setting up, the people that are having children in their 30s, early 30s, mid 30s, maybe even late 30s or 40s, that are raising their children right now that are 4, 5, 6 years old, 10 years old, we're actually putting all of this on them. You do deserve all of this, baby, but you're gonna have to work to get it. Do
I
you
believe
understand
nobody
that?
deserve anything. You know what I'm saying? I think we should
I
appreciate
deserve
everything we
anything.
got.
I think
No,
you
I
deserve
know.
anything you work for. I think you deserve anything that
Yeah,
you work
I'd
for.
rather be appreciative of what I got because
I,
everything ain't promised to us. You know what I'm saying? So we didn't even deserve to be here. You know what I'm saying? Deserve, I feel like that's an entitlement type mentality situation or whatever,
I
which I've
get you.
been
I
trying to
get
grow
you.
out
yeah.
myself. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm thankful for everything that I get, right? You know, because I know it don't have to happen. I'm thankful that my parents don't have to be parents. You know what I'm saying? Like we make this entitlement, like you were a parent, you were supposed to do that, but some people don't even got their parents around to do a parenting job. So we got to start appreciating the good parents. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate because we be having this entitlement behind so many situations that don't have to be. You know what I'm saying? Even if I work hard, right, or work hard, because I feel like even with deserving and all that stuff, with that mentality, it sets us up for disappointment when we don't get what we
I
feel
see
like we
what you're
should deserve.
saying. I see what you're
Yeah.
saying. So
And
you
then,
Yeah.
saying just
okay, and then
because
the,
you
the
work,
main
just
reason why I
because you
said this,
work
though,
80 hours a week, you work 80 hours a week, you don't deserve that dinner, but you should be able to appreciate that dinner. But
yeah,
deserve
most
is a
most
bad
definitely.
word.
Most
Yeah, yeah, I
definitely.
got you. I got
I
you.
like
I got
saying,
you.
yeah, I like saying more appreciative than the word deserve. And the other reason why I said that is because, like, I've been seeing this word going crazy about this thing that been going on recently. So saying that somebody deserved to be unalive or somebody deserve this or you just, you know what I'm saying? I feel like a lot of hurt and unforgiving is coming behind these situations and stuff.
Of
Even when
course.
somebody get in a failed relationship or something like that, man, I deserve to be with a better woman or a better man. Something like you
You know
need
what's
to
crazy
work
about
better.
you bringing this up? You know what's
But I
crazy about you bringing this up? Malcolm X used to do this all the time, is breaking down the language, right? Like it's deserve, right?
Your
So
voice
you're
low. Is your voice low or is it me?
It's
Y'all can
low.
hear him?
yeah, we can
Barely can hear you.
I can hear him. Yeah.
What the heck? I gotta turn my volume up there. It might be me.
It's
Can
it's
I hear?
it's
Go ahead, Mike.
Max used to do it all the time where he breaks down the
Oh
word,
boy.
right?
I hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
There you go. He caught me off guard, man. I'm about to, thought I had to go to the bathroom for me.
Well, before. Oh, he's coming back.
Hold on.
Okay, come on, Mike.
The heck?
Oh, Mike's
What you
having
doing over
problems.
there?
Mike's having
Having
problems. Why? Wi-Fi problems.
Uh-oh.
It's McDonald's, man. It's like that.
But,
But yeah, looking at it that way, yeah. But
but
like I don't think deserving come. I don't feel like it comes from a hurt place. I don't. But like I said, I respect that your opinion. You know what I mean?
Mm,
I don't think
I
it
can.
comes from a hurt place. Go ahead, Keith.
Mm, I'm kind of in agreement with you. I believe that the word deserve comes from a place of empowerment. And
right.
it's only used. It's only should be only used for an individual to move forward and get what they feel they should have.
Right.
Yeah, I
Mm, some
deserve,
motivation.
yes, motivation, yes. I deserve a better job. But what do I need to do to get a better job? I might need more care. I might
Right.
need to put in more hours on this job. But if I deserve something, I need to know what I need to do to get that, to get what I want. I
Right.
think basically the word deserve is totally an empowerment statement.
Yep.
Just and
Entitlement.
it doesn't, not in no, not
Can y'all hear
entitlement.
me now?
Oh yeah, we
Yeah, I
hear
hear
you.
you
Bro.
now.
We heard you the first time.
So that's actually what I wanted to go on, Xandor, is like just if how Malcolm X used to break down words, right? So if you it's to disserve. So I deserve this so much that I no longer have to serve the people that I got this money from in order to reserve this, right? So we're actually saying like I'm disserving you right now to have my vacation. I'm disserving you. I'm now not going to serve you anymore because I
Mm,
deserve to serve myself. You know what I'm
mm,
Right.
saying? So in that empowerment situation, if you reverse the word, it is kind of that recognition is saying like I'm gonna disserve myself from helping you so I can enjoy whatever my fruits of my labor are. So I'm disserving. I'm
mm,
disserving. I'm no longer gonna be your slave. I'm now gonna serve myself.
mm.
You
And
know,
then
and if you
another
look at it
thing,
in
just
that in
like
regards to the word alone, so like I think that what you were saying, laugh, is like you can appreciate the moments that you have to, have these great moments. But I don't deserve these moments necessarily. I don't
there
necessarily
you go. You
deserve
see what I'm
you
saying,
in order to
right?
get these moments.
Yeah. And
Because I don't I
and look
don't
what
dis I
Tara
don't
just said
disserve my
about that.
wife. I don't disserve my family because I get to have these moments of freedom. I'm not
Hmm.
serving them, actually serving them with the work that I put in. But if I say I deserve it, then I'm saying that I don't know I'll no longer have to work for this. I no longer
Mm,
have to work for this. You should just give
hmm.
this to me for free.
And you said that word is disserving.
Yeah, so like if you break the word down, which is the prefix, right? D,
Uh huh.
right? DE, right? So
Uh huh.
you're deregulating the serving part. So you're saying that I no longer have to serve you in order to achieve my prowess.
Okay.
So I
Deep.
no
Mm,
longer I shouldn't have to give it to you in order to achieve my accomplishments. So you're
Right.
saying I'm removing the servant part. I'm
Uh,
removing the servant part. Because if you were to change the word based on the English dialect, it would be pro-serve, right?
mm,
I'm
right.
pro-serving myself, or I'm pre-serving, or I'm preserving. That would be actually a better way to look at it. If you take a vacation, if you take some time off, that's preserving. That's
mm.
not deserving.
Oh.
Yeah,
Praising
I
the
feel like
yeah,
it sets you up for disappointment too. That's the reason why I'm trying to, the reason why I mentioned that word. It sets you up
right.
for disappointment because like what if you don't get what you so called deserve, right? Then you're gonna be like, man, you know what I'm saying? Or like it's like us making judgments on stuff that just like that we feel like this should happen in our life type situation. Where it don't have to happen.
Yeah.
Just because you feel this way or you make this judgment, that don't mean it's gonna work the way you want it to work. So that's the reason why I was
Well,
meaning
that's
by I feel
the
like
that's
nobody
the
deserved anything. You know what I'm saying? We didn't even deserve
That's the vacation from the vacation, right? So like you
the
take a 2 week vacation from your job or whatever, you go with a family trip, and then you say, "Man, how was your vacation?" You be like, "I need another week of vacation just to get over my vacation."
hmm,
Because you didn't really sleep as much as you wanted to. You didn't really not like just chill out like you wanted to. You had to take care of the kids. You had to go to these dinners. You had to go to all these things. You didn't really get no rest. You just got away from your job for a couple weeks. Like if you really want to go on a vacation, take a week off and sleep for 7 days. See how that makes you feel when you go back to work.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
You know, you wake up and everybody gives you breakfast every morning. You know, everybody, you know, like you don't got to do shit. The TV turned on, the game is on. You don't got to touch the remote. You got food next to your bed. You don't got to move from that bed. You just chilling. You go on a run. You go on the pool if you want to, but there ain't no schedule planned.
Did you drop by mistake? I gotta invite you.
You
I
know.
don't know what happened. But yeah, most definitely though, for
But I
real.
think I see what you're saying in the deserve part about it. And if you break down the word, it is the repetition of saying like I deserve to be lazy. And that's not true. That's not true at all.
I
No,
just yes, I'm just like I said, I'm just trying to get people to build more of a mindset of just being appreciative because like everything is not promised in our life, no matter if we want it to be promised or not. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like we can be appreciative that we woke up to see the next day. So I'm gonna say I'm gonna deserve this and see another day. Of course,
You don't
people probably
deserve that
feel like
day.
that, right?
but
But you
but
gotta be thankful that you did get to wake up. You know what I'm saying? Stuff that we deserve don't mean necessarily is gonna come to pass all the time. You know what I'm saying? They even said like if you look at that, it comes with some type of entitlement or some type of whatever. They even said like look up entitlement. It even say that's like a toxic type trait or a narcissistic trait or whatever to be entitled about certain situations. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I had to get
So it's,
over that, bro. I had to get over that.
yeah, all
I
of
had
us
a
been through it though.
forerunner.
A lot of
I
us.
had a I had a lifted forerunner. I was driving home from work early in the morning. It was like 9, 10 in the morning. I flipped that truck on the freeway. I woke up on my airbags and got myself out of the truck. Right. And the first thing I said to myself was like, man, I didn't deserve this. But did I?
Mm,
Because that changed
mm.
my whole perspective on
That's
life.
what I said.
Like maybe I did deserve that. Like in a negative connotation, like wake the fuck up, bro. You could have not made it home today.
Exactly.
Deserve everything you got today. And it was literally I've had to go through like EKGs, I've had to go to EEGs, I've had to do all of these CAT scans and everything on my brain to see why I'm even capable of getting my driver's license back right now because of that one accident. Because I literally just they thought I had a seizure, maybe a minor heart attack, something like that while I was driving down the road. And so I did deserve that to wake myself up. But that's on me. That's not on other people.
Yeah.
I got that deservance from God. I got that deservance to
And
be
even
like, bro, you know you can lose your life on the drive home from work.
yeah.
You know you can not have tomorrow because of today. You know you don't deserve tomorrow. You know you should be appreciative of the moment that you got out of that fucking truck and you climbed out by
Yeah.
yourself. You should be appreciative. You didn't deserve to climb out of that truck. You deserve to
Right.
be in that coffin. You deserve to be in that grave, bro.
And that's why, even with that, it ain't even like I just why I'm just it's just that word in general. Like even that, I just look at it as what's meant is meant. That's all it is. It was meant for me to happen. I think we was talking about this other live. Like instead of saying the word deserve, it's just meant. That's all it is most of the time. It was meant for me to learn from this so I can grow and better myself. It was meant. Like at the end of the day, and that's what I always tell people: what's meant is meant. Everything happened for a reason. You know, this other stuff too, but it's just like that's just what was meant to happen. Like we can't if we look at this like a deserve type mentality, right? If we look at that, then it's like it kind of it can
So
hurt. It can
you're
hurt, and
almost
I mean
saying
it's like
like
damaging on
deserve
both
should
ends
be
if you think about it. Because
well,
you're
I
like
think
saying
that
that deserve should be a negative term, right?
yeah, it seemed
Like
like yeah.
if somebody goes through something bad, you say you shouldn't deserve this. You don't deserve this, right? Like that's a negative connotation. You shouldn't be like, "Hey, here's your flowers. You deserve these flowers." No, you don't deserve these flowers. Like you should
Appreciate it.
appreciate them. I hope you accept them. That's all I'm hoping for is that you accept them. But it's no deserving that. Now, if you have bad karma, you deserve that bad karma. That should be all negative. Deserve
But
is a negative connotation, not a positive one.
yeah,
I don't necessarily agree with that. Because I feel that like I say, it's an empowerment statement, and for
yeah,
what, because it deserves it kind of molds you into the person that you want to be. You know what I'm saying? I deserve to get respect. So if I deserve to get respect, I'm going to walk with respect. Do I expect to get it from everyone? No. But the people who matter to me and the people who see the way that I'm walking, they're going to give me the respect. But I deserve it from everyone. But it doesn't mean I'm going to get it from everyone.
Well,
So,
hold on. But
and a
based
bigger
on what the host
question,
is saying,
and a bigger question is,
but based on what the host is saying and the breakdown on the word, right? So anything that starts with a DE is all obviously a up to down situation. So when you say I deserve to accept this, right? Accept, the AC part of that accept is an uplifting part of it. So if you want to just use the words and just the basis of the words, if you deserve or devalue or de-escalate a situation, right? That's always a downplay. You're trying to take an emotion from high and bring it back down to normal. If you do escalate, ES, AC, right? Accept a value. Like if you look at just the terminology of the word, then deserve should be on a devalued statement. You should
okay,
always try to escalate or appreciate or to accept something is an upstating kind of conversation. So I look at it just based on the word. I'm not talking about how we think about it or
okay.
whatever,
Well,
just
I'm not
based on
trying
the
to.
word.
All right, I
Hold,
hear you, and I'm
real
not trying
real
to be
quick.
funny. But what
Zach,
about
let me get
deserve? What
real
about
quick
deserve?
before you get them real quick. I mean, not get them, but
All
I just
right.
let me just say like real quick. I just want to say what I get. I think I get what you trying to put it though. Now this like the difference between like confidence and arrogance type situation. It's kind of the same thing as that though. So I do. You can like if you use this for yourself, right? If you got sometimes you might have to talk to yourself certain type of ways to build confidence within yourself so you can move forward. So sometimes
Yeah,
people do have to tell themselves that, I deserve to be in a better place to uplift themselves and stuff. But
Right.
just in general, just to voice it out, right? Just like arrogance, what I'm saying? Voicing out a certain situation, that dude's like, it comes to that with the other
yeah.
part you were saying, like about it's not entitlement, you was using the other word though, but it's just something like that. You know what I'm saying? It's a what was the word you was just using? Uh, demanding or no, it's not entitled, empowered or something like that. Something like that. You said something like that.
And who me?
There was another one you had used, like when somebody, like I don't know, I'm mixing up that, but it was, but basically, yeah. Like if you're using it to motivate yours
You
or
look at it based
confidence,
on
I mean, I
God and
can get
flaw.
like why that can work sometimes, but it's different between you really like I don't know how to say that, but it's just my whole point is just trying to get people to just to be more appreciative. That's the whole thing.
Well,
It ain't because I
yeah,
do feel like
and
that
that's
word
fine.
do it can set you
Yeah.
up. It
And
sets
that's
you up
fine.
sometimes.
Good. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't mean to. But I just want to say that deserve is a word that, like I said, only really applies to yourself or should apply to yourself because nobody ever really gets what they deserve.
Exactly. Exactly.
Nobody ever really gets what they deserve.
Some people
Exactly.
So,
do.
some people do. Some people
Hey,
do,
But
some
and
who
people
to
you
make
know,
do,
that
but it's
judgment?
usually
Like
in a
somebody was
negative
mentioning that before. Like
connotation.
who's the judge? Like on that situation? Like how do you know who deserve
Yeah,
what?
right?
it's usually in a negative connotation, right? It's usually like they got what they deserved. They
Right.
got what they
It
deserve,
usually be
yo.
with
You
that
you
too.
talk all that shit and you got that smoke, homie. You got what you deserve. But
And that's right. Yeah, but
car, like if you look at it like as a car, like you accelerate, right? You accelerate your path, right? So when you push on that gas pedal, you accelerate. But when you push on the brake pedal, what do? You decelerate. So if you look at deserve, you're actually decelerating your life the moment that
mm,
you say I deserve it. But if you say, you know what, I actually observe it, I see where my future is going, then you say it in a different sense. So the moment you say deserve, you could say that internally, you could say that personally. But the moment you put it out into like a path of a group, if I say to y'all, you know what, I deserve to get all my accolades, I'm actually downplaying myself. I don't deserve shit.
mm,
Hey, but I am doing something to accelerate my life right now. How do you guys think about
mm,
me when I say accelerate my life instead of saying I deserve these things? Because
mm,
now I'm in a pompous attitude when I say deserve. But if I say I'm accelerating my life right now, you look at me and say, oh shit, he moving forward. He moving forward.
yeah.
He moving forward to his progression. It is
Yeah, that's
semantic.
like I
Yeah,
said.
it is semantics. I get that, DG. I get that. It is semantics. But I mean,
Yeah.
it does power of energy, right? It does move power of energy. So if you say you deserve something, that means that you don't got to work for it. But if I'm accelerating something, I got to at least push on the gas.
Mm-hmm.
That is, I don't think that means just because you say you deserve something that you're owed something. No, if you deserve, if you feel you deserve something, that's, yeah, I think you feel that you should. There's things you need to do to strive for it. You know,
Oh no,
I
the way
deserve.
you just said that, most of the people do that. They do feel like
Yeah,
they're
Right.
that's the
owed
thing.
something when they
Yeah,
use
but
that.
I don't know. You know, I don't know where that comes from. I don't know where that comes from.
Yeah.
I don't.
Every
I don't understand.
everybody with a grandfather in this live that has bought lottery tickets for the last 40 years of his life can't win this lottery. I've been working my whole life. I deserve to win the lottery. You deserve to win the lottery, bro? You've been playing it for 50
But
years.
wait a
You've been
minute.
playing it
You've been
for 50
playing the
years. You
lottery
don't
for
deserve
50 years.
shit.
But wait a minute. You've been playing the lottery for 50 years, and if you had taken that money that you were spending on the lottery ticket for 50 years, you might have what you deserve.
Would have won the lottery. Yeah,
Right.
yeah,
Exactly.
you deserve. That's bad connotation. That's a
Right.
bad connotation.
You right. And that's just like, yeah, right. Focus your energy on certain situations. Obviously, it's going. I look at it as whatever gonna happen anyways. You know what I'm saying? No matter if we say we deserve it or not, it's just gonna happen. But I was about to also add, it's just like with when you tell yourself that you better than somebody. Sometimes some people, and that's no different. You gotta might have to be like, though, I'm better than this guy for motivation. Like I can get it. Like if you're trying to motivate yourself, but most of the time people be having this entitlement. It's a difference between using it in an entitlement type way and using it in a motivational type way. Because some people have to talk to themselves certain ways so they can, build confidence. That's just all. That's just how it is most of the time. But majority of people is not
Hey,
doing it
Kev,
because they
I
I
really feel
dare
hate to
like they
cut
one
you
of
off,
you
deserve
but
something
that
they
men.
ain't put their
I
work
dare
in.
one of you men, especially the married men. Go back to your wife and say, "I deserve you" right now, and see how she reacts to it. Go back to your wife right now and be like, "You know why I have you as my wife? Is because I deserve you." And see how she reacts to it. I bet you it's negative. I
No,
bet you it's
I don't
negative,
think.
bro.
It depends on how the person takes that. You know what I mean? Because you can say you deserve something when you love somebody. You know what I mean? Because you want that affection from that person. So you can go to your wife and say, "Babe, you know what? I deserve." You know what I mean? And then some men, most men, not all, most men say, "Man, baby, I don't deserve you." You know what I mean? So that's a negative light, baby.
That's why we
You
should just
deserve
say
me.
I would
appreciate you.
actually think
Wrong
positive
with
in that,
appreciate
BK.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So, you
BK,
know.
I would say that like it's if I went to my wife and said I don't deserve you, baby, like I think that as a positive because I don't think I'm enough for you. But if I
And I was
say
about to say that
appreciate you,
sound like
cool.
you
If I
downplaying
say I
yourself.
deserve you though, yeah, if I
Right.
say I
That
deserve
show a
you,
lack of
like she gonna be
confidence.
like, bitch, what? What the fuck you mean you deserve me? Like she gonna be like, you deserve me. Like I have to do this shit. But if you say I don't deserve you, she gonna actually take it as a
You
compliment,
deserve
right?
me.
Yeah, yeah. Come
What
on,
you
bro.
what you trying to say?
Like fuck out of
I
here.
told you it come with that it come with that ego type mentality type
You can't do
situation, that
that shit,
pride.
bro. Now, if you say
You
I
deserve me,
appreciate
girl.
you, appreciate usually comes with a follow up. I appreciate how you are as a
Ain't
mother. I
nobody better than me.
appreciate how you are as a person. I appreciate how you navigate life with your friends
Yes.
and life with me. But if you say, you know what, I really deserved you in my life, your wife gonna be like, what do you mean you deserved me? Like I was just waiting for you, bitch. I could find 10 other men.
Right,
I
just
could
about
find
to
10 other
say.
men. What the fuck is you talking about? I
All right.
deserve you.
And most of the time, I don't even be with that person forever.
Yeah, we don't give a fuck about you,
I'm like,
bro.
what the heck? I thought you just deserved me. Now we not even people no more. We not even with each other. He just set you off. That's
Give
why
her
I said
some
we set
D.
ourselves up with
Give your wife
disappointment
some
when you
D.
talk like that.
Yeah, give her some D and be like, you deserve this D.
He will say anything.
Yo, you
And
out,
I think
bro.
I
You on
probably
the
said
couch,
something like
bro.
that before to
You on
my
the
chick.
couch and leave, bro.
You deserve this.
You deserve this. You've been working so hard this week. You deserve this
Okay,
D. You be like, what that little fucking
okay,
shit you got?
when you tell your wife that you deserve her, that doesn't that mean, baby, I'm lucky to have you.
No, when you tell your wife, I don't deserve you. That I think that's a moment of recession, right? Like you sitting back saying, like, I don't deserve the love that you give me. I don't deserve all the things that you do for me. When you say deserve, I deserve you, is because like I've done so much that you should be appreciative of what I do for you. It's so
I do hear
you
both.
know,
That's
like
why both. I hear. That's why I was saying that word is crazy because it's one or the other. One of them is that it's a lack of confidence on your end to where you feel like I don't deserve it. So that's one
Right.
thing, right? And if you
Right.
telling another person that I do deserve you, right? That mean that you looking at them as in that I should be
I
good
picked you.
enough. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
So one of
picked
them is
you.
like too arrogant and one of them is too low confidence. It's like
Yeah.
it's literally a double
That's
edged
what I'm
sword
saying.
saying that
Yeah,
instead
it
of
is.
saying
But
I
yeah, you know,
appreciate.
I think that's
Cause
up
it's
to, but I think that's up to the individual.
right.
You know,
Right.
I mean, I listen. I know how we were taught to perceive the word, or I taught know how we were taught in sentence structure. But if I said, "Baby, I deserve you," listen,
Mhm.
I feel like, you know, I mean, I don't think I would say it, but if I did ever say it, I wouldn't expect my partner to get mad.
Right.
No,
I
no, no,
Because
I
no.
look,
Listen,
understand that, but
my
that's
thing is
based
because
like
on
this.
the
I
that's based on
deserve
the
you. I
calculation of
deserve
the
for someone
language.
who's on my energy level. I deserve someone who loves as hard as I do. I
right.
Okay,
deserve
so
somebody
let's
who's
break
willing
down.
to take.
That's why I
So I
want to
don't.
break down the language of the word, right? So depression, negative or positive? Negative, right? Depression, de-escalate. You're always trying to lower. You're always trying to lower. So
Now,
deserve,
de-escalate. Wait a minute. Wait,
deserve.
wait, wait, wait,
So
wait,
if you
wait,
look at
wait.
the second part of the word,
De-escalate.
just remove the de and you say serve.
Wait a
De-serve
minute.
means I'm removing the servitude of that situation.
Hmm.
I'm
All right, but
removing the serve. I don't need to
de-escalate,
serve you in order
sir.
to serve you. Like I'm literally giving you everything, and I'm removing the fact that I don't have to serve you for shit. But
Okay,
in
de.
always have to serve your partner. So the moment that you add the D to it, the DE to it, now the D. Once you add the D to it, you don't gotta serve them as no. Whoa. Anyway, if you remove the DE to it, right, then you're actually saying that I'm not serving you anymore. I don't deserve to serve in order to get what I'm supposed to be reciprocated. So if you do look at those de-escalate, if you look at depression, if you look at um, depressed, right? Like you could just use pressed. It has a whole different meaning than depressed because I'm extra depressed. I'm extra pressed. You know, like you're adding this thing of I'm removing the second part of that word. So when you say
Seriously.
acceptance, you're saying
Can I de-escalate your
I'm
explanation
acting on
Right,
so somebody else can talk?
right.
on
Xander been trying
survival.
to
I'm
get that
acting
for you.
on
Yes,
necessity.
yes. Somebody else can talk. Yeah.
If you, I'm
Right.
just saying how it internalizes when you hear the word. Hey, I
He got
deserve
it.
you,
He got
girl.
it.
I
I think
deserve
he
you.
had something he
And
wanted
that
to
girl, let's
throw in
say
there.
that girl make $1 million a year, and you make $100,000 a year. I deserve you. She gonna be like, you just sat me back at your $100,000 job when I'm making $1 million a year. What do you mean you deserve me? How about you serve me?
How does
And
she
then you
deserve?
gonna take offense to that shit because you're gonna be like, well, what happened to the D? And she gonna be
Whoa.
like, I can get D from anybody. I can get D from anybody.
Right. That's when you
Everybody
really
got a
do.
D,
So
bro.
what you was trying to say, Xander? I
Listen,
know what you about to say too.
I
yeah,
know I'm an asshole, bro.
I don't even
I
want
do
to
that shit.
listen.
Yeah, determined. I'm just
De,
determined.
de,
I'm just
de,
determined. I'm not determined. I'm determined.
are
He
you
was
finished?
talking about
Are
de-escalate. I
you
know you about
finished?
to get on that
Are you
one.
finished? Are you finished, Mike?
I'm just an asshole,
My
bro.
boy
That's
went
my fault.
crazy.
That's my fault. Yeah, Xander, I
Okay.
apologize.
Don't worry
No,
about it. Don't worry about it. I can sit back. But de-escalate. If you look at de-escalate in many forms around the world, de-escalation is a good thing.
It's
When
a
we
good thing, yeah.
de-escalate, when you de-escalate a hot, argument, when you de-escalate your anger, your temper to your partner, something like that. When you de-escalate maybe a situation where it could turn out bad, I don't see de-escalate as a bad thing at all.
But
Let's
I can go back with a counter with that, and I'm gonna play the devil's advocate on that. If I de-escalate my growth because I'm actually putting myself in a better position than you, and it makes you feel bad, then I'm actually making a bad decision right there. D is the DE part is where we're having the struggle here in the word, right? Is that you might say de-escalate a situation, that might be a good thing, right? But if I'm achieving so much that it puts you into a faulty situation, like let's say we're homies we're trying to go through this thing and be like, hey, bro, you're moving too faster than me. Can you de-escalate the situation? Is that a bad term or a good term? It's a bad
That
term.
listen, it's not a bad. No, it's not a bad term. It's just a feeling that this other person is having because they're falling behind. That's not a. It's not a
Exactly,
bad.
exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm
So
saying.
it yes, but that's a feeling they're having. You know what I'm saying? My thing is like this: if you don't want to de-escalate or felt de-escalated, stay up with me.
Step your
Do the
shit
things
up.
that I'm
Step your
doing.
shit up.
So
Yeah,
so
step your shit up.
so it's like I say, this is all a personal. I think it's all a personal or inside personal word for
That's where I'm trying to go
empowerment.
with it, Xander.
Oh,
That's where I'm trying to go with it, Xander. So if I'm moving faster than you, let's say we're business partners or we're trying to do something or achieve something, and I'm moving faster than you, and you're like, bro, slow down, which is de-escalate. So slow down, bro. You're moving too faster than I can't keep up. And I'd be like, well, you just don't deserve it. You don't deserve it because you ain't working hard enough. So it's
yeah.
deserve a
So
positive or a negative in that connotation.
It's not to say
yeah.
that you
So I
know.
want
It's
to.
not. You're putting
Hmm?
the way that you're talking about it. You're putting everybody at the same level, and the reality of it is everybody's not at the same level.
I got you.
Education,
I got you.
emotional growth, yada yada yada. So, like I said, the person of the word deserve. That's a personal empowerment word, and I don't,
I like how you just said that, right? Empowerment
Personal
there.
empowerment.
And I feel like just in general, right? No matter if you said the person or the level, no matter how you look at it, when you use that word deserve, right, it's literally either one of the two, right? Like how I kind of explained it earlier. Like one of them is either for you to is to motivate yourself or some type of entitlement behind that situation to you telling yourself that this is it, right? I deserve this. And like I said, I don't think just like I said, I don't think nobody deserve anything as much as we wanted to because we gotta like I said, it's more of we got to appreciate what we get if we get it because it's like we can work 1,000 years, right, and still don't get what we so called deserve, right? So it's like we setting ourselves up with disappointment with just that word alone. You know what I'm saying? I could
So
feel like
hold.
that I deserve this wife, but if your wife cheat on you or something like that, then you feel bad after that, right? So it's like it's so much stuff like with just that word alone to where that's the reason why I'm just like we need to be more appreciative than feeling like we deserve anything because
So
like
host,
nothing
do
that
you
we
think it's a
deserve.
word? Do you think it's a word that should be used internally and not externally?
It
So if
shouldn't be
you
used
talk
at
to
all, really.
yourself and
Like
you
to
say,
if
"Yo, I
according to me, I don't believe it deserve anything. You know what I'm saying? Because like nothing that we feel that we deserve don't mean it's gonna come to pass. It's a setup for failure. You know what I'm saying? It's just a setup.
I
It's
see."
straight
Okay,
up setup.
so
Yeah. So
Because
so
it's
we
this
like
it's like
if I said it to you and I was like, you know what, bro, you don't deserve this. That's a negative connotation. But if I say to
negative,
myself,
right? Or
if
if
like,
somebody tell me you
you
deserve 1 million
deserve
followers and I
this,
don't get
then
it, I'm
get
disappointed, right? So it's
yeah,
like
yeah,
if
that's right.
either way we look at it, that word it's not solid. You know what I'm saying? It's just a judgment. Just like these people that saying people deserve to be unalived or people deserve to have many families. Like all this stuff is just a judgment, right? But it don't mean just because we make a judgment, it don't mean it's gonna come to pass.
so
You
It's
know
do
like
what
a tossing.
changes? You know what changes that question if you put a hyphen between that D part. That's what I'm saying is like if you separate those two words, it's like I'm de-serving you. I'm no longer serving you. You
so
know,
do
Yeah,
like
but I
so
don't
even
think
when you
people
so
say it to
everybody ain't gonna
yourself,
think
when you're
that
like,
deep on
"I
it. I
but
ain't trying to
that
break
deserve
it
this,
down like
I
that.
deserve
yeah
this," it's like
yeah
you're not
but
even giving service to yourself, so you're not even
I'm
willing
just
to put the
I'm
work
trying to
into
keep it in
yourself.
baby
but that's
language for
the thing. If
everybody,
you're not,
man. Everybody know what
if
the
you
word is,
wait a
but I
minute,
don't think they're gonna know
if
that
you're not
deep.
serving, wait a minute, if you're not serving yourself, then you really
Yeah.
not going anywhere. You're not doing
Yeah,
anything.
so
You're not empowering yourself in
if I
any kind of
deserve
way.
it, I'm
So
saying
that
like I'm not even gonna serve myself. I'm not
that
even
but
gonna
I'm
serve
saying.
myself in the learning attitude. I'm not gonna serve myself in the putting down the work. I never put a brick down and put some cement between it and learn how to build that wall, but I deserve the pay for it. I deserve it. No, it's because I just decided that I don't have to put the work in order to get the money. Like that's literally what you're saying. It's like I don't want to build the wall myself, but since I came up with the bricks and the cement, I deserve to get the pay. But now you
Mm.
putting a
So
disservice. Disservice is literally the word is a disservice to the community. You deserve it because of lack of work.
mm. so So even with that, so terrorist, because I see you like that word, but I'm just saying, like, what is so hard to say that I appreciate something, right?
I love that
What's
word.
I don't get like what's so hard? Why we just can't switch it up? Do we have to use the deserve? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because like I said, all I'm it's a protection of self, right? It's just a protection of everybody because it's like nobody's entitled to anything that we so called feel like we deserve, right?
Okay. Oh, perfect. That's perfect.
Nobody's
I'm glad you
entitled
said
to
that.
that.
So host. So let me say we best friends, right? And I'm short a couple bucks or whatever. So I'm like, hey, bro, can you shoot me $100 real quick? Like Venmo me or Cash App me $100. I gotta pay for something real quick, right? And you're like, cool, bro, and you send that money to me, and I'm like, thank you, I deserve that. Like, how does that make you feel, bro? Like,
Well,
Yeah,
instead
you
of
ain't
saying,
nobody gonna
hey,
say
I
that.
really
But
appreciate that,
well,
instead of saying I appreciate that, I'm like, thanks, bro, I deserve that because of all that
yeah,
shit I did for you in the past.
so,
You'd be like,
Right
you
now,
deserve it. What the
now
fuck?
you wait a
You
minute.
just
You're
said that
coming
to
up
me.
with a hypothetical
that's all I'm about to
terms
say.
that nobody would ever say.
I
Nobody
feel
would
what
ever
he's trying
say
to
nothing
do, but
like
he
that.
coming with. I'm not. That's not
Yeah,
my point.
yeah.
No,
I'm
it's
just
just
trying to
like,
get to
okay, so it's
like,
like your wife, right? Or it's like your wife. Like you
yeah,
say, hey
Mike. Let
baby,
me
like
just
if
finish
you
real
come
quick,
home
man.
and
You
your
about to
wife
twist their
clean up
head
the
up. I'm trying to
house
get
and
them on one point.
you walk into the house and like you having a party that night and your wife clean up the whole house and you walk in and be like, thanks baby, I deserve that for you to clean up the house. She'd be like, you deserve it. Nah, you say I appreciate that. You don't say I
Yeah.
deserve that.
so when
You
you
Yes.
don't
when you
say
going
that.
when you and your wife are going out to dinner, I'm gonna say this, and I mean I ain't saying too much, but just like when you and your wife going out to dinner, and your wife said, "Well, baby, you know what? I thank you. I deserve this dinner." Are you gonna get upset? I mean, it's the individual. You know what I'm saying? Deserve, that word
I'm
deserve
kind of
is
gonna
an
feel a
individual.
certain way. I'm gonna feel a
Why
certain
do
way
you
if she say
deserve it
deserve
though?
it. Yeah,
Okay. And why
if
does
she
she
say
deserve it?
appreciate, if she say, baby, I really appreciate this dinner, because I'm gonna be like, I recognize it's a hard and then you ain't had no time off or whatever, and I
So
think you
she,
really,
so
I'm
you
trying to
really
get everybody on the
deserve this
same
dinner.
page. We
I
we
really think you deserve this dinner.
God.
And she says, yeah, I deserve this dinner too. That's how I feel. I'll be like, you
so
deserve it.
she's not worth that dinner. She's not
I
entitled to
I
that dinner.
said I said to her, I think you deserve this, baby, because you've been working so hard. If she says, yeah, I do deserve it, I'm gonna kind of be offended by it. If she says, I appreciate it, I'm not gonna be offended. It's just the way the word come out to we're like, yeah, you right, because I do deserve this shit. And
But
be
what
It's
like,
an
they,
what the
entitlement.
fuck?
It's an entitlement
so,
behind that
so,
It is
so
an
situation.
it's
entitlement to the situation, right?
so basically it's the individual that's taking the word to another level.
No,
So
Everybody
did
don't
that's
look
just
at
what
that
it
word
is.
so
as
did
Like
that.
if
Chris
it's
Rock
like,
No,
did
hold on,
Chris
Mike.
Rock
because
Hold
I
on,
don't
man.
look at
deserve the
Hold on,
slap?
man.
Hold
Mike,
on, did Chris
Mike,
Rock
man.
deserve
I'm
the
just trying to
slap, or
get
did
somewhere.
Jada Pinkett appreciate the slap?
Mute them if you want to say something, Kevin.
Bro, that's what I have to do. So, he keep throwing my brain off, man. I'm just trying to get everybody on the same thing, but he throwing this other stuff out. I get what you're doing, but man, I was just saying, like, just put another example, right? I'm just trying to show you that this word is it's a very entitled type word, right? No matter how we feel about it, right? Because like I could say that me eating right, being stress free and all this stuff, I deserve to make it to 100, right? But that's not promised to me, right? It's just not promised. Me feeling entitled to feeling like I deserve something is just not promised because anything can happen. Anything can stop it, or the fact that because and like I said, it's just a setup for disappointment. It's not even about how people interpret it. That's just real life of what's happening.
No,
Like that word itself is a setup, huh?
no. I mean, by me looking at the definition of it, I mean, I don't look at it as like that. I mean, that's why I say I disagree to agree. You know what I mean? I disagree with that. I
Yeah.
mean, the way you see it, the way you see it, you know what I mean? But I don't see it as that. So, and it's okay. You know what I'm saying? So I'm sitting here trying to understand what are you meaning of it. You know what I mean? We put more emphasis on the word deserve,
Okay.
and you know what I'm saying? And
So
it's
if you
okay.
don't get what you deserve, what's gonna happen?
I'm not
You
gonna be
deal
mad.
with it.
You
You
deal
Huh?
with
deal
it.
with it.
You're grown enough to deal with the whatever don't come.
Yes. So that's why I say everybody ain't got that mentality though,
Nah,
right?
nah,
So I'm
but
just
I
saying
think
that
I think you're missing what the host is saying.
huh,
So I'm
I,
trying to put this in
I'm
some a
trying to
little
get
bit of
it.
a
I
caveat,
mean,
right?
like at the
Like,
end of the day,
so
if
if
you're
I
really
I mean,
going with,
either way, I
if you
disagree.
have to hit
Either
something
way,
really
about
hard work,
something that
right?
you think you deserve and not grind for it, that's like a big ass you problem instead of like going back and
That's the point.
reevaluate the situation. Like, hey, I didn't do this right. I didn't do that right. All right, next go around, I'm gonna do this right, do that right, and so it's like
So
people
Roy,
use like,
if you work for my company and you did a bunch of sales for my company, right? And I come up to you and I'm like, hey bro, you know what? You did so much for this company right now. I got a bonus check that you really deserve, right? If you
yeah.
turn around and say, yeah, I do deserve that, I'm gonna take that in a negative connotation, right? But if you say
But
I really
also, then again,
appreciate
it's
that,
also
that's a
like,
whole different way, right? That's a different way. It's like
yeah,
I
it's
need to
it's
give
how you
deserve to
use the
you
word in
as a
context and
like
stuff,
you worked
but also
hard.
just respect in
Yeah,
general too. Like,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
that's
what I'm
right.
saying.
That's right. It's a reciprocation. So if I
This is how
say,
you
bro,
treat
you
people.
really deserve this based on all the hard work you did, and you say,
it's like
yeah, I do
me
deserve
just
that,
dressing up
I'm gonna
all
be like,
spiffy and
what the
going to the
fuck,
bank
bro?
and
You
like I
hold
deserve a
on.
loan.
But
Yeah,
basically,
yeah. No, you
but
can't do
wait a
that.
minute,
You can't
wait a
do that.
minute, wait a
And get
minute.
You
mad because
can't
I
say
don't
I
get it because
deserve
I,
a raise, I
you know,
deserve a bonus, I deserve this or whatever. But if I give it to you and I say you really deserve this, you take that as a sign of respect, and in return you say I really appreciate
yeah. Then, but
your
like some people really
disservice
just
to
go off
me
the
by
edge, just talking
saying
about,
I'm
yeah,
giving
I
it
do
to you.
deserve this, and in actuality, you really don't. People just being really nice to you, and just
But
Yeah.
it, but in the beginning, in the end of it all, it's about how you present yourself, what you say. Because the word deserving, I mean,
That's
like I
true.
said, I still think is an inside word. For for yourself,
That's true.
it's not an outside word because nobody else on this earth is
No.
going to feel like you're deserving because they don't know you like that, and they
Right.
really don't care because they're so busy thinking they deserve this.
Right.
So it's an inside word. It's not an outside word that I deserve this. I no. It's an inside word to say I deserve this, and you know what I'm going to do to get this. But a motivational thing to get this. It's not an outside word. No, because everybody's not deserving, and everybody doesn't get what they deserve, and that's the
That's
bottom
my
line on
point.
it.
That's my
That's the bottom
point.
line on it.
That's my
Almost
whole point.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
at an
I just
outside perspective, that actually makes sense. Like I was
All right, moving on, moving
from an
on,
outside
moving on.
perspective, that almost makes sense. So let's say your boy gets a promotion. Like if your boy gets a promotion, right, and he comes to you and he said, "I've been working for this job for 5 years or whatever." They gave me a promotion and a raise, and I go to my boy and I be like, "Bro, you really deserve it. You've been working hard." I think that's acceptable, right? So maybe that's not a
that's
negative
to boost
connotation,
their
but if you're doing it
confidence.
from a person to person, yeah, it's a person to
It's just a
person thing.
boost
It's like,
word. It's just a
hey, you know
boost
what?
situation. Like I said, but
It's
it becomes
it's a boost
damaging when we
situation.
focus so much on it. It brings us a form. That's why I said an entitled type mentality, right? That's just what comes behind that. No matter how we want to look at it, that's just what comes because we like at the end of the day, life gonna happen.
Yeah,
I don't feel like I deserve. I need to pass away tomorrow, but it can happen. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't feel like you know. The thing is like I don't know how to explain this though. It's weird because I understand like all of us got grew up and have been that way all the time, but I just take sometimes I take the time to ask like questions about why on different situations and try to understand what comes behind a lot of things or whatever. Um,
I mean, it's so crazy, host, because like even though like as my boy, like if we was boys, right, and you got
that
that
is the
promotion,
topic though.
if you anteed up
Deserve
on
is
your
the
position,
topic.
I'd be
It's the
like, bro,
last
you
part.
really deserve this, right? And you turn around back to me and you be like, yeah, I do deserve this, and I'd be like, honestly, you don't deserve this. You better keep working your ass off. Stop thinking that you just met the pinnacle. You got to keep working. So it does have that like really thin line between love and hate kind of attitude, right? It's like you do deserve it, bro, but don't act like you just solid now because you got your promotion. You better keep working. What you deserve to do is to serve again. That don't do the disservice, do the
I can see where the
consistent
disconnect
service
happening, man.
so you can get the next promotion.
But majority of people, this is what
We
your
deserve
statement says
another
up there.
topic.
It says
We
it
deserve
says
another
majority of
topic.
It's
people
it.
That shit is hilarious.
majority of people use the word deserve come from an unforgivable or hurt place. I think it doesn't come from an unforgivable or hurt place. I think it comes from a selfish place.
yeah.
Well, it depends on how you use it though, because some people be
But,
telling
but,
somebody
but,
that they deserve to be unalive, and that's the main reason why I came up with this topic.
But
Oh, that
that's
second part, right?
but
Or
that's selfish. But that's selfish too. Because if you think you are just because you feel like you want to be unalive, are you thinking about the other people that is going to affect?
that's unforgiving
So
come
that's
from that
so
part
that's
because you
I
didn't
selfish.
mean,
forgive
that's a
yourself.
perfect.
That's selfish.
Right.
Yo, that's a perfect thing, host. Like, so I played for a JUCO team where Michigan State had offered me a full ride, and I got an injury, so I couldn't work that year. So I was like, I graduated that year. When I came back the next year, they got another slot back that was going to take my position. I came in with the attitude that I deserved that position because I was there the year before. But that doesn't mean I deserve that position. What I deserved to myself was to work harder to prove the reason why I came back the second year. And I thought with the mentality of like egotistical mentality is like, nah, they already gonna accept me. I already deserve the position. That's a negative connotation. No, bro, you need to get out there and work. You need to get out there and do your motherfucking job again and show them why you deserve the position, not why you think you deserve the position. You know, it is giving up that like it is an egotistical thing of saying like, nah, I've been here, bro, I deserve it without putting in the work.
That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm getting to about that. It's
So I
like
was
it is like
unalive.
a
I
it's
was
a
unalive from the team. I was unalive from my scholarship. I was unalive from the everything that came along with actually earning it. You know.
yeah. I'm Bro, my brain done went so many spots. I was trying to get to a point on this whole situation though. I think I could talk. I'm gonna talk about this later anyway though, because I know I'd be able to explain it way better because it's the reason why I be saying stuff through the mustache on my head. Good look. So, cause like, man, like I said, I do understand people. You know, you say stuff to yourself. Maybe you got to motivate yourself because you know you lack of confidence, so you have to tell me, yeah, I deserve to be, I deserve to do whatever. You know, but that's something I have to do to boost myself, right? Or just like some people got to tell myself I'm better, I'm the best, you know, stuff like that. But then when you voice it for everybody, becomes arrogance after that. You know what I'm saying? Or telling somebody that, you know, it's really just judgments. It's judgments against ourselves, and then our judgments are not solid. That's all I'm meaning about that. It's like, uh, yeah, I don't know what more how to explain that situation though, but
I'll give you one. I'll
maybe
give you one host.
not.
I'll give you one host. I'll
What you
give you one
got?
host. So I was raised by my grandparents, right? My mother and father never paid child support. I deserve child support, right? My grandparents deserve that money to help raise their children, right? Like they deserve that money. Am I
Right,
gonna
and that's how
argue
you
that?
feel. But what
Yeah,
if
that's
they
how I
didn't get the
feel,
money?
but it's not what reality is. My
Yeah.
parents, they got full custody of me. My grandparents got full custody of me. They've never asked for child support. They decided to take me on all they want to or whatever. And then when I'm 18, 19 years old, want to buy a house, I'm like, hey, mom and dad, you owe me $250,000 in child support. Where's that money at? Do I deserve that money? I might be able to like negotiate a way to think I can, but do I really deserve it? No. I'm just living off this fantasy that that's actually gonna happen. You don't deserve shit, bro. This is your life. Figure it the fuck out. Fuck around and find out and just live it out. Like I don't deserve none of that shit. I don't deserve my father's pastime. What I think is what I'm receiving, right? So my father, who wasn't there when I was younger, has now become a grandfather to my child that is the greatest grandfather she could ever have. You know? What I deserve is to see that happiness between my child and my father and not have any of the past shit that came up. I deserve a little bit of that happiness, but I don't take it for granted. I do like recognize what it is. Do I go at my dad and say, hey, dad, you know, since you didn't pay me, my daughter deserves all that child support? My daughter don't deserve shit of that. I'm the parent. I'm the parent. My daughter deserves everything from me. That's what she deserves. I
Oh, that
can't
was
put
him all
that
the
on
time. I didn't
other
know that. I
situations.
was hearing something.
I mean, it's just it's like how deep down the wormhole, the rabbit hole you could go with this. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, what are you willing to give up in order to have the happiness? It's like one thing that I think everybody deserves is happiness. That's one thing I do think everybody should have in their life at
I
one
think
point.
people need to appreciate their moments, but I don't think nobody deserves. Like I said, with me, like that's the only reason why I look at stuff because I realize how life is. Right? It's a reason why I say what I say because it's nothing on things like we don't even deserve God's grace, right? For all of us that believe in the Bible, right? But some people probably feel that way. I deserve this, you know what I'm saying? But even that's that's an unfavorable thing that we didn't deserve because according to us, if we did deserve anything, it'd be, with sinners. So you know what happened with sinners, right? So it's like all this stuff, like we can say that even here, like I'm appreciative. That's why I'm saying I'm big on this appreciative thing. People gonna realize what I mean, the difference between saying deserving and being appreciative, right? Because it's like once we realize that a lot of this stuff is we're not owed anything. We're
Mhm.
not. It's like like I said, tomorrow, the next day, we are not old to wake up. You know what I'm saying? Because life is life. Anything can happen. As much as we want stuff to happen the way we want it to, that don't mean it's going to happen the way we want it to. That's just realistic. And that's just thinking, thinking for how life is. You know what I'm saying? Because why set self up with disappointment because we feel we supposed to get this or we feel all did all this so this should come or happen on that. Like if we ever realize how life don't work the way we want it to work. It just don't no matter how we feel about anything. It just don't. That's
I mean,
why I tell
your
people
life
just to
isn't perfect.
appreciate every little moment, appreciate people even treating you right, appreciate because people don't have to do it. Your boss don't have to give you a raise. Your job didn't have to accept you. All this stuff, we can say that we deserve all this stuff, but it's like nobody have to do anything for us in general. Nobody don't have to keep your lights on. People can be a butthole to you. They can do whatever they want. That's why I say you appreciate all the positive things in life or appreciate anything that you get because you didn't have to get it. Nobody don't owe you anything. Shoot. You don't, I mean, sometimes you don't even owe yourself anything because, shoot, you disappoint yourself every day. Everybody disappoints themselves sometimes. But that's the reason why. That's what I'm saying. It's like some stuff we have to set ourselves up to look at how life for what it is, so we don't get disappointed. That's less disappointment. That's all it is.
I mean, that's a money
I
shot,
understand how
right?
we talk to ourselves. I understand all that. But then again, we got to figure out. We got to build enough confidence to realize how life is. You know what I'm saying? Got to be real with ourselves. That's just all we got to be.
I mean,
Because
that's a money shot, bro.
that's just all it is.
That's a money shot because I don't deserve to be in your life, but I appreciate you allowing me into it.
Exactly, and I
You
appreciate you for
know?
coming up. I'm not about to
Yeah.
say, well,
Yeah,
I
I
do
don't
all these
deserve
good
to be
words and
here.
stuff. You deserve to be in here. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah. I mean, that's a crazy thought, right? Like at any moment you could kick me out of the live. At any moment you could kick anybody out of the live. I really appreciate you bringing me up. It's just like, but I can't be like, yo, I deserve to be here. You'd be like, bro, I deserve to kick you out. Like, what are you talking about? You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Like, really appreciate what kind of, little bit of rope somebody gives you to be able to like just speak on your own emotion, you know? That should be appreciated, not deserved.
Yeah, but yeah.
I get you though, man.
The only
I
reason
see
why I
where
say
you're
that is
going with
right.
that.
I understand even what Xander just put down, but it's just that's why I be. But the reason why I say I'm so against, like, because of course we live life with expectation, but I just say that that's the expectation and entitlements is the main reason why a lot of us is hurt today, right? Because as soon as our expectation or our entitlements don't go the way we want it to, right? That's when we look at stuff a different way. We treat people worse than what it's supposed to be. You know what I'm saying? I expected you would be a good person. I expected you to talk to me with respect and all that stuff. Like we get hurt because we don't realize that our expectations is not solid, right? Or it's not guaranteed. The entitlements we feel, you know what I'm saying? It's just not guaranteed. But like if we live life on that, of course, I got goals, right? We set goals, we set, AK is a little, it's an expectation in a way too, but we set goals, but we still got to be realistic. Is that we got to appreciate once we make it to our goal. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, I put it this way. This is the reason why I've been saying so much, because I had a live about this. I said less expectation and more appreciation, because a lot of people just expect things more than what they appreciate, right? And it's all about appreciating the little things sometimes. So it's like, even if you don't get what you expect, you still appreciate the process, right? You still appreciate that you had the energy or the thought to even try it, right? It's just like I'm gonna mention, like this other thing, like that's like when you I filled out for a job or something like that. Maybe you got a good resume. You might expect to get the job, but that don't mean you're gonna guarantee to get it because you got a good resume or something like that. So then, if you living with that, oh, I knew I was gonna get this job because of that. You know what I'm saying? But what if you didn't? Then you be feeling bad, right? You feeling bad and disappointed because it didn't work the way you wanted it to work. But that's what I mean by adjusting your mentality, as in like be appreciative that you got it. You got it, even though you was qualified for it or not. You appreciate that you had it. It's like that feeling when you first get that job, right? And then you get tired of it. All of a sudden, like you don't have appreciation for the job anymore because you done got used to it. And it's, you know what I'm saying? But you was real happy when you first filled out for the job. But now you like F this job, on to the next job. It's like you got to keep that same feeling. And then even if you starting to not like it no more, shoot, appreciate that you still made it in there and look for something else instead of complaining about the job. You know
Well,
what I'm
that's the
saying?
conjuring of imagination, right? Like, so this actually happened to me last night, bro. I was on a live until like 9:30, maybe 10 o'clock last night, and my daughter wasn't going to sleep. So I came back in the house, and it's the weekend. It's about to be her summer break, right? So I came back in the house. She was staying up later than normal. I went in the room and I laid down with my daughter to put her to sleep. My wife started texting me at like 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. She came in at 3 in the morning and was like, oh, I thought you were outside on a live. It's like the expectation of her thinking that I was outside on a live. But no, I'm putting our baby girl to sleep. I just so happened to pass out next to my baby girl. Now we both in the bed just sleeping. She was like,
Mhm.
oh, the only reason I got mad at you was because I thought you was doing something else. Like the expectation.
That's all you experience.
Said, yeah, that was an insecurity thing. And I was like, so you just freaked out on me for no reason. You built up your own thing in your own head. And then you realized that I wasn't doing shit outside of what I was supposed to do as a father, was put my baby girl to sleep to get some rest. And I just so happened to pass out next to her, which I think happens to most fathers. I think the moment that anytime past 8 o'clock, if you lay down next to your child, you probably going to sleep for the rest of the night. Like, that's just going to happen, right? Like, that was just my thing. And she was just like, oh, I didn't know you were in there. I'm so sorry for last night. And I was like, but you already created the moment before you even talked to me, before you even figured out the moment. So now I have to, as a father and as a husband, do I get mad at this situation, or do I just kiss my wife and be like, it's cool, boo. You made a mistake. It's all good.
Oh,
Let it
I
go.
got another one. I got one more before I have to call it for, because I'm gonna be back on later, y'all, if y'all on. But how about this though? Because that's, even with that word deserve, it's a subjective thing, right? Because what you feel you deserve, somebody else can feel like you don't deserve it, right? Or just like you can feel like
Ooh.
somebody else don't deserve something, and they can feel like they deserve it too. And that's why I be saying it's like just with that word alone, right? It's a subjective type thing, and who's to say who is right about it? You know what I'm saying? Because
Ooh, it's
so
a conundrum.
the fact that you feel that somebody might deserve something, that don't mean that they do. You know what I'm saying? Or the fact that you don't feel like you don't deserve something, that don't mean somebody else feel like you do. So it's like we got to think about it in multiple ways, then, rather than just self. I understand it, like we saying, it's a personal thing, but then again, that's just like somebody that feel like they are a 10, right? You know what I'm saying? When everybody else, like, that's not I don't think nobody on this earth is a 10. Nobody's perfect, right? But people be calling themselves that. But it's like themselves up, or you know what I'm saying? They set themselves up to say that I'm a 10. Of course, they using it, right, to boost their ego, right? You say F what people think, but then again, everybody still think. I mean, I feel you. That's a good, thing, but people still care what people think. They just try to care less about it. That's all it is. But I'm just saying, like, the fact that if you didn't care, you wouldn't call yourself a 10 anyways. That's another thing, right? So you wouldn't have nothing to prove about that situation or not. So like I said, a lot of the time it's got something to deal with different levels of insecurities and different levels of confidence that you have within yourself, right? So it's just like I said, it varies when when that's a subjective type thing, right? It's just like I don't know how to explain that though, but it's different. But hey, we'll talk about it more though. We'll talk about it more. I ain't expecting nobody to understand me. I can't, like I said, I can't force my mentality on anybody. That's one thing I've been saying for the longest anyway. So, you know,
Well, I
we'll talk
think
about it a little bit more later.
Well, I think, Kevin, there's nothing wrong with what you're saying. There's nothing wrong with what you're feeling. That's who you are, and I think me and you are very much on the same level as far as what we feel and getting people to recognize their actions and their accountability, because that's what it all boils down to. It all boils down to when, like you say, when somebody feels like they deserve something. I think it's very arrogant of them to feel that they deserve it. Why does somebody else who's doing the same thing as you deserve it? Maybe they didn't do as much work to get where you're at, but y'all are in the same place. So we don't
Right.
always get we don't always get what we deserve. But
Yep.
but I like I say, I still think it's a motivating factor for yourself
Yeah.
to do better in your life. You know, and it's not looking outside, because I'm gonna tell you something. You can't change nothing outside of you.
Nope.
You can change is you, and the way you perceive things, the way that you look at things, the way that you appreciate things. That's the only person you can change is you. You can't change nobody. You can't make nobody respect you. You can't make nobody talk to you the
Exactly.
way that you want them to talk to you. You can't make nobody give you the job that you want. You can't make nobody give you a promotion. There's
What about
nothing
people that
you
say I
can do.
deserve respect?
Well, listen. Fine, if you listen, you can't make nobody respect you.
Exactly.
You
That's
can
my
you
point.
can carry
That's
it,
setting up for
but
disappointment.
it's all about the way that you perceive how they treat you and how they disrespect you. You see, because you always have a choice.
Yeah.
Either you stay there, keep getting disrespected, or you move on, or you get away.
Exactly.
Simple as that.
Exactly.
So
Yep.
everything
Let's start a standard.
starts and ends with you.
Yep.
And that's why I'm so with you on accountability. I've taken so much accountability in my life, for my drug days, for my low self-esteem, all of that. I've worked on that,
Hmm.
and I keep working on it daily
Hmm.
to become a better man within inside myself. And in becoming a better man inside myself, I'm so much better with so many other people, and
Hmm.
and the way they feel, and the way they may not feel, and what they feel about me, and what they don't feel about me. Either way, I'm still moving forward, and I'm not being affected by all that much. Now I'm a human
Hmm.
being. Don't get it twisted. I'm gonna fall short at times, but I
Right.
only fall. But I only fall off the curb. I don't
Mhm.
fall into a hole. You know what I'm saying? So it's only going to last for so long as I keep working on myself and I keep having positive people in my life, like BK, like Baby Kevin Hart, Gigi. These are people who are in my life. You
Hmm.
understand what I'm saying? They're in my life and they lift me up and they help me become a better man. Nobody can do it by themselves. That's arrogant of anybody to think that they can do it all by themselves anyway. We're down here to help each other. And if you're not
Yep.
paying attention, if you're not trying to help somebody else, or if you're not working on something, something's working on you.
Mm.
Bottom line.
Nice.
I'm done.
That was nice. What else? Anybody else got something? I'm gonna be. Ain't gonna do. You deserve to be a billionaire. 100%. No, I know. Of course, my mind will want to say that, but I'm gonna be appreciative if I was to be a millionaire. Anybody else though? I'm about to shut down. I'm gonna be back. Like, give me a few hours. I'll be back on later because I'm gonna be on this all night though. So this, I'm taking advantage of this.
Yeah,
People
well,
need to hear about this beginning.
I think I'm gonna go a little live. I'm gonna go live when I get off of here. Just for a little
Okay.
while, and just check in on the weekend, see what we're doing, and have some fun and some maybe play some few games or something like that. So.
Oh yeah,
You know,
for sure.
but it was a pleasure being on here. Always, I
Oh
appreciate
yeah,
you
for
so
sure,
much.
man.
I definitely appreciate you, man. You have
Oh
a
yeah,
good
man.
platform.
Appreciate you too, man.
You have a good platform, and I
I
think that
deserve you in this live. You know what
watch out
I'm
now, watch
saying?
out now. And
I'm talking shit.
look. I'm gonna go one farther. I deserve to be in this line. No, no,
Right.
but more, no, but really, on the strength, I appreciate you so much because
For sure.
I appreciate a platform which makes people question themselves and start looking at their actions and their
Hmm.
behaviors. That's
Yeah.
what it's all about. That's what it's all
Yeah.
about. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Uh.
yeah, yeah. I mean, we're not all gonna agree on everything on every
No. No.
situation, and it's okay. It's positive, and it should help people see themselves for who they really are. If not, then just like Keith said, if you ain't working on something, something's working on you. You know what I'm
Come on
saying?
now.
So,
Come on.
but we all got to take accountability for our actions, for the words
Most
that
definitely.
we use. We just have to pay attention to that. You know what I mean? And then if we're not, then we just in a uh, almost in a shallow grave. You know
Mm,
what I mean?
mm.
So we have to live, correct
Mhm.
everything. We're not gonna be perfect. No one's perfect, but
No way.
we strive to be that way. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? So I appreciate the live. I appreciate you giving me. And I listen. Especially with Mike. I heard what he was saying. You know what I mean? And I understand it. You know what I mean? Do I always agree with everything? No, I'm not gonna agree with everything.
I feel
And
you.
everybody ain't gonna agree with what I'm saying, but it's okay. That helps
It's
me
okay.
learn. That helps me go say, you know what, I got to do a little bit more digging to see the
Yeah.
perspective of what they're saying. Am I grateful? And yes, I deserve to be in this live, and you deserve to be in my life. I'm just using it as a life, as a joke. But
I
I
get
appreciate you.
Get
You
it
know what I mean?
together. Get it
What you
together, baby Kevin Hart. Come on, get it together.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
That's my
So,
boy.
but I appreciate y'all, man, and deeply, and I thank y'all for helping me see things differently.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? Even though I don't agree on everything, but I
Yeah.
thank you for. I still wanna, like I said, I'm gonna do my little bit more research. Especially Mike, what he said. Take out
That's
the
what I
D.
do too.
You
I
know,
ain't gonna lie. The stuff you saying, I'm gonna listen to that too. I'm trying to, cause I don't just do differences without trying to understand the other person and all that stuff. So I be thinking about fight with myself sometimes. Like, all right, if I think this way, let me do that. And then, you know what I'm saying, do so.
Right,
I be
right.
trying to understand different situations. And sometimes I find myself being wrong sometimes too. So it's just how it is.
that's it.
Yeah.
So
I
go
don't
do
I
what
don't
you got to do.
disagree. I don't disagree with anything that y'all are saying, especially because it's your own personal idea, right? What happens to me is like I'll get off of this live, and for the next week I'll think about this conversation. And if it makes me better by 10%, if it makes me better by 10%, at least I'm better 10%.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I might not be 100% better, but it gives me something to be able to say, like, you know what, that actually made sense. Maybe I should contemplate that. Maybe I should
Yeah.
actually put that into my life or whatever. So,
Yeah.
in disagreements, I think we actually come to an outcome, and we can now
What's up,
resolve a
brown skin?
situation that we might battling for a long time in our lives. So, I
Yeah.
really appreciate, even if we go back and forth, I still really appreciate it
Yeah.
because I'll sit there and be like, you know what? I might have not agreed with it at the moment that it was said, but now that I think about it, maybe I should implement some of that into my life because
Yeah.
that actually makes a little bit of sense to me. Not all
Yeah.
of it. Maybe I disagree with 90% of it or 80% of it or 50% of it. But some of that could make some sense in my life, you know?
Yeah. So I'm gonna put it this way. I'm gonna say that the only
I
only the
deserve that.
strong survive, man. Because I realize that I do, which I'm learning today. Of course, I might come off harsh, right? But I can understand why it's like that because, everybody, exactly like I said, everybody's not the same as me, right? They're not the same as me. Some people can take it. Some people got that mentality of how it is, but it's just like I look at it that if you know simple words or simple disagreements, I think that did I have I think I had as a topic yesterday, right? Simple
Hmm.
disagreements and right, or simple, stuff, or because something came harsh or maybe I yelled at you, right? You know what I'm saying? Sometimes we yell at each other. It just be like that, right? As long I still don't go as far as disrespect or cussing somebody out. That's just what I control myself from doing. I don't want to do that. Even though if somebody cuss me out, I can understand it. You know what I'm saying? I might have to just put them in time out for a little bit, or they have to put me in time. You know what I'm saying? Something like that. But I'm not about to just not be no friend to somebody because that's it. Because especially if we know each other or we learning each other and knowing each other's attention, we can't let things like that, stop us from growing. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, I think all of us want the best for one another. You know what I'm saying? We deserve it. So let's talk about it. But I'm just saying, like, we want
Nice. I like that. I like that.
but yeah, I gotta call it though, man.
Hey,
Yeah,
Kev,
because it's
Kev,
about I
one
gotta.
thing about what you were just saying though is if me and you were on the street, like we're person to person, and we're having this discussion where we're in an argument, and a stranger comes up to us, me and you were having an argument, but a stranger comes up to us, and they like, man, why y'all arguing? We gonna be both gonna turn to that stranger and be like, why you interrupting this conversation me and my homie are having? Like we're not
Mind your
mad at each
business.
other. Yeah, mind your business. We're not mad at each other, but we're about to be mad at you. You know what I'm
Mhm.
But
saying? Like, leave us
but
alone. Let us go work through this conversation. Let us have this conversation because we're just trying to be better people every day. We're just trying to be better
but
people.
that's a good word though. But because I'm gonna tell you something, there's a difference between a disagreement and an argument.
Yeah,
A disagreement means that you both have difference of opinion, and
yeah,
as long as you respect each other, it should make no difference whether I still
mhm,
call you friend.
yeah, exactly. Some people even feel like you holding them accountable is, or addressing certain behaviors is disrespected. Would it just be the truth
Nah,
sometimes?
because I swear to
Yeah,
God,
that's
me and
all.
Zan.
The mentality, that's not me calling you a name. That's just I'm just saying, and I will explain to you why I said what I said. If I feel like that you making excuses, I'm going to speak on it. If I feel like, you know what I'm saying, so, and I'm going to explain it, and I will talk to you and add the reason. It's up to you to either accept it or not. You know what I'm saying? Same
Yo,
thing
me
with
and
me. If you feel like
Xander,
I got an attitude problem, that's why we hold each other accountable. That's the name of this room, right?
exactly.
So that's why if you feel like I got an attitude, let me know. It's not you calling out my name, calling me out my name and say you got an attitude
Right.
problem. No, explain why I got an attitude problem so I can fix it. You know
Yo,
what I'm
Explain why
saying?
you.
I
Explain why
swear to
you.
God, me and Xander could be on the corner and be like, nah, fuck that, bro. That's bullshit. Nah, whatever. And some stranger come up and be like, yo, he don't deserve that. Me and Xander would look at him and be like, what do you mean he don't deserve that? What you don't deserve to be a part of this conversation. That's a problem right now. And me and Xander gonna be like, how we clock this cat right now? Because me and Xander trying to work some shit out. Me and Xander trying to work some shit out. You just interrupted a friendship. And we just
Yeah.
having a conversation. Like we're
But
not
you
even
know what?
mad.
But I'm gonna tell you something. If I'm arguing with somebody on the corner and somebody comes by and says, "You don't deserve that," I'm not gonna ball on them. I'm gonna take a look at my actions for why they feel that they should even have to come and say something like
I
that.
like that. Yeah, I
No,
like that.
really,
That's
because
understanding. That's emotional intelligence.
if somebody's walking by me and I'm having a conversation with somebody, then obviously my tone has gotten too rough or
Mhm.
my voice has gotten too loud, and it's become noticeable
Yeah,
to
but I'm
where
not gonna
other
make
people
it. I mean, I'm
outside of
gonna
myself
recognize it
notice it.
too. I'm gonna recognize it too. You know,
Yeah,
like I'm not
yeah,
gonna take
There's
that out.
emotional intelligence that come with that. You know
yes,
what I'm saying?
yes,
You shouldn't be able
yes.
to snap on somebody because somebody coming in here and helping you or something
Right,
like that.
right.
What the fuck you doing? You know what I'm saying? That mean you done got too deep
You ain't
into it.
gonna
That's
mind
mean
your
you got
business,
to
Bill.
check yourself
Yeah,
after
because
that.
sometimes like it's one thing to like want to take your camera out when something happens or to actually involve yourself in a situation. But if you know like if me and the homie is having a conversation, mind your fucking business, bro. It ain't going farther than me and him having a conversation. You know. It could get as like deep and like unnecessary as possible. Like we could be
I
talking
be
about how a toothpick should have a round edge on one side and a sharp point on the other side, and we just want to have that deep ass conversation tonight.
yeah,
That's
Leave
but
us
it ain't
alone,
just
true.
bro.
about
Like
self though.
leave
You
us
gotta
That,
alone, bro.
you
but
Yeah,
that's
you
true.
still
But
got to
wait,
look at it that some people just don't know. You can't just automatically come and think that, because a lot of time people just looking out. That's all it is. So you can't get mad at them because you and your homie want to have a conversation. They just trying to make sure y'all good, so they ain't got to call the police or something like that. So
Yeah.
like I said, just come with
Cause
emotional intelligence. That's all that is.
I'll be like,
and you
yo,
know what
bro,
that's
we talking
called,
about a
right?
toothpick, bro. Leave us alone. We talking about a
But
toothpick.
but you know what? If somebody comes by you in the street, and they say something to you, They're probably saying it to you to de-escalate a situation.
There you
Oh,
go.
here we
I like
go.
how
Here we
Xander
go.
be
I
sleep, but I
see what
like
he did.
it.
You see what his ass did with that shit?
He ain't
You
sleep.
see? He using my own shit
It's
against me. He
and you
using
know
my
how we
own
be turning
shit.
all us.
Yeah.
And I like earlier, just like that was a prime example about holding each other accountable. This is what gotta happen. You know what I'm saying? Because I was hearing what Mike was saying, but I wasn't gonna. I just didn't feel like addressing it because he was like, "We about to jump and all that stuff." I usually say something, but then I see Xander just said something like, "Well, no." I mean, you still got to keep your emotions in check while you doing it. You know, you can't just take it out. But he gave you another, point of view on that situation. That's what I be meaning about it. Holding each other
Yeah.
accountable is actually for the positive, ain't for the negative or no backlash and saying or coming or taking up for negative behaviors. Because somebody in there could have been a negative, like he had to do what he had to do. Nobody, they should have man
Yeah,
their
that's
own business or something.
bullshit.
Like that's the difference from what I do. Actually, that was just happening earlier a little bit. It's like, dog, I get difference in opinions and difference in perspective. I'm stuff and just like Xander did, that was more of a positive thing by understanding the next person that come up to you. That's a positive thing that I'm trying to let people know.
That's
But if
facts,
your
bro.
stuff is negative or come with excuses for people's behaviors or something like that, I'm not taking that perspective, right? I'm not about to do that. I'm not for the negative. That's all I'm saying. So it's like at the end of the day, negative and positive probably won't see eye to eye on situations because I'm not trying to look for everything that's negative or negative excuses or negative. You know what I'm saying? If I'm trying to uplift people, the only way we can uplift is take positivity. Negative never give you no uplifting, right? Or excuses.
You know, that's
So
that's actually something I've noticed about myself is I'm so microscopic with shit. So when you bring up the word like
Mm.
deserve, it's like why do people use this or whatever? I'm so microscopic on that. Like I don't think of a negative like conversation. I'm just like, oh, let's get microscopic on deserve, right? Like let's
yeah,
break this down as a word. Like let's do that. And then people get angry and then I'm
yeah,
like, well, I don't know how to deal with the defense on this. I'm just trying to like break this down to the simplest matter I can break it down to. You know, like
yeah,
let's just play with like if we wanna play a game, let's play the game. Let's use the
yeah.
word deserve and let's break it down into symbolism and let's do all of this or whatever. If you want to get angry at me about it, sometimes I overreact when somebody comes at me when they're like, bro, you taking this simple ass word and you breaking it down into this and you breaking it down to that and you
Ooh,
breaking it
that
down to this.
background
And
was
I'm
loud.
like, nah, I just don't think it's that serious, but I think it's like I'm willing to have a serious conversation about dumb shit. Like that's just who I am. I'm willing to have that conversation. It's cool with me. I just don't like to get into arguments about it. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not necessarily like I don't dislike you because we want to be as funny as possible based on the word deserve. Like that's crazy. I deserve to be funny. You know what? I deserve to be funny, guys.
The freak, bro.
and
What's up,
and you know,
GG?
see, and
Go
that's what
ahead,
I'm saying. But
close it
see,
out.
that's what I'm saying. That he's the only one who thinks that. See, everybody else don't think you deserve to be funny. So
Oh, I see what.
Right, exactly. You see what I'm
You know
saying? It's
what?
a
Yo,
double-edged sword. Then you get mad when somebody don't. That
Yo,
was a
that
good
was
one,
so
right?
solid. I'm not even mad at you, bro. That was
so
so
Michael,
smooth. Yeah, that was so
hi.
smooth,
That's
bro.
where that word gets dangerous at.
Yeah.
And then you all gotta say,
I
well, when
see
you get
you've
your feelings
been
hurt,
That was
hey.
that was
huh?
smooth as fuck,
hey,
bro. I
Gigi.
gotta
What's the
give
I
it
deal?
to you. I
GG.
gotta give it to you.
How you feeling?
I see
GG.
Michael, hi. You've been ignoring my comments and I'm just effing with you. But really, like, is you're breaking down the word deserve your definition or is this really researched and bona fide?
You talking to me, love?
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Okay, yeah. So that's just breaking down the way that I understand English. So I write music. And so if I'm gonna break it down that way, that's just me, and that's how I was understanding it based on how I wanted to
Oh,
interact
I
with the
got a deal.
conversation. That has nothing to do with like any type of research and how it's supposed to be broken down.
Okay.
Not whatsoever.
I'm just checking because I was starting to
Yeah.
think you were feeling kind of undeserving, you know?
Oh.
Not
Honestly,
undeserving.
I need
Or
Gigi's
Yes.
maybe he's
perspective on life.
appreciative.
So,
You know what I'm
Okay.
so
saying? So,
is it Gigi or
Yes,
Gigi?
sir.
hey, I'm
I'm
sorry, y'all. I
assuming
It's
it's
gotta really
Gigi.
shut
Gigi.
this junk down. I'm
It's
super late
Gigi.
right now. I'm
Okay.
just super late. I
See
been
you,
got to
Kev.
ran.
All right,
I'm gonna be
Kev.
on though. I'm gonna see. Hopefully y'all come through. Hopefully
All
y'all
right,
ain't
Kev.
sleep. But I'm gonna have to start this back up tonight. I'm gonna start it back
All
up.
All
right.
right. Love you
All
I
right.
hope
guys.
y'all
Thank you,
have
brother.
fun
Hey,
and
bro.
Keith,
I appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
man,
Hey,
party
get
for me.
back in. I'll try to
No
answer that
doubt.
question later. Remember it, and I'll try to come back in.
All right, man. I see y'all, man. Appreciate y'all. I mean,
All
deserve
right.
y'all.
All
See you
right.
later, Kev.
Peace.
Bye.